Chapter 2840. Shock. As for the treasure that my master can refine, it's also very rare in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. The last time it appeared, it was the treasure that Lord Bone Emperor asked my master to refine. The treasure that you asked my master to refine shouldn't be of a higher level than the treasure that Lord Bone Emperor refined, right? Bai Yan teased. Hearing Bai Yan's words, Jian Wushuang's expression became a little strange. However, he could understand that Lord Amo was the #1 blacksmith in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. With such a high level of craftsmanship and great strength, he naturally would not take ordinary items seriously. Although the Blood Wilderness Emperor essence was rare and precious, there were still many in the Fire Cloud Castle. As for the sacred elixir, the Fire Cloud Castle did not lack it. It was too difficult to impress Lord Amo with just a piece of the Blood Wilderness Emperor essence. If I can't impress him with the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal, I might have to rely on that thing. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly, but he had already made up his mind. Mr. Bai Yan, in addition to the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal, I have a special item that Lord Amo might be interested in, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Oh! Do you have a treasure that is more valuable and rarer than the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal? Bai Yan looked over in surprise. Jian Wushuang did not say anything. He slowly reached out his hand, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. There was a drop of boiling hot, bright red liquid in the jade bottle. Is this essence blood? Bai Yan sensed the liquid in the jade bottle and was stunned. Show me the essence blood. Jian Wushuang handed the jade bottle to Bai Yan without hesitation. Bai Yan took the jade bottle and began to examine the drop of blood essence. It's so pure, so pure! Although the strength of the blood essence is not very strong, and its owner is not a high-level divine master, his bloodline is terrifyingly high. The blood essence is so pure that it is at least 1,000 times higher than that of a normal human cultivator. Such pure blood essence, those top-tier beasts, fierce beasts, and even some of the top-tier bloodlines in the absolute beginning divine realm can't have it. Only one kind of existence can have this kind of blood essence, and that is the special life forms born in the vast, absolute beginning divine realm. Those innately powerful and unique special life forms. Bai Yan's eyes were shining with excitement, and his body was shaking violently. After a long while, he looked at Jian Wushuang again. Mr. Sword One, how did you get this essence blood? Bai Yan asked. I found it by chance, but I wonder if this essence blood can interest your master Mo? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Yes, absolutely. Bai Yan nodded solemnly. This is the essence blood of a special life form. The number of special life forms in the absolute beginning divine realm is pitifully few. I've never heard of any special life form in the Golden Crow 9 realms or in the surrounding great realms. It's like ascending to heaven to get a drop of the essence blood of a special life form in the territory near the Golden Crow 9 realms. Master has always longed for a drop, but he only had extravagant hopes. He didn't expect that today. At this point, Bai Yan could no longer hold back his excitement. He took a deep breath. In a deep voice, he said, Mr. Sword One, can I bring this drop of essence blood to meet Master personally? I can guarantee that Master will meet you personally and refine a magic weapon for you. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. Please wait here for a moment, Bai Yan said, and then rushed to the deepest part of the castle. Jian Wushuang continued to wait in the side hall. It's really troublesome to report to Master Mo one by one. Jian Wushuang sat there, feeling helpless, but there was also a strange smile on his face. Such a drop of essence blood has shocked Bai Yan so much. If I take out the complete essence blood, wouldn't he go crazy? Jian Wushuang felt it was funny. He had prepared the drop of essence blood for Bai Yan in advance. The essence blood naturally did not come from some so-called special life form, but from him, a perfect, chaotic creature. Of course, it was not his most complete essence blood, but his own essence blood, which he diluted and decomposed. It was only obtained after decomposing a full 100 parts. In other words, he had decomposed his complete essence blood into a full 100 drops, and he had just given 1 drop to Bai Yen. After decomposing 100 parts, the purity of this drop of essence blood was actually only 1% of his perfect chaotic creature's complete essence blood, or even less than 1%. Even so, it still made the Jade Flame so shocked. But Jian Wushuang's most complete essence blood was really amazing. The deepest part of the Fire Cloud Castle was at the bottom of a volcano. The crimson space was extremely hot, and the ground was so hot that it was scarlet red. A naked silver-haired elder held a farm axe in his hand and directly chopped it. Kacha! A piece of firewood in front of him was split in half. The silver-haired old man threw the split firewood into the sea of fire in front of him. Then he picked up the second piece of firewood and struck out with his axe again. The silver-haired old man was rather thin and weak. His skin was dark, and he did not look like he had much strength. However, as he struck out with his axe, the firewood, made of mystical wood, was easily split in half. The silver-haired old man continued chopping firewood, one after another. At this moment, the purple-robed, middle-aged man, Bai Yen, hurriedly appeared in the crimson-red space. When he saw the silver-haired old man chopping firewood, Bai Yen would normally obediently stand by the side and wait. He would only speak when the silver-haired old man stopped to rest. However, he immediately spoke. "Master, this disciple has an urgent matter." The silver-haired old man who was chopping with the axe paused for a moment before continuing to chop down. Kacha! Another piece of firewood was chopped off. Following that, the silver-haired old man leaned on the axe and turned around to look at Bai Yen. "Speak." He spoke softly. His voice was cold and emotionless, but it was extremely majestic. "Master, I have brought something. Please take a look." Bai Yen did not waste any words, and directly took out the jade bottle. When the silver-haired old man, who originally had a cold expression, saw the jade bottle, or more accurately, the drop of blood essence in it, his pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 2841. Blood essence of a special life form. This purity is the blood essence of a special life form? The silver-haired older man suddenly raised his head, and his eyes shone with an unprecedented light. "Yes, it's the blood essence of a special life form that you've been longing for, Master." Bai Yen smiled. "Quick, bring it over for me to take a look." The silver-haired older man appeared incomparably excited. Bai Yen immediately brought the jade bottle to the silver-haired older man. After the silver-haired older man received it, he began to observe it. "It's too pure. This blood essence is too pure. It's far more powerful than the blood essence of the 2 top bloodlines that I've obtained before. Such pure blood essence is definitely from a special life form. But, moreover, even if it's a special life form, it should be one of the stronger ones. It's definitely not an ordinary one." The silver-haired older man carefully looked at the blood essence in the jade bottle. It was as if he was looking at a treasure. In the eyes of an extremely high-level refiner, the most precious things were no different from the materials used to refine divine weapons and treasures. And to refine an extremely high-level divine weapon or treasure, to a large extent, some blood essence was needed. The higher the level of the blood essence, the better. Once upon a time, this silver-haired older man had obtained 2 drops of blood essence from a top-tier bloodline race, as if he had obtained a precious treasure. However, those 2 drops of blood essence were nothing compared to the blood essence of a special life form. What was special about a special life form was something that the world had given birth to on its own. Every type of life form was unique. Even in the vast, absolute, beginning divine realm, there were too few of such life forms. It wasn't easy to reach the sky to obtain the blood essence of these special life forms. The silver-haired older man had always longed for a drop, but now, without any warning, his disciple had actually delivered a drop of the blood essence of a special life form to him. by Yen, who delivered this blood essence?" The silver-haired older man immediately asked. "It was an advanced great divine master called Sword One," by Yen said hurriedly. "Advanced great divine master?" The silver-haired older man was somewhat startled. "Master? I've never heard of Sword One before. He doesn't seem to have any background in the Golden Crow Nine Realms, but he has many treasures. From the very beginning, he took out a 12,000-kilogram blood desolate Emperor crystal. He wanted to use this blood desolate Emperor crystal to ask the master to refine a divine weapon for him personally. But when I said that a single blood desolate Emperor crystal wouldn't move master out this drop of blood essence, Bayen said, "An advanced great divine master can take out 12,000 kilograms of blood desolate Emperor crystal and the blood essence of a special life form? Interesting." The silver-haired older man was obviously interested, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Bayen, go and invite Sword One over. Remember to invite him, and be polite. Don't neglect him just because he is an advanced great divine master," the silver-haired old man warned. "Yes." Bai Yen nodded and left immediately. The silver-haired elder was still looking at the essence blood in the jade bottle, his eyes shining even brighter. "Mr. Sword One, as I said before, the master was pleased to see the essence blood. Now he asked me to invite you to see him. Come with me." Bai Yen smiled humbly. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Under Bai Yan's personal guidance, Jian Wushuang soon arrived at the deepest part of the castle and arrived at the crimson space. Jian Wushuang immediately saw the silver-haired old man. However, the silver-haired old man was now wearing an ordinary gray robe, and his expression became calm and unfathomable. "Sword One greets Master Amo." Jian Wushuang bowed respectfully. Facing the number 1 blacksmith master in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow and a powerful immortal saint, Jian Wushuang still maintained his due respect. "Sword One is too polite. Please rise." The silver-haired older man, Master Mo, waved his sleeve, and Jian Wushuang naturally lifted him up. Then Lord Mo glanced at Bai Yen behind him and said, "Disciple, you can leave now. I want to have a private chat with Sword One." "Yes." Bai Yen glanced at Jian Wushuang and bowed before leaving. Only Jian Wushuang and Lord Mo were left in the crimson space. "Judging from your aura, you're only an advanced great divine master, but your attacks are extraordinary. First, you took out 12,000 kilograms of blood wilderness emperor crystal, and now you even took out a drop of special life essence blood. Moreover, you brought it to me. Aren't you worried that it'll be greedy and leave you and the 2 treasures behind? After all, this drop of special life essence blood is very attractive to me," Lord Mo said faintly. "Haha, Lord Mo, as the number 1 blacksmith in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, with such a prominent status, how could you do such a thing, even if you really have such a thought? Since I dared to come alone, I naturally have absolute confidence. If you really have such a plan, I guarantee you will regret it." Although Jian Wushuang smiled, the confidence between his brows was not an act. He was truly confident. He naturally had his own confidence, since he dared to come alone and showed the blood desolate Emperor Crystal and the processed blood essence to Lord Mo. His confidence came from the fact that he was a perfect chaotic creature. Lord Mo could not kill him at all. If he was really desperate, he would use the will of heaven. He would also directly use the life-level suppression to teach Lord Mo a lesson. Lord Mo took a deep look at Jian Wushuang. His vision was very high, and he could see people very accurately. He could tell that Jian Wushuang was indeed very confident. Lord Mo changed the topic and smiled. "What kind of magic weapon do you want me to refine for you?" "I have already refined the magic weapon. However, although this magic weapon is also a natal, it hasn't been added with my blood essence during the refining process. So I want to ask you to refine it again so that it can merge with my blood essence power, Jian Wushuang said. It's that simple. Lord Mo could not help being surprised. It was only a matter of refining a natal magic weapon and infusing it with the power of blood essence. Some 5th or 6th grade blacksmiths should be able to do it easily. Lord Mo, don't think of this as a simple matter. It seems easy, but in fact, the requirements for blacksmiths are very high. It is said that you are a top 7th grade blacksmithing master, but whether you can really meet my requirements and complete this step for me is uncertain, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Oh. Lord Mo narrowed his eyes and glanced at Jian Wushuang without getting angry. Chapter 2842. Lord Mo's excitement. I wonder which magic weapon sword one wants to refine again. Lord Mo asked with a smile. This is it. Jian Wushuang flipped his hand, and the Blood Mountain sword immediately appeared in his hand. Lord Mo stared at the Blood Mountain sword in Jian Wushuang's hand and carefully browsed it for a moment. Finally, however, he frowned slightly. He was the #1 master of blacksmithing in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, but at this moment he did not see anything special about the Blood Mountain sword. It seemed that the Blood Mountain sword was no different from an ordinary magic weapon. Young friend, can you let me have a closer look at this sword? Lord Mo asked. Of course. Jian Wushuang directly threw the Blood Mountain sword in front of Lord Mo. Lord Mo stretched out his hand, and just as his old palm received the Blood Mountain sword buzz, instantly, a terrifying sword essence directly surged toward him. This sword intent could be said to be world-shocking. Although Lord Mo was an immortal saint, the instant he felt this sword intent, his body and mind could not help but tremble. At the same time, boundless killing intent spread out. Lord Mo felt a boundless sea of blood from the Blood Mountain sword. The sea of blood surged into the sky, and countless corpses were buried there. It was obvious that this sword had killed countless experts. It was a real killing sword, an unparalleled sword. This sword, after carefully examining the Blood Mountain sword and sensing its structure, Lord Mo's eyes were filled with more and more shock. In the end, the eyes of the #1 refiner of the Golden Crow 9 realms, the immortal saint, were wide open. Perfect. Too perfect. The body of the sword on the outside and the structure on the inside, from the beginning of the refinement to the formation of the sword, and even the control of the fire, are all absolutely perfect. There is not a single flaw. On the contrary, every flaw has been found. How is it possible? How can someone refine a divine weapon so perfectly in this world? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Even though Lord Mo was well informed and had seen all kinds of divine weapons, as well as all kinds of refining methods, he was completely shocked when he carefully felt the structure of the Blood Mountain sword. He was surprised or even completely shocked. He had never thought that a divine weapon could achieve such perfection. In his opinion, regardless of whether it was refining weapons or pills, no matter how high the standard was, there would still be a slight flaw in the refining process. This slight flaw was not called a flaw in the eyes of many people. Therefore, the divine weapons or elixirs they refined were still perfect. However, the divine weapon in front of him truly made him unable to find a single flaw. Perfect, truly perfect. Who is it? Which almighty expert refined such an incredible divine weapon? Lord Mo exclaimed in surprise. He was a peak 7th grade blacksmith, but when he refined divine weapons, it was already perfect to achieve 70% perfection. As for those 8th or 9th grade blacksmiths who were of a higher level than him, they could at most achieve 80% or 90% perfection. If one wanted to achieve 100% perfection without any flaws, even the legendary blacksmiths at the peak of the 9th grade could not achieve it. But now this magic weapon, although I don't know who made it, this magic weapon really opened my eyes. Lord Mo laughed loudly. His entire body was trembling, obviously very excited. He looked at Jian Wushuang and asked, Sword One, can you tell me who made your sword? Lord Emo looked at Jian Wushuang with anticipation. Obviously, he wanted to know the answer. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and said, I can only tell you his name. His name is Xian Yi. As for the rest, I can't tell you. Xian Yi, Xian Yi. Lord Emo chanted the name and then bowed respectfully to Jian Wushuang. Lord Emo, what are you doing? Jian Wushuang was caught off guard. This powerful Lord Emo actually bowed respectfully to him? How could he stand it? My friend Sword One, I'm bowing to you to thank you for telling me about this incredible weapon master. Although I can't see the scene of this master Xian Yi refining a magic weapon with my own eyes, I have no regrets just knowing his name. At least I know that in this world, there is an incredible weapon master who can refine the most perfect and flawless magic weapon. From now on, whether I have the chance to meet Master Xian Yi or not, he will be the person I respect and admire the most. Lord Mo's voice was sincere. He truly regarded Xian Yi as his idol. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang could only smile bitterly. He did not expect Lord Emo to be so shocked after seeing the Blood Mountain sword. He did not even care about his status. After a while, Lord Emo finally calmed down. Sword One, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Lord Emo smiled awkwardly. Never mind. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Now, I finally know why you paid such a high price to ask me to refine this magic weapon for you. You're right. In the entire 9 realms of the Golden Crow, no one except me is qualified to refine this magic weapon again. Even for me, this is a great challenge. It can even be said to be the biggest challenge in my life, Lord Emo said seriously. The biggest challenge? Does that mean that even you, Lord Emo, are not sure that you can refine the sword again? Jian Wushuang asked, puzzled. Yes. Lord Emo nodded. It's impossible to refine such a perfect magic weapon. Even a top 8th grade or legendary 9th grade weapon refiner can't do it, let alone me. However, my young friend's request is to infuse his own blood essence into the magic sword. So for me, I have a chance to do it. As for my confidence, it's about 60%. Only 60%. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. Don't worry, my friend. Although I'm only 60% sure it won't affect or damage the magic weapon even if I fail. Since such a perfect magic weapon has been created, it's impossible to damage it. Furthermore, I'm just a top 7th grade weapon refiner, so I can't affect it at all, Lord Emo said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. In that case, when will you refine it, Lord Emo? Chapter 2843. Holy Heaven Furnace and Earth Flame. It's not difficult to make this magic weapon. Just give me 3 days to prepare it. By the way, have you prepared the essence blood? Lord Emo asked. I have prepared the essence blood, but not much. I don't know if it can satisfy my appetite for this magic weapon, Jian Wushuang said. It doesn't matter. If it really doesn't work, I have accumulated a lot of blood essence from a powerful bloodline. I will just take some out. Lord Emo smiled and said, In that case, please wait here quietly for 3 days. No problem. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Lord Emo began to prepare carefully, while Jian Wushuang waited quietly in the scarlet space. 3 days passed quickly. Lord Emo appeared in front of Jian Wushuang again. Sword One, everything is ready. Come with me. Lord Emo smiled and led the way. Jian Wushuang followed Lord Emo and continued to walk toward the depths of the castle, or to be exact, the deepest part of the underground. After walking for about an hour, Jian Wushuang finally came to a vast open space. This open space was a high platform. If Jian Wushuang did not expect it, it should be at the core of a giant volcano. Beneath it and around it there was red magma. It must be known that the volcanoes in the mountain range occupied by Fire Cloud Castle were hundreds of thousands of years old, or even millions of years old. Jian Wushuang was now in the oldest volcano among the volcanoes, which had existed for more than 30 million years. The temperature of the lava in the deepest part of the 30-million year old volcano was frighteningly high. Jian Wushuang was able to stand in the open space in the center of the volcano due to his powerful body protection ability. However, if it were an ordinary great divine master, he would have to exert all his divine power to resist the scorching temperature. However, it would consume too much divine power. Under normal circumstances, even a great divine master would not stay in the open space for long. Lord Mo was a powerful immortal saint, so he did not care about the temperature. Sword 1, how do you feel? Have you adapted to this place? Lord Mo asked with a smile. Not bad. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly, but it was extremely relaxed. After coming to this open space, Jian Wushuang's eyes had already locked onto the thing in the center of the open space. It was a huge fiery red cauldron. Yes, it was a cauldron. It was used to refine elixirs or weapons. The reason why this cauldron attracted Jian Wushuang's attention was that the aura it emitted was very strong. With such a strong aura, this cauldron should be a holy treasure, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, it's a holy treasure. Lord Mo smiled. This cauldron is called the Holy Heaven Furnace. Many years ago, I spent a lot of effort and money to get it. Although it doesn't have any offensive or defensive power, if I use it to refine weapons or elixirs, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Naturally, it will be very useful to me. I am only a top 7th grade blacksmith, but if I use the Holy Heaven Furnace to refine weapons, I can barely reach the 8th grade level in a short period of time. Naturally, I have a greater chance of refining treasures. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and nodded inwardly. The Holy Heaven Furnace was indeed very helpful to refining weapons, as it could make a top 7th grade blacksmith exert the abilities of an 8th grade blacksmith. This old man hasn't opened this sacred heavenly furnace for many years. Normally, even if I were to refine a divine weapon for someone, an ordinary cauldron would be sufficient. However, this time, Lord Mo faintly smiled and fiercely waved his large hand. A special seal smashed towards the holy heavenly furnace. Bang! The holy heavenly furnace also violently shook, as if it was responding. Rise the furnace! Lord Mo's voice sank, and a majestic divine power instantly surged out. The moment these two words left his mouth, the volcano that had existed for 30 million years, which was originally incomparably calm, began to roar crazily. The entire empty land, including the entire volcano, was shaking crazily, and the shaking was becoming more and more intense. While it was shaking crazily, fire pillars swept toward the holy heaven furnace from all directions. There were 9 fire pillars, and the most important thing was that the flames contained in the 9 fire pillars were purple-black. They were purple-black. The 9 purple-black fire pillars completely covered the holy heaven furnace, and in an instant, the entire open space turned into a sea of purple-black flames. Good boy. Jian Wushuang was also standing on the open space, but he happened to be outside of the sea of purple-black flames. He looked at the sea of flames in front of him with a trace of shock. These flames are so terrifying! Jian Wushuang exclaimed. It was indeed terrifying. Although he did not personally feel the power of the purple-black flames, he could vaguely feel that the purple-black flames had the power to burn down all living things. If I don't have the strength of an immortal saint, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist the flames. Even an invincible divine master would die if he was trapped in the sea of flames for 10 breaths. Jian Wushuang sighed, then he looked at Lord Mo. Lord Mo, what are these flames? Jian Wushuang asked. This is the earth flame, among all the natural flames in the divine beginning world. It's just an ordinary one. But although it's ordinary, it can accumulate temperature according to its existence. An ordinary earth flame that is tens of thousands of years old or hundreds of thousands of years old is not terrible. But an earth flame that is more than 1 million years old is very impressive. But the earth flame you see now has existed for 30 million years. Lord Mo said, 30 million years of earth flame? No wonder. Jian Wushuang secretly exclaimed, the reason why I chose to put my castle in this group of volcanoes is that there are all kinds of earth flame in the volcanoes. There are hundreds of thousands of years and millions of years of earth flame. The most important thing is the 30 million years of earth flame. This earth flame is definitely a dream for me, a blacksmith, Lord Mo said with a smile. Jian Wushuang also understood. In the open space in front of them, the purple-black flames formed a huge sea of fire. The holy heaven furnace, which had been standing quietly, turned red, and the aura it emitted became stronger and stronger. Finally, bang! The huge lid of the furnace was thrown away, and the holy heaven furnace rose up. Chapter 2844. Opening of the Holy Heavenly Furnace Boom. Boom! As the Holy Heavenly Furnace was opened, this enormous volcano began to shake violently. One had to know that this volcano was the largest and the most core of this group of volcanoes. As it shook, immediately, the entire group of volcanoes began to shake violently. Endless flames erupted from the mouths of the volcanoes. The entire sky was dyed red. The noise was no less than that of countless volcanoes erupting at the same time. In an instant, the entire Fire Cloud Castle was shaken. In the main hall in the depths of Fire Cloud Castle, the purple-robed, middle-aged man, Bai Yan, brought Jian Wushuang to meet Master Mo, and then returned here. He was still talking with Master Chu. Master Chu, the master is meeting a distinguished guest. I'm afraid it will take some time for him to give an answer. So I have to trouble you to wait here for a while, Bai Yan said to Master Chu. Since Master Mo is busy with something, as a junior, it's only right for me to wait here. Young Master Chu did not have any temper. What a joke! Even if his father came to pay a visit personally, when Master Mo had something important to do, he could only wait obediently. How could he dare to have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction? It had already been 3 days since they had waited like this. Young Master Chu was not in a hurry. He seemed to be very patient. But at this moment, boom boom, the entire Fire Cloud Castle, along with the huge group of volcanoes, began to shake violently. Endless flames filled the entire world. This huge commotion was noticed by Bai Yan and young Master Chu in the main hall. What's wrong? What's going on? Young Master Chu was puzzled, but Bai Yan suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with shock. This is the Holy Heavenly Furnace. The Holy Heavenly Furnace has opened. Bai Yan's voice was filled with shock. Holy Heavenly Furnace. Young Master Chu was also shocked when he heard these 3 words. The #1 master craftsman in the Golden Crow 9 realms, Lord Mo, was too famous in the entire Golden Crow 9 realms. Many experts knew of Lord Mo's craftsmanship. At the same time, they had also heard of the Holy Heavenly Furnace. Young Master Chu naturally knew of it. As for the Holy Heavenly Furnace, it was a sacred treasure that was used to refine weapons or elixirs. This treasure was especially important to Lord Mo. Moreover, it was not easy to activate this treasure. Not only did it require flames, but it also consumed a huge amount of Lord Mo's divine power and mental energy. Because of this, Lord Mo rarely used the sacred heavenly furnace when refining weapons. For example, the last time Lord Mo used the Holy Heavenly Furnace to refine weapons was a long time ago. The most powerful expert of the Golden Crow 9 realms, the Bone Emperor, personally came to ask Lord Mo to refine a special treasure. At that time, Lord Mo had just used the Holy Heavenly Furnace. It had been hundreds of thousands of years. And now, Lord Mo had actually used the Holy Heavenly Furnace to refine weapons again. Master has been staying with that sword one for the past 3 days, and now he's using the Holy Heavenly Furnace to refine weapons. It seems like he's refining a divine weapon for that sword one. But no matter what, that sword one is only an advanced great divine master. What kind of divine weapon does he want Master to refine for him? It's actually worth Master using the holy heavenly furnace? Bai Yin growled in his heart. Who invited Lord Mo to personally refine a divine weapon, and even let Lord Mo use the holy heavenly furnace to refine it? Young Master Chu's heart was shaken, and his heart was filled with doubts. He tried to ask Bai Yin, but Bai Yin only gave him a few prevarications and did not tell him who invited Lord Mo. Young Master Chu could only investigate on his own. It was not just Bai Yin and young Master Chu. Many experts and blacksmiths in the Fire Cloud Castle were also shocked. But other than surprise, there was more ecstasy and excitement, especially those blacksmiths. The reason why they came to the Fire Cloud Castle was to observe the bloodbath blacksmithing technique. And now, although they could not see the scene of Lord Mo controlling the holy heavenly furnace to refine elixirs, they could only feel the holy heavenly furnace being activated. Feeling the great power of the blacksmithing was of great use to them. In the vast open space under the largest volcano in the center, the holy heavenly furnace was surrounded by a purple-black sea of fire. The aura of the holy treasure level had completely erupted. The holy heavenly furnace has been opened. Little friend Sword One, send your magic weapon over, Lord Mo shouted in a low voice. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. He waved his hand and threw the Blood Mountain sword into the holy heavenly furnace. As soon as it entered the holy heavenly furnace, the purplish-black flames around him suddenly soared. Lord Mo stared at the divine power defense shield and directly rushed into the sea of flames and came to the holy heavenly furnace. Then he began to slap all kinds of handprints on the holy heavenly furnace. These handprints were very unique, and they were a special tool refining method. Jian Wushuang could not understand this tool refining method, but he could feel that as the handprints were made, the temperature of the flames in the holy heavenly furnace became higher and higher. While using the tool refining method, Lord Mo kept throwing some auxiliary materials into the holy heavenly furnace. Time passed slowly. Lord Mo was using the holy heavenly furnace to refine the Blood Mountain sword with all his strength, while Jian Wushuang was watching quietly. Although he did not know how to refine weapons, the skills of a superior 7th-grade weapon refiner were worth watching. In a flash, 9 days passed. During these 9 days, Lord Mo had been using the holy heavenly furnace with all his strength and did not stop for a moment. After 9 days, Jian Wushuang could clearly sense that Lord Mo had used up a lot of divine power and mind power, and he looked a little tired. Because the holy heavenly furnace had been activated, the giant volcano had been shaking violently. The entire Fire Cloud Castle had been shaking for 9 days without any weakening. After 9 days and 9 nights of continuous refining, Lord Mo finally completed the refining step. Little friend Sword One, get ready. We're going to use the essence blood soon, Lord Mo said solemnly. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, and his face became extremely solemn. In the blink of an eye, another hour passed. Buzz! A faint sword hum suddenly sounded from the holy heavenly furnace. The sound was not loud and did not stand out in the sea of fire. However, both Lord Mo and Jian Wushuang heard it clearly, especially Jian Wushuang, who was connected to the Blood Mountain sword Heartblood. He could clearly feel the throbbing of the Blood Mountain sword at this moment. Young friend, quickly send the essence blood into the holy heavenly furnace, Lord Mo shouted. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. He turned his palm, and a drop of scarlet essence, blood, appeared in his palm. Chapter 2845. Four-sided vibration. What appeared in Jian Wushuang's palm was the most complete blood essence that his perfect chaotic creature possessed. Because he had come to look for Lord Mo in order to merge his blood essence into the Blood Mountain sword, he had prepared his blood essence. This drop of blood essence was completely different from the one he had taken out in order to see Lord Mo. Lord Mo had been using the holy heavenly furnace for 9 days and 9 nights, so he was mentally exhausted, but his consciousness was very clear. He had also been staring at Jian Wushuang, wondering what level of blood essence Jian Wushuang had prepared for the most perfect magic weapon. Could it be the blood essence of a special life? Lord Mo was indeed a little curious. So when Jian Wushuang took out the blood essence, he immediately looked over. But when he saw the blood essence in Jian Wushuang's hand, Lord Mo was stunned. That drop of blood essence, Lord Mo's eyes were like two lanterns, staring at the drop of blood essence in Jian Wushuang's palm. Even from a certain distance, he could still feel how pure and powerful the drop of blood essence was. How is it possible? It's dozens of times purer than the drop of blood essence of the special life I received before, or even hundreds of times purer. Lord Mo was completely stunned, or rather, completely stunned. He had met Jian Wushuang because of the drop of blood essence that Jian Wushuang had brought. He was sure that the drop of blood essence was from a special life form. It was much purer than the blood essence of many bloodline races in the divine beginning world. That was what he had always dreamed of. But now he found that the drop of blood essence that he had dreamed of was like the sky and the earth compared to the drop that Jian Wushuang had brought out. It was too pure. Lord Mo had never thought that there was such pure essence blood between heaven and earth. The previous drop was the essence blood of a special life, and it should be very strong among special life forms. This drop of essence blood seems to be 100 times purer than that one. What level is this essence blood? Lord Mo was stunned. At this time, Jian Wushuang had already waved his hand, and this drop of pure and perfect essence blood was immediately thrown toward the holy heavenly furnace. When the essence blood fell into the holy heavenly furnace, it was quite calm at first, but this calm only lasted for a moment. Buzz! A loud and clear sword cry suddenly sounded. The sword cry was extremely ear-piercing. It went along the passage of the volcano above and instantly shot to the 9 heavens, resounding throughout the entire sky. The entire world was stunned by this ear-piercing sword chime. In the next moment, a sword intent suddenly erupted from the holy heavenly furnace. This sword's intent was not that majestic or that powerful. However, the level of this sword intent, or more accurately, the will contained within the sword intent, was enough to shock the heavens. It was a supreme sword intent that looked down on the world and looked down on all living beings as ants. It represented the peak of Sword Tao, the pinnacle of Sword Tao, and also the pinnacle of Sword Tao. Supreme! Buzz! The supreme sword intent shot into the sky and spread out unscrupulously. The area it spread out was extremely wide. The Dragon Phoenix Sacred City had always been under the control of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's nest, in an ancient secret room, an old man dressed in a yellow Taoist robe was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. His eyes were closed as he meditated quietly. However, when that supreme sword intent swept out without restraint, the old man instantly sensed it even though he was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Immediately, the old man's eyes suddenly opened, revealing a pair of deep eyes that pierced through the secret chamber and looked into the distance. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures appeared in the secret chamber almost immediately. The auras of these 2 people were ethereal, but they were far superior to divine masters. They were clearly 2 true undying saints. However, these 2 undying saints were clearly in awe of the aged old man sitting on the futon. What's happening in that direction? The aged old man asked faintly. That direction should be where the Fire Cloud Castle is. I received news a few days ago that old man Mo has already started to refine treasures. This time, he even used the sacred heavenly furnace to refine them. From the looks of it, he should have refined an extraordinary treasure, a woman in green said. It seems so. However, the Fire Cloud Castle is extremely far away from our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The treasure that old man Mo refined over there actually has a great deterrent effect on us, who are hundreds of millions of miles away. What exactly did he refine? The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. Immediately get someone to investigate carefully and find out what he refined. Also, Elder Chin, you have to make a trip there yourself. All right. The green-robed woman nodded slightly. With a flash of her figure, she disappeared from the secret chamber. This was a nameless mountain peak in Dragon Phoenix, Sacred City. A handsome and cold man was standing on the peak. This cold and handsome man looked very young, but his silver-white hair almost reached his waist. His figure was also ethereal, and his aura seemed to be indistinct. However, his eyes were bright and full of spirit, as if they were exploding. At this moment, this cold and handsome man with silver-white hair looked directly into the distant void. Sword intent. What a sword intent! This sword intent must have come from a place billions of miles away, an extremely distant place. It's clearly not too powerful, but the will contained in the sword intent actually made me want to submit. With such a terrifying sword intent, could it be that a true treasure has been born in that place? The silver-haired man muttered to himself, and his voice was also illusory. Supreme treasure? Master, where did you say a supreme treasure was born? Next to the handsome man was a teenager who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. This teenager carried a long sword on his back and held one in his hand. When he heard the former's words, he immediately became excited. Shut up! The handsome man berated. That sword intent is supreme. It has a certain effect on you right now. Calm down and carefully sense it. With your current sword Tao cultivation, it's very difficult for you to sense the existence of that sword intent. However, as long as you sense even a little bit of it, your sword Tao cultivation will be able to increase by a lot. Can you improve your swordsmanship cultivation? The 15-year-old stared at him. His interest immediately piqued. Then he sat cross-legged next to him and began to meditate and experience it. Chapter 2846. Hungry? The supreme sword intent contained within the ear-piercing sword chime was earth-shattering. The commotion it caused was simply too great. In the sacred Dragon and Phoenix City, those who stood at the peak were all alarmed, and their gazes all focused on the Fire Cloud Castle. They all knew that a great change had occurred within the Fire Cloud Castle. However, although the top super-existences were shocked, the ordinary cultivators were not affected except for those around Fire Cloud Castle. They did not even notice the change. Fire Cloud Castle, at the bottom of the largest volcano. This sword essence is so high level. Jian Wushuang was still standing outside the fire sea. In the holy heavenly furnace at the center of the fire sea, he could clearly feel the shocking sword essence from the Blood Mountain sword. Naturally, he was even more shocked. A single drop of blood essence is not the limit of this divine sword. My friend, do you still have blood essence? Lord Mo, who was standing beside the holy heavenly furnace, looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not say anything. With a flip of his hand, 2 more drops of blood essence appeared in his hand. Looking at these 2 drops of blood essence, Lord Mo's pupils suddenly shrank. These 2 drops of blood essence were clearly the same as the one that had just been dropped into the holy heavenly furnace. Go! Jian Wushuang sent the 2nd drop of blood essence into the holy heavenly furnace. In an instant, the supreme sword essence that had already been extremely powerful burst out from the holy heavenly furnace, once again soared, and it soared several times. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang did not stop and continued to send the 3rd drop of blood essence into the holy heavenly furnace. After the blood essence was absorbed by the Blood Mountain sword, the sword essence that burst out from the Blood Mountain sword soared to another level. Hasn't it reached its limit? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He was connected to the Blood Mountain sword's heart blood, so he could clearly sense the desire of the Blood Mountain sword. It was obvious that the Blood Mountain sword wanted more. It wanted more of his essence blood. However, This made Jian Wushuang worried. After all, there was not a lot of essence blood, like ordinary blood. Essence blood required a long time for a cultivator to accumulate and condense. It took a lot of time. When he was refining the golden armor in the Witch Desert Wilderness, Jian Wushuang knew that he would be able to use his essence blood to fuse with the Blood Mountain sword. Therefore, he began to condense and accumulate his essence blood. Even so, he had only condensed 4 drops of essence blood. He had diluted 1 drop of the 4 drops of essence blood into 100 drops. The quality was not up to standard. He had given the remaining 3 drops to the Blood Mountain sword, but they still could not meet the requirements of the sword. There is no more complete blood essence. Try the defective one. Jian Wushuang immediately waved his hand and took out a jade bottle, which contained drops of broken blood essence. Each drop was no better than the one given to Lord Mo. Master Mo was shocked to see this. Then Jian Wushuang threw the drops of essence blood into the holy heavenly furnace. However, when the essence blood was thrown into the holy heavenly furnace, it only made the flames in the holy heavenly furnace abnormally strong. Jian Wushuang found that the Blood Mountain sword did not absorb the essence blood at all. It could have absorbed it, but it deliberately did not. It was as if the Blood Mountain sword despised the blood essence. Yes, it despised it. The Blood Mountain sword had absorbed 3 drops of perfect blood essence in a row. How could it be willing to absorb the defective blood essence? This little thing! Jian Wushuang felt bitter in his heart. He did not continue to throw the blood essence into the Blood Mountain sword. It was purely a waste. The Blood Mountain sword did not absorb it at all. Sword 1, do you have the higher level blood essence from before? Lord Mo looked at Jian Wushuang. I only have 3 drops and I have used them all. However, my magic weapon has not absorbed it to its limit. Its intelligence tells me that it is still very hungry. Jian Wushuang said, Very hungry? Lord Mo frowned. Then he said in a low voice, The weapon spirit of your magic sword is very smart. After absorbing the 3 drops of essence blood, it no longer cares about the other essence blood. Now, it's impossible to absorb the essence blood for it. Why don't you try to absorb some other treasures, such as some genius, earthly treasures? Genius, earthly treasures? Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and then he took out the 12,000-pound Blood Wilderness Emperor Crystal. This Blood Wilderness Emperor Crystal should be the most precious genius, earthly treasure in his hands. It was extremely expensive and could be exchanged for 5 million Saint elixirs. If it were any other time, Jian Wushuang would not be willing to take it out. But now he was not stingy with the Blood Mountain sword, which had been with him for God knows how many years. Without any hesitation, Jian Wushuang threw the Blood Wilderness Emperor Crystal into the holy heavenly furnace. After the Blood Wilderness Emperor Crystal entered the holy heavenly furnace, Jian Wushuang immediately found that the Blood Mountain sword had begun to absorb the Blood Wilderness Emperor Crystal. Sure enough, it's not interested in blood essence, but it's interested in other treasures. A smile appeared on Jian Wushuang's face. Little guy, eat up. Eat more. The more you eat, the stronger your power will be. Jian Wushuang was full of expectation. However, this expectation only lasted for a moment, and then he was stunned. The 12,000-pound Blood Wilderness Emperor Crystal that he threw into the holy heavenly furnace had been completely devoured by the Blood Mountain sword, but the Blood Mountain sword sent him a message. He was still very hungry. Is he still hungry? Jian Wushuang said with a bitter face, The Blood Wilderness Emperor Crystal is already the most precious treasure in my hands. As for the other treasures that can be given to you, although there are some, they're not very valuable. You can eat them yourself. With a wave of his hand, Jian Wushuang took out one treasure after another and threw them directly at the holy heavenly furnace. Over the years, he had fought everywhere, killed countless experts, and even killed many great divine masters. These experts had all kinds of treasures on them, so naturally there were many natural treasures. Jian Wushuang put all these natural treasures together. He had planned to sell all of them in the future in exchange for some holy elixirs. But now, in order to satisfy the Blood Mountain sword, he threw all these natural treasures into the holy heavenly furnace without any pity. As soon as the treasures entered the holy heavenly furnace, the higher-level ones were immediately devoured by the Blood Mountain sword. As for the lower-level ones, the Blood Mountain sword did not bother with them at all. He has a big appetite, and he is very crafty. Jian Wushuang could not help but sigh when he saw this scene. After a long time, all the treasures in Jian Wushuang's body had been thrown into the holy heavenly furnace. However, they still could not satisfy the Blood Mountain sword's appetite. Chapter 2847 was done. After absorbing 3 drops of perfect blood essence and devouring so many treasures, including a 12,000-pound blood wilderness emperor crystal, you still can't satisfy your appetite. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. He had nothing left for the Blood Mountain sword to continue devouring. At this moment, Lord Mo, who had been standing beside the holy heavenly furnace, frowned slightly. Then he flipped his hand and took out all kinds of treasures from his interspatial ring. Lord Mo. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Lord Mo did not pay much attention to Jian Wushuang. He just kept throwing those treasures into the holy heavenly furnace. But Lord Mo was the #1 blacksmith in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. He was also a powerful immortal saint who was rich, especially in all kinds of materials and treasures. Therefore, under Jian Wushuang's shocked gaze, Lord Mo took out one after another precious materials and treasures. Each of these treasures was extraordinary. Many of them were priceless. There were several treasures that were comparable to the Blood Wilderness Emperor Crystal, and some were even more precious. In addition, there were some treasures that Jian Wushuang did not know and could not name. However, they were obviously extraordinary treasures. Lord Mo threw them into the holy heavenly furnace, and all the treasures that he threw into it were devoured by the Blood Mountain sword on the spot. Jian Wushuang saw them and could not help but feel sorry for Lord Mo. However, Lord Mo's expression was very calm, as if what was thrown into the holy heavenly furnace were not priceless treasures, but just pieces of ordinary firewood. After nearly half an hour, Lord Mo had thrown at least hundreds of treasures into the holy heavenly furnace. The Blood Mountain sword finally stopped absorbing. Finally full. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and stared at the holy heavenly furnace. Buzz! There was still a loud sword chime. The sword chime also carried a supreme sword essence. But the difference was that this sword's intent was more than 10 times stronger than the previous sword's intent. This sword intent truly shook the past and the present. Inside and outside the Fire Cloud Castle, countless cultivators stood there in shock. Feeling the sword intent that had increased by more than 10 times, they were all stunned. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the weathered old man had already stood up. With his hands behind his back, he looked in the direction of the Fire Cloud Castle, but his frown deepened. On the nameless peak, the silver-haired, handsome man narrowed his eyes. The youth who had been sitting cross-legged by the side was suddenly overjoyed. "Master, I can sense it, I can sense it." "There's nothing to be proud of," the handsome man said in a low voice. "If you could sense it before, it would be considered powerful. But now, that sword intent has increased by dozens of times. If you can't sense it again, you're not qualified to be my disciple." Hearing this, the young man curled his lips, but he did not know what to say. Under the huge volcano. "Is it done?" Lord Mo was a little excited, even more excited than Jian Wushuang. He stared at the holy heavenly furnace in front of him and then made a few more handprints. The purple-black flames around the holy heavenly furnace swept crazily, and a magic sword slowly rose from the holy heavenly furnace. "Condense." Lord Mo struck out his last hand seal. The supreme sword essence emitted by the divine sword was instantly withdrawn, and the light on the long sword slowly faded. The Blood Mountain sword also returned to its original appearance. As Jian Wushuang waved his hand, the Blood Mountain sword immediately rushed toward Jian Wushuang and was once again in Jian Wushuang's hand. As soon as he held the sword, he immediately noticed that it was different from before. Previously, although the Blood Mountain sword was his natal magic weapon and connected with his heart and blood, it was not perfect. But now, Jian Wushuang felt that the Blood Mountain sword was completely one with him. It was as if the Blood Mountain sword was already a part of his body, like his hands and feet. He could use it perfectly. As expected, after merging with my blood essence, my control of the Blood Mountain sword has become even more perfect. Moreover, after absorbing 3 drops of my perfect blood essence and devouring so many rare and precious treasures, the power of the Blood Mountain sword should have been greatly enhanced. Jian Wushuang slightly tightened his grip on the divine sword. Then he carefully examined the Blood Mountain sword. Just as he had expected, the power of the Blood Mountain sword had been greatly enhanced. Previously, the power of the Blood Mountain sword in his hand was only at the superior heavenly treasure level. But now, although he had not really attacked, Jian Wushuang could still feel that the true power of the Blood Mountain sword had reached the level of a holy treasure, and it was definitely much stronger than an ordinary holy treasure. Most importantly, Jian Wushuang found that the sword edge of the Blood Mountain sword had become sharper. To be exact, it was extremely sharp. This sword edge, Jian Wushuang touched the sword edge with his fingers. He had an illusion that as long as the Blood Mountain sword exerted a little force, his palm would be directly cut off, no matter how strong his protective ability was or what kind of defensive means he had on the surface of his body. Jian Wushuang even subconsciously felt that even if the cultivator in front of him was wearing a body protection armor at the level of holy treasure, the sword edge of the Blood Mountain sword was enough to tear apart the body protection armor at the level of holy treasure. Then he continued to kill his opponent. It was this sharp feeling that could tear apart and cut through all obstacles. As for how sharp it was, Jian Wushuang had to experience real combat and kill a cultivator with the Blood Mountain sword before he knew. Its power has become much stronger, and its blade is much sharper than before. Compared to before, the transformation of the Blood Mountain sword is indeed huge. But that should not be all. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. The Blood Mountain sword had fused with 3 drops of his perfect blood essence. According to the effect of 3 drops of blood essence, it should be more than that. Jian Wushuang immediately continued to study it. As he studied it, he soon found the deepest thing hidden in the Blood Mountain sword. This is sword essence. Jian Wushuang's expression had become extremely stunned. It was not his fault, because he felt the existence of a sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword. This sword essence was none other than the supreme sword essence that the Blood Mountain sword had wantonly released. That sword intent was not too strong, but it was too detached. It was so detached that it made one's hair stand on end. But this sword intent was completely preserved in the Blood Mountain sword. Chapter 2848. 8th grade. This sword essence. Jian Wushuang carefully felt the sword essence. He could see that it had completely integrated into the Blood Mountain sword and became a part of it. As the master of the Blood Mountain sword, he could naturally use this sword essence. Jian Wushuang immediately tried to communicate with the sword essence, trying to guide it. But in the end, he only managed to guide a bit of the sword essence. This sword essence is too extraordinary. With my current comprehension of sword principle, it seems very difficult to guide this sword essence. Jian Wushuang frowned, but soon relaxed. There's no rush. This sword essence has just merged with the Blood Mountain sword. I'll study it when I have time. Jian Wushuang exhaled slightly, but a smile appeared on his face. In general, he was very satisfied with the transformation of the Blood Mountain sword, especially the supreme sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword. Jian Wushuang had a feeling that it would be very useful to him. After briefly checking the changes in the Blood Mountain sword, Jian Wushuang looked at Lord Mo again. However, at the sight of Lord Mo, Jian Wushuang's expression became strange. After the refinement and the transformation of the Blood Mountain sword, Lord Mo closed his eyes and stood there without moving. It seemed that he had understood something. Jian Wushuang also knew this, so he just stood quietly by the side and did not disturb him. After a long time, Lord Mo, who was standing motionlessly, suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, an unprecedentedly fierce light turned into 2 bolts of lightning and suddenly shot out. Lord Mo's expression also instantly became pleasantly surprised. Haha! I finally made it. After so many years, I finally made it. God really treats me well. Lord Mo laughed loudly with a hint of madness in his voice. This madness was completely caused by surprise and joy. Jian Wushuang stood aside and listened, but his expression changed. He could see that Lord Mo was so pleasantly surprised because he had made a breakthrough. And the breakthrough was not about strength, right? Lord Mo, what are you? Jian Wushuang said. My friend, Sword One. I have to thank you and the magic weapon in your hand. Lord Mo smiled and said, I have become a 7th grade weapon refiner and even reached the peak of the 7th grade. I haven't had the chance to advance for many years. It has been too long. I have dreamed of taking that step and becoming a true 8th grade weapon refiner. After all, the path of weapon refining is different from cultivation. The peak of the 8th and 7th grades may seem like a step away, but they are 2 completely different levels. They are 2 completely different worlds. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, I once met a true 8th grade weapon refiner. At that time, I was completely convinced by his weapon refining methods. I even wanted to become his disciple, but that person was only a low-grade 8th grade weapon refiner. I really yearned for that level, but unfortunately that step is extremely difficult. Other cultivators encounter their own bottlenecks, and it is much more difficult. Moreover, there are no shortcuts. I have been stuck on this step for so many years. I originally thought that I would never be able to break through again in this lifetime, but today, I broke through. I finally took that step and became a true 8th grade weapon refiner. Lord Mo's laughter reverberated throughout the entire open space. It was indeed filled with joy. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly when he heard it. He guessed that Lord Mo's breakthrough was not due to his own strength. Perhaps his strength had also improved, but what truly made him so ecstatic and even made him disregard his status at the peak? It could only be a breakthrough in the weapon refining Tao. As expected, Lord Mo was a top 7th grade weapon refiner, and he had truly reached the 8th grade. 8th grade weapon refiner was an extremely respected figure even in the vast 3rd heaven, not to mention in the remote territory of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Congratulations, Lord Mo, Jian Wushuang said, congratulating him. This time, I can advance 1 step further by refining again. Thanks to your help. You don't need to call me Master Mo anymore. My name is Immortal. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Mo, Immortal said. This, Jian Wushuang was a bit surprised. What, do you think I'm not good enough for you? Immortal pretended to be unhappy. I wouldn't dare, Brother Mo. Jian Wushuang quickly changed the way he addressed him. That's more like it. Immortal smiled again, feeling very happy. In fact, if it was an ordinary person, even some powerful immortal saints, Immortal's strength and identity might not be taken seriously. As for calling him brother, it was even more impossible. The reason why Immortal was willing to make friends with Jian Wushuang in such a way was that Jian Wushuang had indeed helped him a great deal this time, which made him very surprised. Secondly, he also saw that Jian Wushuang was extraordinary. From the beginning, when Jian Wushuang took out the drop of blood essence, which made him think that it was the blood essence of a special life, he had already seen that Jian Wushuang, an advanced great divine master, was not simple. However, when Jian Wushuang took out the Blood Mountain sword, Immortal felt even more incredulous. As for what really shocked him, it was the 3 drops of blood essence that Jian Wushuang took out one after another during the refining process. The 3 drops of blood essence were completely beyond Immortal's understanding. However, he could see that the 3 drops of blood essence did not come from any other place, but Jian Wushuang's own blood essence. Who was Jian Wushuang to have condensed such incredible essence blood that was completely beyond his knowledge? Immortal did not know. He could not even guess it, but he knew that Jian Wushuang's origin must be shocking. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to put on any airs? Similarly, he did not dare to put on airs, which was why the scene happened. My friend Sword One, after refining, absorbing 3 drops of your blood essence and so many treasures, your sword must have changed a lot. How does it feel? Immortal asked. It's a big change, and it feels good, but how much has changed? I have to find time to study it. Jian Wushuang smiled. Your sword has an amazing origin and great potential, Immortal said with a sigh. I have refined many divine weapons for many years, including many natal divine weapons. The natal divine weapons I have refined can at least become supreme grade, holy treasures in the future. If I'm lucky, they might even become supreme treasures in the future. Chapter 2849. Potential Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Magic weapons and treasures were divided into earthly treasures, heavenly treasures, holy treasures, and legendary supreme treasures. Among them, earthly treasures and heavenly treasures were only ordinary to the top, but at the level of holy treasures, the division was even more obvious. Holy treasures were divided into 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade, and supreme grade holy treasures. Each level was also divided from ordinary to the top. For example, the holy treasure level saber that Jian Wushuang had gotten from the secret realm and given to Yin Suer to handle was only a 3rd grade holy treasure. The Blood Mountain sword in Jian Wushuang's hand, in terms of power, should be at the top of the 3rd grade, barely reaching the 2nd grade. However, because of the sharpness of the Blood Mountain sword, it would be more effective in Jian Wushuang's hand than many 2nd grade holy treasures. As for the potential mentioned by Immortal, any natal magic weapon had potential. This potential depended on many factors, such as the materials used to refine it, the level of the blacksmith, the strength of the blood essence, and so on. The greater the potential, the greater the room for the natal magic weapon to grow in the future. For example, the golden armor that Jian Wushuang had refined from Master Kuan, a 4th grade weapon refiner, in the which desert waste domain was only limited to an ordinary waste domain. The materials used to refine it was very ordinary, so a 4th grade weapon refiner standard was naturally not that high, even if the golden armor had undergone a substantial transformation and possessed a certain potential because of the integration of Jian Wushuang's own blood essence. According to Jian Wushuang's estimation, it would at most reach the level of a supreme grade holy treasure. In other words, no matter how much Jian Wushuang's strength increased in the future, the golden armor would at most reach the level of a supreme grade holy treasure. It was impossible for it to become a legendary supreme grade holy treasure unless it was reforged. This was the potential of a natal weapon. Immortal used to be a top-notch 7th grade blacksmith. When he forged a natal weapon, the materials used to forge it was also very rare. Naturally, the natal weapons he forged had extraordinary potential. Even the weakest could reach the level of a supreme grade holy treasure. This could already be considered very impressive. The strongest treasure that I refined before was something that the Bone Emperor asked me to refine. That treasure has great potential. As long as the Bone Emperor's own strength can reach it, he has a chance to become a supreme grade treasure. Unfortunately, that treasure of the Bone Emperor is far, far inferior to this divine sword of yours. Immortal sighed. This magic weapon of yours has no flaws. It's the most perfect natal magic weapon. Now that it's fused with your 3 drops of essence blood, its potential has been stimulated. In the future, as long as you keep up with your strength, it can continue to grow and become a supreme treasure, even a top-notch supreme treasure. Moreover, this is far from the limit of your magic sword. Oh! Jian Wushuang looked at Immortal. Sword One, you should have noticed that the essence blood you have absorbed during the refining process is far from the true requirements of your magic sword, Immortal said. I noticed. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. During the refining process, he had only absorbed 3 drops of his own essence blood for the Blood Mountain sword, which was obviously not the limit of the sword. However, he had already used up his own essence blood. He had intended to use the diluted essence blood to replace it, who knew that the Blood Mountain sword's appetite was so bad that it no longer cared about the low-end blood essence. Therefore, in the end, he could only feed the Blood Mountain sword with a large number of weapon-making materials and some natural treasures. Those weapon-making materials and natural treasures are just to satisfy your sword's appetite, but you haven't really developed the sword. Therefore, there is still a lot of room for your sword's potential in the future. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have more blood essence, Immortal said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled. He also saw that there was still room for further development of the Blood Mountain sword. However, the Blood Mountain sword was only interested in his perfect blood essence. However, it was not easy to condense his blood essence. He needed a lot of time to accumulate it. Moreover, he was only a divine master, so it did not take him too long to condense his blood essence. However, as his realm continued to improve and the strength of his divine power continued to increase, it would become more difficult to condense his blood essence. When that time came, just condensing a drop of blood essence, it would take thousands of years to condense a drop of blood essence. At that time, it would not be easy for him to accumulate enough blood essence for the Blood Mountain sword. Not only do you need enough blood essence, but after this refinement, it will be impossible for me, a mere 8th grade blacksmith, to infuse blood essence into the sword again. Even a 9th grade blacksmith might not be able to do so. Therefore, you can only go to the 3rd heaven and look for rare blacksmiths who have surpassed the 9th grade. They might have a way, Immortal said. So troublesome. Jian Wushuang frowned. After all, the accumulation of blood essence only needed time, and he could accept it. But to merge the blood essence into the Blood Mountain sword again, he needed a weapon refiner of the 9th grade and above. The highest level of weapon refining was the 9th grade. The primordial divine world was vast, and there might be weapon refiners above the 9th grade, but it was not easy to find them. Even if he found them, it would be very difficult to get them to agree to help him refine weapons. It would also be extremely difficult. There's no rush. The current potential of the Blood Mountain sword is enough for me. As for further improvement, I'll think of something later when my strength continues to increase and I have sufficient capital, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. My young friend Sword One, there's something. Immortal continued to look at Jian Wushuang, but he wanted to say something, but he hesitated, and his expression was clearly a little awkward. Brother Emo, what's the matter? Just tell me, Jian Wushuang said. It's like this. I saw that you took out a lot of blood essence during the refining process, and the purity of the blood essence seems to be the same as the drop you gave me. If I'm not wrong, you used your own blood essence to decompose the blood essence, right? Immortal asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Well, do you have any more of this decomposed blood essence? Immortal looked at Jian Wushuang eagerly. Seeing Immortal's expression, Jian Wushuang instantly understood what he wanted. Brother Mo, do you want this blood essence? I do have some. Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and one jade bottle after another appeared. The jade bottle contained drops of essence blood that were less than 1% of his original purity. Chapter 2850. Conditions previously, Jian Wushuang had diluted his perfect essence blood to a total of 100 drops. He had a total of 100 drops of essence blood. Although he had given 1 drop to Immortal and wasted some during the refining process, he still had enough. Now he had taken out 10 drops. Looking at the essence of blood, Immortal's eyes immediately became fiery. "My friend, can you give me some of this essence blood?" "Of course, I want to take it for free. If you have any conditions, feel free to ask." "I will try my best to satisfy you," Immortal said. "Brother Mo, this essence blood is not very useful to me. Since you want it, I will give you 10 more drops." Jian Wushuang smiled and directly threw the 10 jade bottles to Immortal. This is too much." Immortal took the jade bottles and looked at the drops of essence blood that he could not get even in his dreams. He was very excited. After a while, he took 8 bottles. He returned the other 2 bottles to Jian Wushuang. 8 drops, plus the previous one. 9 drops of this essence blood is enough. Immortal said with a smile, "Brother Mo, don't be polite with me. I do have a lot of essence blood like this," Jian Wushuang said and waved his hand again. Immediately, more jade bottles appeared. Looking at these jade bottles, the corner of Immortal's mouth twitched slightly. He once wanted to get a drop of essence blood like this, but he could not get it no matter how much he paid. But now, seeing Jian Wushuang take out such a drop of blood essence, it was as if he was taking something that could be easily seen. Naturally, he was not happy. 9 drops of blood essence is indeed enough. Any more, and the blood essence would not be precious, Immortal said. Any one of these 9 drops of blood essence is worth more than 1,000,000 saint elixirs. I took 9 drops at one go, which is equivalent to tens of millions of saint elixirs. But I don't know what conditions you have. If I can do it, I will try my best to satisfy you." "No need." Jian Wushuang shook his head and smiled. "Brother Mo, you have already merged your blood essence into my magic weapon for me. In the process of refining it, you have also spent a lot of materials and treasures to satisfy its appetite. That's enough for the 9 drops of blood essence." "That's different. The materials and treasures used in the process of refining the magic weapon are of great use to me. Because of that, I was lucky enough to break through to become an 8th grade weapon refiner. This is more important to me than the treasures I used." "Now I can't take your blood essence for free," Immortal said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help smiling bitterly. "How about this, my friend Sword One? Do you have any treasures at the level of holy treasure that you can use? If you do, I will make another one for you. I will provide you with the materials and various things you need to make the magic weapon. You just need to tell me what you want," Immortal said. This, Jian Wushuang frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he raised his head again. "I already have my natal magic weapon and natal armor, so I don't need them for the time being. If Brother Mo really feels bad, you can make a domain-type treasure for me." "Domain-type treasure?" Immortal's expression changed. "Yes." Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He had many skills, and one of the most powerful was his domain. He had a total of 4 domains, and when they worked together, they were extremely powerful. Especially during the battle between the 2 camps, his domain skill was enough to change the situation of the entire battlefield. However, the domain-type treasure, the golden feather illusionary light mirror, was only a top-tier heavenly treasure. Although its power was quite impressive, as Jian Wushuang encountered stronger opponents, the effect of this domain was greatly reduced. Naturally, Jian Wushuang wanted a more powerful holy treasure. That way, his many domains would be terrifying. Domain-type treasures are the most complicated and difficult among all the treasures. If I had not taken this step before, I would have to activate the Holy Heavenly Furnace to refine a decent domain-type holy treasure. But now, even without the Holy Heaven Furnace, I can still refine it. However, I need some time to prepare the materials. I'm afraid I can't refine it in a short time, Immortal said. "There's no hurry," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "In that case, I'll have to ask you to wait a little longer," Immortal said with a smile. Then he continued, in addition, although domain-type holy treasures are precious, their prices are still far inferior to those 9 drops of essence blood. So, how about this? I'll add 2 million holy elixirs to this domain-type holy treasure for you, okay? 2 million holy elixirs. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Sure. This time he did not choose to refuse. Instead, he directly agreed. After all, he needed holy elixirs. He needed a large number of holy elixirs to improve his realm. After all, his current realm was only that of a peak divine master. Previously, he had planned to get rid of the 12,000 pounds of blood wilderness emperor crystals while refining the blood mountain sword. That way, he could get a large number of holy elixirs to break through. He did not expect that the blood mountain sword would directly swallow the blood wilderness emperor crystals during the refining process. Besides the treasure he needed, all the other treasures in his hands had been used up. He really did not have much wealth. At this critical moment, Immortal agreed to give him 2 million holy elixirs. This was tantamount to timely help. Jian Wushuang certainly would not refuse. Immortal took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Jian Wushuang. There are 2 million sane elixirs in this interspatial ring and my communication token. When I am ready to refine the domain type, holy treasure, I will send a message to you. No problem. Jian Wushuang smiled and gave the result of the interspatial ring. By the way, Immortal said, Sword One, the blood essence in your hand is extremely valuable, especially your own blood essence. It is even more incredible. But don't take it out in the future, and don't be stupid enough to sell it for sane elixirs or other treasures. If you are not careful, you might even be killed. Yes, I know. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Of course. He knew that the blood essence was very important, especially his own blood essence, the most perfect blood essence. If it really spread, it would attract many experts. Chapter 2851. Troublesome because he knew this, he had only used 1% of his blood essence after diluting it in order to meet Immortal, and he had only taken out 1 drop, until he had no way to take out his perfect blood essence in order to fuse it into the blood mountain sword, and only in front of Immortal. As for selling his blood essence in exchange for a large number of holy elixirs or other treasures, if it was the decomposed blood essence, he could try 1 or 2 drops, but there were too many of them, and he would never sell them. As for his own blood essence, he would never give it to anyone. Blood essence was a symbol of life. Therefore, selling blood essence was a violation of one's dignity. No one, no expert of any bloodline, would sell their essence blood or give it to others unless they were really at the end of their rope. Immortal wanted to say something, but suddenly his expression changed, and he frowned slightly. Sword One, we are in trouble, Immortal said. What's wrong? Jian Wushuang looked over. You know how loud the noise was when we were refining the weapon, especially the supreme sword essence. It was so loud that some old men in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and a few top experts of sword principle sensed it. As for the surroundings of my Fire Cloud Castle, they are all guessing that I should have refined a great sword principle weapon or treasure. Even the Bone Emperor sent a message to me personally, Immortal said with a bitter smile. Bone Emperor sent a message personally? Jian Wushuang was stunned. He knew that the disturbance caused by the artifact refinement would definitely attract the attention of some experts. However, he did not expect that Bone Emperor would be alerted and ask about it personally. It's normal for Bone Emperor to ask about it personally. After all, he was the only one who asked me to refine a treasure using the holy heavenly furnace for so many years. So this time, of course, he wants to know who asked me to refine a treasure using the holy heavenly furnace, and what level of magic weapon it is. Immortal smiled. It's just a casual question from Bone Emperor. I just need to find a reason to tell him about it. The trouble is that the experts who have arrived in my Fire Cloud Castle will definitely find out about it. They might even find a way to find out about it. By then, they might be able to trace it back to you. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. He had come to look for Tao to refine a treasure. If it was just an ordinary treasure, it would be fine. However, the commotion this time was so big. Once people found out that he had asked Immortal to refine a treasure, all the experts would definitely target him. By then, there would be a lot of trouble. Immortal naturally knew of this, so he immediately sent a message to his personal disciple Bai Yan. Not long after, Bai Yan arrived at this empty space. Master. Bai Yan was incomparably respectful in front of Immortal. Disciple, how is the situation in the Fire Cloud Castle right now? Immortal directly asked. Replying, Master, ever since you activated the sacred heavenly furnace and started to refine a weapon, the entire Fire Cloud Castle has been shaken. The various powers also quickly received the news. The world overlords of the 4 pavilions, the various realm lords of the various realm verses, as well as the rulers of some of the major powers in the Golden Crow 9 realms, all sent messages to ask me about the cause of this matter. However, I only gave them a few words of prevarication and didn't explain it to them. These people are just here to ask questions, but some experts from the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City have come to visit, especially a Supreme Elder from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Bai Yan said. A Supreme Elder from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was one of the 4 pavilions, and its geniuses were as numerous as clouds. To be able to become a Supreme Elder, he must be a genuine immortal saint. How many people in the Fire Cloud Castle know that Sword One came to see me? Immortal asked. There should only be 4 people who know about it, Bai Yan said solemnly. The first one is a guard at the level of a novice, great divine master. He brought Mr. Sword One into the Fire Cloud Castle. Kill him, Immortal said directly. Bai Yan and Jian Wushuang were both stunned. The former nodded slightly, then he said, The second one is Junior Brother Fan, Xan. I thought that Sword One was just an ordinary, advanced, great divine master. So I let Junior Brother Fan, Xan, pick him up. It was not until Mr. Sword One took out the 12,000 pounds of Blood Wilderness Emperor Crystal that I personally went to receive him. Fan, Xan. Immortal narrowed his eyes. Tell him that from today on he will go into closed-door cultivation and cannot come out for 10,000 years. Yes. Bai Yan accepted the order and continued, The third one is me. Bai Yan was a little shocked, but he still had some confidence. He was different from the guard and Fan, Xan. He was Immortal's personal disciple and could be said to be Immortal's successor. Immortal would not go so far as to deal with Jian Wushuang in order to cover up his existence or ask him to enter closed-door cultivation for 10,000 years. As expected, Immortal only exhorted him, You should know the severity of the matter. You must not reveal the existence of little friend Sword One, and you must not let anyone know that it was little friend Sword One who asked me to refine that magic weapon. Otherwise, even if you are my personal disciple, I will not show mercy. I understand. Bai Yan heaved a sigh of relief. You just said that there should be 4 people who know of little friend Sword One's existence, but you only said 3. Who else is there? Immortal looked over. There's still one more. Bai Yan frowned. Master, the last person who knows of little friend Sword One's existence is young Master Chu. Young Master Chu? Which young Master Chu? Immortal asked. He's the young master of the heavenly Chu realm lord. Bai Yan replied softly. It's him. Immortal's expression changed. Why would he come to my Fire Cloud Castle, and how would he know about this matter? Replying, Master, 16 years later, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will open the Dragon Phoenix rankings for the young Phoenix. At that time, countless experts would dare to go, and this young master, Chu, has a special liking for the young Phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He wanted to take the opportunity to send a huge gift to that young Phoenix in order to gain the favor of that young Phoenix. Hence, he specially rushed here. His motive is the same as Mr. Sword One. He also wanted Master to personally refine a special treasure for him. Bai Yen spoke. When Mr. Sword One came to my fire cloud castle, I happened to be in the middle of a conversation with young Master Chu. When the guard came to report, he did not lower his voice, so young Master Chu heard that Mr. Sword One had come to visit. However, when the guard reported, it also showed that Mr. Sword One was only an advanced Great Divine Master. I also instructed Fan Xan to receive him in front of that young Master Chu. Chapter 2852 Little Phoenix Bastard. In order to gain a good impression of the current Little Phoenix, he actually wants me to personally refine a treasure for him. The young master of the Tian Chu Realm Lord, what great ability! Mo Tao's voice was obviously filled with anger. At the same time, he also blamed Bai Yen. You too, you actually let that young Master Chu hear about the matter of Sword One paying a visit. Bai Yen immediately lowered his head, not daring to look into Mo Tao's eyes. Brother Mo, young Master Chu only heard about my visit, but in a place like Fire Cloud Castle, people come to visit every day. I'm only an advanced divine master, so he wouldn't think about it. Even if he did, he wouldn't be sure and wouldn't bring me too much trouble, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. He spoke casually, but Bai Yen was shocked when she heard what he said. Brother Mo? He actually called Master Brother Mo, and Master clearly doesn't have any dissatisfaction? Bai Yan's face was filled with disbelief. He knew his master's identity. Even if the other party was an immortal saint, he would not be able to address his master so intimately. However, Sword One had only asked his master to refine a divine weapon, yet his master's attitude had changed so drastically. Furthermore, in order not to let others know of Sword One's existence, he had directly executed a guard and had Fan Xan enter seclusion for 10,000 years. It was very obvious that Sword One's status was in his master's heart had reached an extremely high level. I hope that Master Chu doesn't think too much about it, or else. Mo Tao's face darkened slightly, and then he glanced at Bai Yen. Take Sword One and leave the underground palace immediately. Don't let anyone know. As for the other matters, leave them to me. Yes. Bai Yen nodded respectfully. Sword One, leave with him first. When the time is right, I will personally send a message to you, Mo Tao said. Okay. Jian Wushuang smiled and then followed Bai Yen. Fire Cloud Castle was located in a huge group of volcanoes, and many places led to the underground of the volcanoes. Deep underground, there was an extremely hidden underground palace, which could directly lead to the outside world. Mo Tao and Bai Yen were the only two people in Fire Cloud Castle who knew about the existence of this underground palace. Now Bai Yen was leading Jian Wushuang in this underground palace. Mr. Sword One, it's thanks to you to excuse me in front of Master just now. Otherwise, if my master was angry, he would have punished me, Bai Yen said humbly. Before, although Bai Yen did not dare to underestimate Jian Wushuang, he was not so humble. But now, when he heard Jian Wushuang call his master brother Mo, his attitude toward Jian Wushuang had completely changed. He became very warm and even respectful. It's just a small matter. Mr. Bai Yen, don't take it to heart. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, By the way, I just heard from you that in 16 years, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will open the Dragon Phoenix list for the young Phoenix? What's going on? This matter has been widely spread in the Dragon Phoenix, Sacred City. How could you not know about it, Mr. Sword One? Bai Yen looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. To tell you the truth, I just came to the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City, so I don't know much about it, Jian Wushuang said. No wonder. Bai Yen understood and then explained, this matter has to start with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is one of the 4 pavilions in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. It has a deep foundation and is recognized as the cradle of geniuses in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Those who can enter the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and become its disciples are all dragons and phoenixes among men. It's true. Among the genius disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the male disciple with the highest talent is called the Hidden Dragon, and the female disciple with the highest talent is called the young phoenix. There are many geniuses in this generation of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Hidden Dragon Chen Hao has reached the limit of the supreme divinity with outstanding talent. He is an invincible divine master who is extremely powerful. He is widely recognized as the #1 supreme divine master of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. His strength is almost as powerful as the immortal saint. Chen Hao is strong, but in terms of talent, the #1 genius in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the Golden Crow 9 realms is the young phoenix. She is known as the #1 genius in the history of the Golden Crow 9 realms. The #1 genius in the history of the Golden Crow 9 realms? This young phoenix is so powerful. Jian Wushuang was secretly surprised. Back in the Sacred Sun world, he had heard that there was a super genius in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Even when he rose to prominence, there were people in the Sacred Sun world who compared him to that super genius. In the end, many people thought that the super genius was still better than him. This super genius must be very amazing. And this super genius was, as expected, this young phoenix. This young phoenix is indeed very talented. I heard that she has been cultivating for less than 200 years, but her cultivation has already stabilized to the peak of divine master. She is even on the verge of breaking through to great divine master. The most important thing is her comprehension of the rules. Her comprehension of the rules is too fast. She is only a divine master, but it is said that her comprehension of the rules has already surpassed that of an ordinary immortal saint, Bai Yan said. What? Even Jian Wushuang was shocked to hear this. A divine master's comprehension of the rules has surpassed that of the immortal saint? How is this possible? Jian Wushuang muttered. His current realm was that of a divine master, and his talent was impeccable. He also had a treasure, like a seal of heaven's scroll. But his comprehension of the rules was only at the limit of a divine master. He was still one step away from the immortal saint. The young phoenix from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had a higher comprehension of the rules than him. The young phoenix had also cultivated for a very short time, less than 200 years, which was not much longer than him. How can her comprehension of the rules be so high? Jian Wushuang frowned and asked, I don't know, but there is a rumor that the young phoenix has an extremely special physique, which is unique and far beyond the ordinary people. For an ordinary cultivator, it is extremely difficult to comprehend the rules, but for her, it is as easy as eating and drinking. She doesn't need to cultivate carefully. She just stands there, and her comprehension of the rules is constantly improving. That's why her comprehension of the rules is so strong, Bai Yan said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. He would never believe that an ordinary cultivator could reach such a level in less than 200 years unless he was also reincarnated. But if he had a unique physique, it would be another story. Chapter 2853 Dragon Phoenix List. No wonder he is known as the #1 genius of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. His comprehension of the rules is so high that no one can compare to him, Jian Wushuang thought. Although he was a perfect, chaotic creature with infinite possibilities and great potential, no one could compare to him. However, his comprehension of the rules was obviously slower than the young phoenix. What about the Dragon Phoenix list? Jian Wushuang asked. The Dragon Phoenix list has been passed down by the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for a long time. It's an extremely special list for experts who have made great contributions to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has been established for countless years, but only 8 people have been listed on the list. Each of these 8 people is very important to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. They are the top 8 contributors to the Dragon Phoenix list. They are recorded on the list and will always be respected by the younger disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Bai Yan said. So, the Dragon Phoenix list is the list of contributors to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Yes, as far as I know, the 8 experts on the Dragon Phoenix list seem to be immortal saints who have made great contributions to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The founder of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the current leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion are also on the list. Many genius disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also take pride in being on the list in the future. Therefore, every time the Dragon Phoenix list is opened, it is a great event for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. On the way to the launch of the Dragon Phoenix list, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would invite many experts to watch it. It would be a very big event, Bai Yen said. But this time it's a little strange. Why is it strange? Jian Wushuang asked. Mr. Sword One, I just said that the Dragon Phoenix list is specially open for the young phoenix. Although the young phoenix is extremely talented and is known as the #1 person in the history of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the entire Golden Crow 9 realms, she is too young and not very strong. Moreover, she stays in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and hardly goes out. Under such circumstances, how can she contribute to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? How could she be qualified to be on the Dragon Phoenix list? Bai Yen said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Indeed, in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, only those who had made great contributions to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were qualified to be on the Dragon Phoenix list. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been established for so many years, but only 8 people were on it, and they were all immortal saints. As for this young phoenix, how was she qualified? So, it's a bit strange, but the rules of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion won't change because of this young phoenix. So this young phoenix must have made great contributions to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, but I don't know what the great contribution is. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion hasn't announced it to the public. Bai Yen smiled. Maybe so. Jian Wushuang also nodded. Mr. Sword One, you should be interested in that young phoenix, right? Bai Yen suddenly looked over. What do you mean? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. Haha, Mr. Sword One, don't pretend to be confused. Bai Yen smiled. It is said that young phoenix is not only talented but also beautiful. In the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, not many people have seen her face, but all the cultivators of the opposite sex are impressed by her. As the young Master Chu mentioned before, he is a young master of a realm master, but because he was lucky enough to see the young phoenix, he has been longing for her ever since. This time he came to my Fire Cloud Castle to ask Master to refine treasures for him to win the young phoenix's smile. Mr. Sword One, don't you have any interest in such a peerless beauty? Really? Jian Wushuang was stunned. I've only heard that this young phoenix is extremely talented and no one in the Golden Crow 9 realms can match her. As for her beauty, I've never heard of her. But now that you've mentioned it, I'm really interested in her. When the Dragon Phoenix list is opened, if I have time, I can go and take a look. Jian Wushuang was indeed a little interested, but his interest was not because of the young phoenix's beauty. He had been through endless trials and tribulations in 2 lifetimes. His heart was like a stone, and he was completely immune to beauty. In terms of feelings, the only person in the entire divine beginning world and the entire world who could be moved was his wife, Lung Rushuang. He was not interested in anyone else except Lung Rushuang. Jian Wushuang and Bai Yen chatted as they walked. They walked into the underground palace for nearly an hour before they finally arrived at the exit. Mr. Sword One, I'll send you here. You'll be in a barren mountain when you leave from this exit. It's quite a distance from Fire Cloud Castle. No one will notice you leaving from here. As for the rest of the matter, leave it to me and Master. Fire Cloud Castle will do its best to ensure that no one knows that you came to our Fire Cloud Castle to ask Master to refine a treasure personally, Bai Yen said. In that case, thank you. Jian Wushuang smiled and immediately walked toward the exit. Bai Yen went back the way he came. Not long after, Bai Yen returned to the main hall of Fire Cloud Castle. In the main hall, Master Chu was still waiting. However, although Master Chu was waiting, he could not calm down for a long time. After all, When Immortal used the sacred heavenly furnace to refine the treasure, he had stayed in the fire cloud castle and personally felt that terrifying sword intent. Right now, the entire Dragon Phoenix sacred city, and even the top experts of the Golden Crow Nine Realms all knew that Immortal had refined an extremely powerful Sword Dao divine weapon. They were all guessing who had asked Immortal to refine it and what kind of divine weapon it was. Young Master Chu's father, the world overlord Tian Chu, also directly sent a message over to ask him about it. Young Master Chu naturally wanted to find out more. The Fire Cloud Castle is the residence of that Lord Amo. Usually there are too many experts who come here to visit. In addition, these experts are all received separately. Outsiders have no way to guess. However, there's one point. Whenever those with higher statuses come to visit, they would definitely be received by Bayen. In fact, Lord Amo would even personally come out to welcome them. But according to the information I received in these past 100 years, that Lord Amo has never personally appeared. In other words, that person must have met Bayen first before Bayen brought him to meet Lord Amo. I didn't know the person who let Bayen receive him personally before me, but there was only one person after me, and that person was Sword One. Young Master Chu narrowed his eyes as he muttered to himself. Chapter 2854. Supreme Sword Intent. While he was conversing with Bayen, he did hear someone come in to report that Sword One had come to pay a visit. At first, Bayen had only casually instructed Fan Xan to receive him. However, not long after, he saw Fan Xan arrive and whispered a few words into Bayen's ear. Bayen immediately left. Not long after that, Lord Mo began to activate the Holy Heavenly Furnace. Therefore, in young Master Chu's eyes, Sword One was indeed suspicious. Sword One is from the Pill Sun Sacred World and is recognized as the #1 expert in the Pill Sun Sacred World. He is only an advanced great divine master, but he is strong enough to fight against an invincible divine master. This Sword One is indeed extraordinary. Young Master Chu's face was solemn. While he was waiting in the main hall, he had sent people to investigate and find out some information about Jian Wushuang. He knew Jian Wushuang's origin and strength level, a monster who was only an advanced great divine master, but was strong enough to fight against invincible divine master. Of course, he did not dare to underestimate him. Because of this, he became more suspicious of Jian Wushuang. At this moment, Bayen walked over. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Master Chu." Bayen smiled apologetically. "No, I didn't wait too long either." Master Chu did not care. "Master Chu, I just asked my master. Unfortunately, my master just activated the Holy Heavenly Furnace and refined a special treasure. His mind has been consumed too much, so he can't refine other treasures in a short time. Therefore, I'm afraid that your request can't be fulfilled," Bayen said. "It doesn't matter, since Lord Mo's mental energy has been consumed. As a junior, how would I dare to disturb him again?" Young Master Chu smiled slightly. "Oh, right. I wonder who is so capable to actually invite Lord Mo to use the Holy Heavenly Furnace. This master has personally instructed that no one is allowed to know about this matter. Young Master Chu, if you don't want Master to personally blame you, it's best that you don't probe further." Bayen said, "I see. In that case, I'll take my leave." Master Chu did not stay any longer and left directly. However, even though he left, he still kept an eye on Jian Wushuang. In a barren forest in the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City, Jian Wushuang had temporarily opened a cave mansion. In the cave mansion, Jian Wushuang set up a restriction and then sat down cross-legged. In front of him, the Blood Mountain sword was floating quietly. After this refinement, the Blood Mountain sword had undergone tremendous changes. The most important thing was the supreme sword essence hidden in the sword type. Previously, Jian Wushuang had sensed the existence of this sword essence in Firecloud Castle, but because of the occasion, he did not spend time studying it carefully. But now he calmed his heart and began to study it carefully. This sword essence is really powerful and can be used by me, provided that I can guide it out, Jian Wushuang muttered. But he had already begun to try. He tried to rely on his comprehension of the sword principle to communicate with this sword essence and guide it. Under this attempt, gradually he had a certain connection with this sword essence. He was not surprised. In the Fire Cloud Castle, he found that he could guide the sword essence in such a short time. However, he could only guide a tiny bit of the sword essence. Now he was trying to guide more sword essence. Time passed. Jian Wushuang had fully displayed his comprehension of sword principle and tried to guide it as much as he could. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. No, I've reached my limit. Jian Wushuang finally opened his eyes in the cave mansion. His eyes were fixed on the Blood Mountain sword in front of him, but his expression was extremely strange. Over the past 10 days, he had tried to use all the means he could, but in the end he was still able to guide only a few sword essences. If I try my best to guide the Blood Mountain sword, I'm afraid it's not even 1,000th of this sword essence. Jian Wushuang sighed. 1,000th or even less. But this was indeed the limit that Jian Wushuang could reach. If he wanted more guidance, he would have to improve his comprehension of the sword principle. However, even though it was only 1,000th of the sword essence, its power was still extraordinary. Let's find a place to test how strong this 1,000th of the sword essence is. Jian Wushuang immediately stood up and walked out of the cave mansion. He came to the vast void and looked at the vast ancient forest in front of him. Towering trees stood in front of him. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and waved his sword in the next moment. He did not use any swordsmanship. He just waved his sword in an ordinary way. He did not fully utilize his divine power. Even so, the moment he waved his sword, a crack appeared in the void in front of him. Then the towering trees in front of him fell one after another. The sword light cut dozens of trees in one go before it stopped. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang was a little happy. Sure enough, after adding my blood essence, the power of the Blood Mountain sword has reached the top of the 3rd grade holy treasure. It's almost a 2nd grade holy treasure. If I use my swordsmanship, the power will be different and much stronger than before, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Just now, it was just an ordinary sword swing. I haven't activated the sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword, but now, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He clenched his hands, and in a flash, a terrifying sword essence burst out from the Blood Mountain sword. This sword essence was not very powerful, but it was extraordinary. It was a supreme sword essence with a shocking will. The sword essence swept across the world, and all the ants in the world were turned into ants. This feeling, Jian Wushuang held the Blood Mountain sword tightly and felt the sword essence burst out from the Blood Mountain sword. In an instant, he felt as if all the people in the world were under his feet. His heart became extremely excited. Let's see how much more powerful my swordsmanship has become. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and then waved his sword forward. Buzz! It was also an ordinary, casual sword move that used the same divine power as the previous one. However, under the influence of the superior sword essence, a cold sword light swept out directly. The power of this cold sword light was obviously much stronger than the previous one. The sword light swept across. It tore through everything in its path, directly cutting apart the towering trees in front of it. It was an ordinary and extremely casual attack. However, after slashing down hundreds of towering trees, it finally stopped. Chapter 2855. The great divine Master Jian Wushuang was still standing in the same spot, looking at the scene in front of him, but his mind was in a daze. This power is too strong. Jian Wushuang's body began to tremble. The same sword move just now had only directly cut down dozens of towering trees. But after activating the sword essence, it swept across and cut down hundreds of trees. The difference in power between the two was more than 10 times. I only activated less than 1,000th of the sword essence, but it has increased the power of my swordsmanship so much. This, Jian Wushuang was so shocked that he could not speak, but at the same time he was ecstatic. Of course, he was ecstatic. After activating the sword essence, the power of his swordsmanship increased tenfold, which meant that his overall strength had also increased by nearly tenfold. His battle strength had been at the level of invincible divine master. After the Blood Mountain sword was reforged, its power had increased dramatically, which had greatly increased his battle strength. Now, because of the supreme sword essence, his overall strength had increased by nearly 10 times. With the addition of the two, his battle strength was much stronger than when he had fought the Marquis of 3 in the Pale Sun Sacred World. If I go all out and activate this sword essence, I'll definitely be able to crush the Marquis of 3 easily. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. After a long while, he finally calmed down. Suddenly, he raised his head again. The Blood Mountain sword has changed a lot since it merged with my blood essence, and has greatly improved my overall strength. However, I didn't only get the Blood Mountain sword, but I also got 2 million Saint Elixirs from Brother Amo. 2 million Saint Elixirs. Such a large amount is enough for me to advance from a peak divine master to something even higher. In this way, my strength will soar again. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone brightly. Then he returned to the cave mansion. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged with an interspatial ring floating in front of him. There were 2 million Saint Elixirs in the interspatial ring. The average immortal saint was only worth about 500,000 to 600,000 Saint Elixirs. Only a rich immortal saint like Immortal could afford 1 million Saint Elixirs. The immortal saint, who is also the #1 blacksmith, could afford so many Saint Elixirs. These Saint Elixirs were of great help to Jian Wushuang. I have already swallowed a large number of Saint Elixirs, and I have already accumulated more than half of my divine power. I only need to absorb another 200,000 Saint Elixirs to make a breakthrough. These 2 million Saint Elixirs will not only allow me to smoothly make a breakthrough to become an advanced divine master, but also allow me to accumulate more than half of my divine power. It'll be very close to becoming an advanced divine master, Jian Wushuang muttered. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Let's begin. Without much hesitation, Jian Wushuang began to absorb the Saint Elixirs. 2 million Saint Elixirs was a huge amount. Even with Jian Wushuang's terrifying refining speed, it took him nearly 10 years to absorb all 2 million Saint Elixirs. As Jian Wushuang had expected, after absorbing 2 million Saint Elixirs, not only did he break through to the level of a junior great divine master, but he also accumulated a great amount of divine power at the level of a junior great divine master. He was not far from a senior great divine master. It was not too far away. There was a huge barrier between the divine master and the great divine master. At this level, his divine power was nearly 10 times stronger. Now, if he used all his secret skills and fully activated the sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword, no one among the divine masters would be able to compete with him in terms of power alone. Even the invincible divine masters would probably be far inferior to him. Jian Wushuang was curious about the gap between his full power and that of the immortal saint. Of course, he was just curious. He could not solve this problem until he fought with the immortal saint. After reaching the great divine master level, his strength had reached a whole new level. However, Jian Wushuang regretted that his secret skills had already reached a higher level. It was almost impossible for him to improve himself as a divine master. Therefore, even though he had made a breakthrough, the secret skills still did not change anything. It's a pity that Brother Amo had spent a lot of mind and energy to activate the Holy Heavenly Furnace in order to fuse the Blood Mountain sword with my blood essence. He hasn't recovered yet, and he hasn't started to refine domain-type holy treasures. If I can get the domain-type holy treasure that Brother Amo has refined, the power of my domain will soar again, and my strength will be even stronger, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. However, he was not in a hurry. With his current strength, As long as he did not meet a real immortal saint, he could do whatever he wanted. There are still 6 years before the Dragon Phoenix list opens. I have nothing to do in these 6 years. Let's continue cultivating. Jian Wushuang quickly closed his eyes. 6 years passed in a flash, and Jian Wushuang set off for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was located in the core of the Dragon Phoenix sacred city. It was located in a huge ancient mountain range and occupied an extremely vast territory. The entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was enveloped by a huge formation, which was set up by several blacksmiths above the 7th grade at great cost, as well as several immortal saint experts. It was extremely powerful. This array formation was also one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strongest pillars. With the existence of this array formation, even the #1 expert of the Golden Crow 9 realms, the Bone Emperor, would not be able to break through this array formation. With the protection of this array formation, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been able to rest peacefully for a long time. The huge mountain gate was majestic and magnificent. This was the only way to enter the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Beside the mountain gate stood a huge stone tablet. The words Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was engraved on the stone tablet. There was a golden dragon and a fire phoenix sculpture around the stone tablet, which looked majestic. In front of the mountain gate, dozens of people from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were standing there, welcoming the experts who came to observe. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had arrived at the foot of the mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, he looked at the ancient and towering mountain gate at the top. He could clearly see the sculptures of the golden dragon and the fire phoenix, and he could not help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart. As expected of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, one of the 4 pavilions in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. It's really majestic and magnificent. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly and immediately walked up. Chapter 2856. Outside the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion today, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would hold a grand opening of the Dragon Phoenix list, inviting various forces and experts of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow to attend the ceremony. The news had long since spread, and many forces in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, including those experts, would also attend the ceremony. Now, in front of the majestic mountain gate, an endless stream of experts came to attend the ceremony. Jian Wushuang followed closely and soon arrived at the mountain gate. "Sir, I wonder which realm or force you are from. Do you have an invitation letter from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion?" A great divine master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion stopped Jian Wushuang and asked with a smile, "My name is Sword One, and am from the Sword Alliance of the Pill Sun Sacred World." "As for the invitation letter, I don't have one," Jian Wushuang said. "Sword Alliance?" The great divine master frowned slightly. "What? Do I have to have an invitation letter to attend the ceremony?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Not really. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is inviting experts from all over the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. As long as they have reached a certain level of strength, they can participate," the great divine master said with a smile. In that case, Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and a powerful divine power aura immediately erupted from his body. He had already broken through to the initial great divine master level, so the divine power aura he emitted under cover of black rock was that of a peak great divine master. When his divine power aura erupted, the surrounding people were immediately attracted to him. A peak great divine master? This person is actually an expert at the level of a peak great divine master. There are not many peak great divine masters in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Who is this person? Why have I never seen him before? Many people began to discuss. The great divine master from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion immediately smiled. "Since you are a peak great divine master, you're naturally qualified to participate in this ceremony. However, since you have entered the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, I hope you can fully abide by the rules of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and not act rashly." "Of course," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Please." The great divine master waved his hand. Jian Wushuang smiled and was about to walk into the mountain gate. However, at this moment, there was a sudden commotion on the steps below. Jian Wushuang looked over and saw a handsome young man in luxurious woolen clothes slowly walking toward the mountain gate, surrounded by a group of people. The young man was not very strong and was only at the advanced divine master level. However, the people around him were emitting powerful auras, all at the peak divine master level, especially the cold, middle-aged man standing next to him. The divine power aura emitted by the cold, middle-aged man was above that of a peak divine master. "It's young Master Chu, the young master of the Heaven Curve World Lord," the person beside him. "Oh my God, it's the Black Blood Emperor. That Heaven Curve World Lord really dotes on young Master Chu." Although the Heaven Curve World is relatively large in the Golden Crow Nine Realms, it only has 2 unrivaled reverent deities. But now this Heaven Curve World Lord actually sent an unrivaled reverent deity to protect young Master Chu personally. This treatment, thanks, the experts in the surroundings all sighed. For these experts to come to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to attend the ceremony, they all had a certain background or strength. Naturally, their knowledge was extraordinary as well. For example, young Master Chu and the Black Blood Emperor all knew about this. Young Master Chu did not need to say much. He was the only son of the Sky Song Realm Lord. Also, everyone knew how much young Master Chu adored the young Phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. So it was only natural for him to attend this ceremony. But what truly shocked everyone was the arrival of the Black Blood Emperor. The Black Blood Emperor was an invincible divine master. In the entire Golden Crow Nine Realms, there was only a handful of invincible divine masters. Any one of them had an extremely high status, and even the undying sage would not look down on an invincible divine master. After all, the various realms of the Golden Crow Nine Realms had long agreed. Nevertheless, there were some things that the undying sage could not do personally, and he could only rely on the invincible divine master under him. Therefore, even the immortal saint would be very polite to these invincible divine masters under normal circumstances. But now, everyone knew why Master Chu came to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, the Realm Lord Tian Chu had arranged for an invincible divine master to accompany him showed how much the Realm Lord pampered him. At the same time that Master Chu arrived, 2 figures flew over from the void in the distance. These 2 figures were more high-profile than the others. Most of the experts who came to watch the ceremony, such as Jian Wushuang, first rushed to the foot of the mountain and then walked up the stairs step by step. However, these 2 people did not have any scruples. They landed directly in front of the mountain gate. One of them was old, and the other was young. The young man was handsome and elegant, and the aura he emitted was also powerful. Although he had not reached the level of invincible divine master, he was definitely solid among the peak great divine masters. He was very close to invincible divine master. As for the older man next to him, he was even more impressive. The older man was dressed in a black robe. His face was cold, and his eyes were extremely turbid. There was no aura emanating from his body. Yet, at first glance, he looked like an ordinary older man. However, seeing the black-robed older man, not only the experts present, even Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank, because he felt tremendous pressure from the elder. With his current strength, the elder's identity was beyond doubt. Immortal Saint, the black-robed elder, was a genuine immortal saint. The Star Point Pavilion is from the Star Point Pavilion. The leader was the young master of the Star Point Pavilion, Qiming. It was said that he was an out-and-out genius. In the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, except for the young phoenix and hidden dragon of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he was the most talented. In addition, Qiming seemed to be one of the admirers of the young phoenix. Thanks. Both young Master Chu and Qiming are the pursuers of the young phoenix. So now these two people actually came to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion at the same time. This is really interesting. Many people in the surroundings revealed excited expressions and were waiting to watch the show. As expected, Qi Ming appeared in front of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's mountain gate. His gaze swept over and soon froze on young Master Chu. Isn't this young Master Chu? You also came to Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and coincidentally bumped into me. It's quite a coincidence. Qi Ming smiled, but there was a hint of amusement on his face. Humph, you and I came to watch the ceremony. We just happened to bump into each other. So what's there to be a coincidence? Young Master Chu snorted coldly, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Jian Wushuang could see that there was some fear in his eyes. Chapter 2857. Chu sure it was very normal. Qi Ming was the young pavilion master of one of the 4-star pavilions, and his strength was infinitely close to that of an invincible, reverent god. Whether it was in terms of identity or his own strength, he was slightly stronger than young Master Chu. After comparing the two of them, young Master Chu definitely could not compare to that of Xianming. Haha, young Master Chu, I heard that you went to Fire Cloud Castle not long ago and wanted to ask Lord Amo to refine a special treasure for you. That special treasure should be for young Phoenix, right? Qi Ming said with a strange smile. It has nothing to do with you, right? Young Master Chu said in a low voice. Qi Ming raised his eyebrows but did not ask any more questions. Instead, he walked directly into the mountain gate. The experts in front of the mountain gate immediately went up to welcome him. Jian Wushuang watched the scene from the front to the back and smiled playfully. The young phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is really attractive. The young master of Realm, Lord Tianchu, and the young master of the Star Pavilion is both her suitors? Jian Wushuang did not linger and directly walked into the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. As soon as he entered the pavilion, someone immediately led him to a huge martial arts practice field. The martial arts practice field was boundless and was the place where the disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion usually competed. This time, the Dragon Phoenix list was held here. On the martial arts practice field, a large number of experts stood there. These experts came from all over the world. There are a lot of people. Jian Wushuang smiled. He also noticed that most of the people who came to Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to attend the ceremony were not weak. At least, more than 90% of the experts in the martial arts practice field were experts above the great divine master level. Only a few divine masters were involved. However, most of the divine masters here had a certain background. It could be said that this ceremony was an extremely high-end event in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. It would take some time before the Dragon Phoenix list was officially opened. Jian Wushuang found a random corner and waited there quietly. However, not far from him, a black-clothed girl with a slightly evil face opened her eyes wide and looked at the crowd in front of her. There are so many people, and most of them are experts at the Great Divine Master level. There must be hundreds of Great Divine Master level experts here, right? The black-clothed girl exclaimed in surprise. There are true. Beside the black-clothed girl, a burly man carrying a dark golden stone staff on his back nodded slightly. The opening of the Dragon Phoenix ranking has an extraordinary meaning to our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. This time, Lord Pavilion Master has specially released the news long ago and sent out invitations widely. Experts from various forces in the Golden Crow 9 realms will mostly give our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion face, so there will naturally be many people who will come to watch the ceremony. Junior Sister Gu, today's ceremony will be held in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. It represents the face of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Pavilion Master has specially instructed us to follow the rules. You must not cause trouble here. The burly man warned again. Don't worry, Senior Brother Tianxin. I know what to do. The black-clothed girl smiled, but her eyes kept wandering around. Suddenly, the black-robed girl's expression changed. Senior Brother Skyheart, quickly look over there. Look at that person. The black-robed girl pointed in a direction. The burly man immediately looked over and saw a young man dressed in golden robes. When he saw the golden-robed young man, the burly man's pupils constricted. "It's him? He actually came to participate in this ceremony?" The burly man muttered. But the black-clothed girl did not say anything and directly ran toward him. "Junior's sister." The burly man was shocked and immediately followed her. The two soon appeared in front of the golden-robed young man, who was surprisingly Jian Wushuang. Sword 1. The black-clothed girl called out, "Oh, it's you too." Jian Wushuang turned his head and looked at the two. Jian Wushuang knew both of them, and he had interacted with them many times, especially the black-clothed girl. He first interacted with the black-clothed girl, Demoness Gu. Later, he met her again in the Crimson Rock Castle, Sacred Palace. At that time, the burly man Tian Xen was also with him. At that time, they had a gambling match. In the end, Jian Wushuang won a big victory and obtained a lot of sacred elixirs. Now, he had just arrived at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and met with Demoness Gu and Tian Xen again. Sword 1, long time no see. Tian Xen gave Jian Wushuang a deep look. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang had deliberately revealed his divine power aura before entering the mountain gate. However, after entering the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he had completely restrained his divine power aura. Tian Xen could not tell Jian Wushuang's specific realm at all. However, in Tian Xin's opinion, since Jian Wushuang was able to attend the ceremony, his strength must not be much weaker. Sword 1. How dare you to come to my Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? The black-clothed girl, Demoness Gu, stared at Jian Wushuang angrily. "I don't have any great enmity with your Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The only thing that I have ever crossed paths with in the gambling match with you. However, it was a fair match after all, and both sides are willing to admit defeat. Your disciples would not be so stingy as to hold a grudge against me, right?" Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Demoness Gu was anxious, but she did not know how to say it. It was Tian Xen who said, "Mr. Sword 1, don't misunderstand. A guest is a guest. Not to mention that you don't have any enmity with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Even if there is, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would never attack its own guest today." "That's good." Jian Wushuang nodded in satisfaction. But at this moment, Junior Sister Gu, Junior Brother Tianxin, what are you two doing? A bright voice suddenly sounded. Then, a purple-haired handsome young man floated over. This purple-haired handsome young man was like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. This is the purple-haired handsome young man looked at Jian Wushuang. "Senior Brother Chu Shi, you came at the right time. This is the same senior Brother Tian Xen who suffered a loss when he went to the Pale Sun Sacred World with this sword. He lost a lot of sacred elixirs and even lost a lot of faces. Today, you have to help us vent our anger by using sword principle again," Demoness Gu immediately said. "Oh, you bullied my junior sister in the Pale Sun Sacred World?" The purple-haired handsome young man, Chi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. "Haha, it's just a fair fight. I didn't bully her," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "Really?" Chu Shi's eyes turned slightly cold. Senior Brother Chu Shi. Tian Xen, who was beside him, was a little anxious. "Don't worry. Since it's the day that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion opens the Dragon Phoenix list, I naturally want fight in front of all the experts. However, after the ceremony is over. Sword 1, do you have the guts to fight with me? If you win, it'll give you 5,000 sacred elixirs. As for your loss, you don't have to pay anything. Just take it as me venting my anger for my junior sister. How about it?" Chapter 2858 was breathtakingly beautiful. Chu Shi looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile, but there was absolute confidence between his brows. He did have the right to be confident. After all, he was a genuine peak divine master, and his talent was extremely high. His comprehension of the rules and Tao was extremely strong. In addition, there were some unique secretaries in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. His battle strength was definitely at the top among the Divine Masters. Even if he met an ordinary, invincible Divine Master, he could try to fight him. With such strength, he naturally would not care about Jian Wushuang. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly in his heart, but he nodded on the surface. Sure. Well, I'll wait for you after the ceremony. Chu Shi revealed a playful smile. As for Demoness Gu, she gloated at Jian Wushuang and said, Sword One, you're really brave to accept the challenge. Just you wait, you'll suffer. With a snort, Chu Shi, Demoness Gu, and Tian Xan left. Jian Wushuang just shook his head and smiled, but he did not care at all. As time passed, more and more experts came to the martial arts practice field. At first, only a few great divine masters appeared on the martial arts practice field. But as time passed, the immortal saints who came to attend the ceremony also arrived. When the ceremony was about to begin, there were already 7 immortal saints gathered on the martial arts practice field. Among the 7 immortal saints, 2 came from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and one of them was the current pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Long Xingzi. The Heaven Immortal Pavilion and Thundercloud Pavilion were on par with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in terms of both strength and status. This time, each of them sent an immortal saint to participate. The Star Point Pavilion also sent an immortal saint. And this immortal saint came together with the young pavilion master, Qiming. In addition, the true overlord of the Golden Crow 9 Realms, Lord Bone Emperor, although he did not personally come, he still sent an immortal saint under his command to attend the ceremony. The last immortal saint was a realm lord of a region. This realm lord just happened to have nothing to do, so he came personally to attend the ceremony. The realm lords of other regions mostly sent their experts to attend the ceremony, but they did not attend in person. In these regions, experts from the Pill Sun Sacred World and the Heavenly Void World also came. In Suer, who was the master of the Pill Sun Sacred World, had sent Yun Shan, who was in seclusion because she had recently obtained a Saint Ascension elixir from Jian Wushuang. The experts from the Heavenly Void Palace had arrived. They were Jian Wushuang's acquaintances. Marquis of 3 Yin. Marquis of 3 Yin was the first invincible divine master to fight with Jian Wushuang. He was also the right-hand man of the master of the Heavenly Void Palace. Marquis of 3 Yin had come to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to observe the ceremony. Marquis of 3 Yin had also noticed Jian Wushuang's presence. Sword One, the Marquis of 3 Yin glared at Jian Wushuang, but he did not move. He knew very well that Jian Wushuang's strength was no weaker than his. In the entire Heavenly Void world, unless the master of the Heavenly Void Temple came, no one could do anything to Jian Wushuang. Therefore, no matter how angry he was at Jian Wushuang, no matter how much he wanted to kill Jian Wushuang, he could do nothing to Jian Wushuang. On the martial arts practice field, almost all the experts had arrived. At this moment, in the nearby void, surrounded by nearly 10 female disciples, a woman slowly walked over. She's coming. She's coming. With the appearance of the woman, the entire martial arts practice field instantly became noisy. Countless experts raised their heads and looked in that direction, and most of their eyes were burning. The young phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the publicly acknowledged #1 genius of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Her fame was simply too great, and as the #1 genius, she also had another identity, and that was the #1 beauty of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. If she was just the #1 genius, although she would also attract a lot of attention, she definitely would not attract so much attention to the experts present. However, the #1 beauty was different. On the martial arts practice field, the experts from various realms and forces all wanted to know how beautiful the #1 beauty of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow was. What did she have to deserve the title of #1 beauty? Everyone was eagerly waiting to see the true face of this young phoenix. Senior Sister Lung. Demonisque stood in the middle of the crowd, a hint of excitement in her eyes. But more than that, she was filled with admiration. Beside her, Chu Shi and Tianxan were incomparably fanatical. They were both heaven's favored children of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. And naturally, they had seen the young phoenix before. It was because they had seen it that they were impressed. Within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, there were too many people who viewed the young phoenix as a goddess, and there were too many people who adored and pursued her. Chu Shi and Tianxan were only two of them. However, they knew that with their status, they were not worthy of the young phoenix. Hence, they could only watch from afar. The two of them were like this, while Xian Ming and young Master Chu, who was publicly pursuing the young phoenix, were burning with passion. Countless gazes and everyone's attention were focused on the young phoenix. As the woman slowly walked over, her figure and appearance finally appeared in front of everyone. She was dressed in snow-white clothes, and her clothes were inlaid with the image of a phoenix. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were like a pool of clear water. She had an elegant temperament, causing people to be stunned, ashamed of their inferiority, and not dare to desecrate her. However, that cold and arrogant spirit had a soul-captivating aura, causing people to be unable to not be mesmerized. Looking at her face again, beautiful, so beautiful that it was suffocating, so beautiful that it was impossible to describe her with words. It was as if there was no way to describe this woman's appearance, even if she was as beautiful as a celestial being. However, everyone who saw her face felt their hearts tremble. Such an incredible appearance, coupled with that cold and arrogant temperament that made people not dare to desecrate her, the countless cultivators present were all impressed by her appearance. "Good fellow, I've long heard that the young phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is the #1 beauty in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Seeing her today is indeed extraordinary. This old man has experienced many storms to become the undying sage. But even so, when this old man saw this young phoenix, his heart actually felt a trace of palpitations. Shame, truly shameful. The undying sage, under the Bone Emperor's command, sighed softly. Of course, although this immortal saint's words were somewhat exaggerated, it was enough to fully explain the beauty of the young phoenix. On the martial arts practice field, everyone was stunned. Even if it was the same, the reason why he was stunned was not that he was shocked by the young phoenix's beautiful face. It was because of that face he was too familiar with it. Chapter 2859. See you again. This beautiful face, which could not be described with words, had appeared in Jian Wushuang's mind countless times, making him yearn for it day and night. But now, this face appeared in front of him with this identity. Shuang Er, it's Shuang Er. Jian Wushuang was roaring in his heart, and his whole body was trembling crazily. He looked at the peerless beauty who had become the focus of the world, but his eyes were filled with unprecedented ecstasy. He had waited for this ecstasy for too long, and he had longed for it for too long. Lung Rushuang, his wife. Not only did she look exactly the same, but the extremely cold aura on her body was also exactly the same. Jian Wushuang was sure of her just by looking at her. The woman in front of him was the recognized #1 genius and beauty of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. She was his wife, Lung Rushuang. He could not be wrong. Shuang Er, I've finally found you again. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. His fingertips were bleeding, but he was very excited. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. It was in his previous life a long, long time ago. Lung Rushuang had left after his wedding night in the Green Fire World. From then on, he had been waiting, but he was looking for a chance to meet Lung Rushuang again. But after nearly 100,000 years, all he found was the body occupied by Lung Rushuang. As for Lung Rushuang's soul, it had been sleeping for a long time. She had never met him. Even when both of them were sent into reincarnation by his master Xian Yi, he had never met Lung Rushuang. Until now, in this life, in the absolute beginning divine realm, he had finally met Lung Rushuang again. He was so excited that he wanted to rush up and hug Lung Rushuang. However, his reason calmed him down. He stood in the crowd and stood in a corner, quietly looking at the peerless beauty who had become the focus of countless experts. Deep in his heart, he was full of thoughts. According to what Bai Yen told me, the young phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has been cultivating for less than 200 years, which means she is less than 200 years old, just like me. Apparently, Shuang Er and I entered the reincarnation passage and reincarnated together. However, I was born in the Pil Sun sacred world, while Shuang Er was born in another place. But why is Shuang Er so talented? This was what Jian Wushuang was most puzzled about. In my previous life, although Shuang Er had a body of destiny, her body of destiny was occupied by Lung Rushua. She only retained a soul. Even after she entered the reincarnation passage, she could only cultivate normally like an ordinary cultivator. But in fact, her talent is so high that it's enough to scare people to death. Lung Rushuang's talent in this life was too high. Although Jian Wushuang was a perfect chaotic creature with unlimited potential, he was inferior to Lung Rushuang in terms of the comprehension of rules. However, Lung Rushuang had been in a deep sleep in her previous life and was not qualified to touch the power of rules. Logically, her cultivation speed should not be so fast, unless Jian Wushuang had already thought of a possibility. This possibility came from his master Xian Yi. It was Master who sent Shuang Er's soul and mine into the reincarnation passage, which means that everything is under Master's control. Moreover, the Master has deliberately left a backup plan in the primordial divine realm. I'm afraid that Shuang Er's incredible talent in rules is also related to Master. It's very likely that Master used some special means, Jian Wushuang thought. In his opinion, only his master Xian Yi could make Lung Rushuang's talent change so much. No matter what, it's a good thing that Shuang Er is talented, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lung Rushuang had arrived at the martial arts practice field. Lung Er, come and sit here. Among the two immortal saints of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Elder Qin, the easygoing woman, besides the pavilion master Long Xingzi, said with a smile, "Yes, master." Lung Rushuang nodded slightly. Then she landed beside Elder Qin and sat down on a futon. At this moment, all the experts present let out a sigh of relief, but the fervor in their hearts did not diminish in the slightest. Everyone. Long Xingzi stood up, and his grand voice echoed throughout the entire martial arts practice field. Welcome, everyone, to take time out of your busy schedules to come to our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to observe the ceremony. This old man is extremely grateful. Pavilion Master Long, let's not talk about such pleasantries. We are here for the Dragon Phoenix ranking. Open the ranking quickly. I am very curious about the rank of this young phoenix in the Dragon Phoenix ranking. It was the immortal saint from the Thunder Cloud Pavilion who spoke. This immortal saint was tall and sturdy, and his aura was extremely violent. It was obvious that he was an impatient person with a very bad temper. Haha, that's right. If that's the case, then let's begin. Let's invite the Dragon Phoenix list. Long Xingzi waved his hand, and a special fluctuation spread out. In an instant, the void shook violently, and a spiral tunnel appeared out of thin air in the void above the huge martial arts practice field. The spiral tunnel was only about 10 feet wide at first, but as the tunnel continued to expand, it reached 100 feet wide in the blink of an eye, and it was still expanding rapidly. At this moment, roar, a dragon's roar, and a phoenix's cry suddenly reverberated throughout the entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In front of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's mountain gate, the two towering golden dragons and the fire phoenix sculptures directly came to life. The golden dragons emitted an endless golden light as they stepped on the 7-colored auspicious clouds. Meanwhile, the fire phoenix released flames that filled the sky, causing the sky to turn red. The golden dragon and the fire phoenix rushed over at the same time and appeared under the enormous spiral passageway. Under the simultaneous cries of the dragon and the phoenix, an ancient and enormous scroll slowly descended from the enormous spiral passageway. This scroll was originally open, and as the scroll descended from the passageway, the contents of the scroll slowly appeared before everyone. From the beginning, it was the 3 large golden words, Dragon Phoenix ranking. These 3 words contained an endless might that was not inferior to the might of an undying saint. They intimidated everything below. The experts who were able to attend the ceremony were all powerful, and there were many experts present. However, they were able to easily withstand the might of these 3 large golden words. Not long after the 3 words, Dragon and Phoenix ranking, the first name appeared, Ancient Saint. Upon seeing this name, many people in the martial arts practice field who knew about it immediately revealed a look of reverence. This was especially so for the few undying sages on the field. They were all extremely respectful. Chapter 2860. Ranked 3rd on the Dragon Phoenix list after the name, there was an introduction to the Ancient Saint's deeds. The introduction was also very simple. Ancient Saint, the founder of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, rose up in the wilderness and established the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion by great means and laid the foundation for thousands of generations. The simple introduction made everyone present respect him. So he is the founder of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. No wonder he is ranked 1st on the Dragon Phoenix list. Jian Wushuang sighed. He also knew that the ranking of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was determined by its contribution to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The ancient saint created the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion from scratch and established the foundation of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for thousands of generations. Of course, he could be ranked 1st on the Dragon Phoenix list. After the ancient sage, the 2nd on the Dragon Phoenix list was the 3rd Pavilion Master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. According to the introduction on the Dragon Phoenix list, after the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had a certain foundation, the ancient saint went to the 3rd heaven to explore. There was no news of his whereabouts. Although the 2nd Pavilion Master was an extremely powerful undying sage, an accident happened because of him. The Pavilion Master fell immediately, and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion encountered a great crisis as a result. At this juncture, it was the 3rd Pavilion Master who had single-handedly turned the tide and helped the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion tide over the crisis. As a result, he was ranked 2nd on the Dragon Phoenix list. Following that, he was ranked 3rd, 4th, and finally 8th on the Dragon Phoenix list. These 8 people were all immortal saints and had made outstanding contributions to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. For example, the previous Pavilion Master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the current Pavilion Master, Long Xingzi, were also on the Dragon Phoenix list. However, ordinary immortal saints, such as that young Phoenix's master, Elder Qin, did not have many contributions, so they could not be listed on the Dragon Phoenix list. Many experts present were also curious about this. Even his master, Elder Qin, was not qualified to be listed on the Dragon Phoenix list. What contribution did this young phoenix make to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? How could she be qualified to be listed on the Dragon Phoenix list? In the air, the Dragon Phoenix ranking had already been completely opened. The 8 names and their deeds were recorded on the Dragon Phoenix ranking and displayed in front of everyone. At this moment, Long Xingzi faintly smiled. Following this, his figure directly rushed forward. He appeared in front of the huge Dragon Phoenix ranking. Immediately, he waved his finger, and divine power burst forth. A 9th name immediately appeared on the Dragon Phoenix ranking. This name was Lung Er. Lung Er was the name of the young phoenix. However, what shocked all the experts present was the position where this name appeared. One had to know that the Dragon Phoenix ranking board was ranked based on contributions to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Whoever had greater contributions to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would be ranked higher. But now, Lung Er's name appeared in the 3rd position on the Dragon Phoenix ranking board. Yes, she was in the 3rd place, just behind the third pavilion master. She was even higher than the previous pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the current pavilion master, Long Xingzi. How is this possible? Third place? She's actually in the third place? Are you kidding me? Although this young phoenix is extremely talented, she's still only a divine master. It's already incredible that she could be ranked on the Dragon Phoenix ranking. Now, she's actually ranked third in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, just behind the Ancient Saints and the third pavilion master? The experts on the training ground were all at a loss. They did not understand why Long Xingzi would rank her like this. One had to know that the ranking on the Dragon Phoenix list was directly proportional to their achievements. It was also absolutely convincing. For example, Ancient Saint and the third pavilion master. One of them was the founder of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, while the other saved the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion at a critical moment. No one dared to question their ranking, but now the young phoenix was ranked third. This made many people question. I would like to see just what kind of contribution this young phoenix has made to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Many gazes immediately turned to look at them. Under normal circumstances, if Long Xingzi had written the name of the young phoenix on the Dragon Phoenix list, he should have written down some of the contributions she had made to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion as well. Only then would she be remembered by future generations. However, after Long Xingzi finished writing Lung Er's name, he paused for a moment and then wrote 2 words at the back. These 2 words were opportunity. Opportunity. Just these 2 words. What opportunity? What on earth is going on? The people on the martial arts practice field were all baffled. They did not know what Long Xingzi meant by leaving these 2 words. However, some of the more intelligent people on the field slightly narrowed their brows. Most of them had already guessed something. Jian Wushuang stood in the corner, and his pupils constricted. It's impossible for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to list Shuang Er on the Dragon Phoenix list for no reason, and she's ranked third. Now that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has done so, it means that Shuang Er has indeed made outstanding achievements for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. At the very least, it has benefited the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion greatly. However, due to some special reasons, it's impossible to explain the reason, so Long Xingzi replaced it with the word opportunity. In other words, Shuang Er must have gotten a great opportunity. She must have benefited the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion a lot. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. In Jian Wushuang's opinion, this was the biggest possibility. However, he did not know what great opportunity Lung Wushuang had gotten. In the void, Long Xingzi did not continue writing after he finished writing the word opportunity. Instead, he looked at Lung Wushuang. Lung Er, leave your life aura on the Dragon Phoenix list, said Long Xingzi. Okay. Lung Wushuang nodded slightly. She raised her hand slightly, and a unique life aura swept out and finally merged into the Dragon Phoenix list. After doing all this, Long Xingzi slowly waved his hand and closed the Dragon Phoenix list again. After it was closed, the Dragon Phoenix list once again disappeared into the spiral tunnel. The world became quiet again. Is it over? It's over so soon. Many people on the martial arts practice field were stunned. Of course, this was their first time attending the ceremony. In fact, the opening of the Dragon Phoenix rank was just a moment. The purpose of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was to enhance Lung Wushuang's reputation. On the other hand, it was to let the other forces witness the ceremony. There was no other purpose. Now the ceremony was over. Master, the ceremony has ended. This disciple will return first. Lung Wushuang stood up. Her voice was cold and indifferent. Yes. Elder Qin nodded. Lung Wushuang's figure blurred, preparing to leave. Wait. A voice suddenly sounded. The person who had uttered this voice was surprisingly young Master Chu. He rushed out from the crowd and stopped in front of Lung Wushuang. He first bowed humbly and then said gently, Miss Lung Er, I am Chu Hong. Many years ago, you and I met once. I wonder if Miss Lung Air still remembers? Chapter 2861. Netherworld Fire Phoenix Young Master Chu looked at Lung Rushuang in front of him. There was a burning desire in his heart, but on the surface he was trying his best to maintain the appearance of an elegant young master. Lung Rushuang glanced at young Master Chu and nodded slightly. Young Master Chu was immediately overjoyed and said, "This time I heard that Miss Lung Air is going to be listed on the Dragon Phoenix list. I specially prepared a generous gift for you. I hope Miss Lung Air won't mind." After saying that, young Master Chu waved his hand. In an instant, a silver-white stream of light streaked across the sky. The stream of light dissipated, and a silver-white robe with a round collar that was clearly exquisitely carved appeared in front of the many experts. At a glance, this robe was incomparably luxurious, dignified, and grand. On the surface of the robe, there were 2 phoenixes embedded. These 2 phoenixes were lifelike and intertwined together as if they were competing for beauty. It was beautiful, so beautiful that it made people intoxicated. Most of the experts present could not help but exclaim in admiration the moment they saw the clothes. Young Master Chu smiled and said, "The name of this clothes is Heavenly Phoenix, Silver Snow Garment. It is also a top-tier heavenly treasure with extremely great power. Moreover, these clothes can be said to be the most beautiful ones I have ever seen. As soon as I saw it, I immediately paid a great price to buy it. This time, I specially sent it over, because in my opinion, in the entire Golden Crow 9 realms, no one other than Miss Lung Air has the qualifications to own such a beautiful dress." Young Master Chu's words were very pleasant to hear, and the surrounding people couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The gift young Master Chu had prepared was indeed very special and unique. This Heavenly Phoenix silver snow dress was indeed very beautiful. As the saying goes, good wine goes with beauty. Beautiful clothes could only be worn by real beauty. No matter how talented Lung Rushuang was, she was still a woman. Moreover, she had only cultivated for a short period of time and did not have much experience. It was possible for her to be moved by some beautiful things. But at this moment, young Master Chu is really tactful. A voice that clearly carried a hint of hostility sounded. Everyone immediately looked towards the source of the voice and saw a handsome young man slowly walking forward. Seeing this person, many people present revealed playful smiles. This young man was the young master of the Star Point Pavilion, Qiming. Qiming and young Master Chu were both pursuers of the young phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Moreover, they were the 2 most fanatical people. This matter had long been known by everyone. Now that young Master Chu had brought out the gift that he had meticulously prepared in front of everyone, Qiming naturally could not fall behind. "Qiming, what do you mean by me being tactful?" Young Master Chu looked at Qiming with a slightly cold gaze. "Isn't it? As far as I know, this Heavenly Phoenix silver snow garment was clearly refined by young Master Chu after you spent 10 years and hired more than 10 refiners. I even heard that young Master Chu even went to the Fire Cloud Castle to ask Lord Mo to personally take care of it. Unfortunately, Lord Mo rejected it. But even so, this garment still cost you a lot of energy and price. Yet, you are telling Miss Lung Air that you just happened to come across this dress and bought it. Isn't this a euphemism?" Qiming sneered. "Humph, so what if it's like this? I just don't want Miss Lung Air to have too many worries." Young Master Chu snorted coldly. Immediately after, he shouted in a low voice, "Qiming, don't say such sarcastic words. I know that you must have prepared a gift. Take it out for everyone to see." Today is a great day for Miss Lungru to enter the Dragon Phoenix list. Naturally, I have prepared a gift as well. Miss Lung Air, please take a look." Qiming directly pointed to the empty space beside him. Everyone immediately looked in the direction, Qi Ming pointed to, and immediately saw a red that appeared at the end of that direction. That red that was still continuously magnifying. When it really appeared on this training ground, it had already turned into a huge object. It was a phoenix that was completely bathed in black flames. Fire phoenix? Black flames. Could it be one of the top-tier beast bloodlines, the Immortal Phoenix? No, that's not right. This fire phoenix's black flames aren't very pure. It's not an Immortal Phoenix, but the Netherworld Fire Phoenix. Right, it's the Netherworld Fire Phoenix, and its strength has already reached the level of a high-level great divine master. The martial arts practice field was already in an uproar. Countless experts were discussing animatedly. These experts were all extremely knowledgeable and had already recognized this fire phoenix. They were all extremely shocked in their hearts. The Netherworld Fire Phoenix was a branch of the Immortal Phoenix. Although it did not belong to the top-tier mutant beast bloodline, it was still considered extremely outstanding among the mutant beasts. At least in the entire Golden Crow 9 realms, it was absolutely not easy to find a mutant beast bloodline of the Netherworld Fire Phoenix's level. And now, this Qi Ming had actually brought a high-level great divine master level Netherworld Fire Phoenix to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Moreover, looking at the Netherworld Fire Phoenix's appearance, it was obvious that it had already been tamed and had become incomparably docile. Heavenly Phoenix silver snow dress, no matter what, it is only a piece of clothing. How can it compare to a real phoenix? The corners of Qi Ming's mouth carried a trace of a sneer. However, his gaze turned towards Lang Rushuang. Miss Langere is a young phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a phoenix among men, and this Netherworld Fire Phoenix can be your mount. Hearing Qi Ming's words, many experts on the martial arts practice field secretly exclaimed, "Big spending, really big spending." A Netherworld Fire Phoenix at the senior Great Divine Master level. I wonder how the Star Pavilion obtained it and tamed it. This Scarlet Nether is really willing to spend a lot of money to win the smile of a beauty. Whether in terms of value or rarity, the Netherworld Fire Phoenix mount of a high-level Great Divine Master was naturally far from what Heavenly Phoenix Silver Snow Garment could compare to. After all, in the entire Golden Crow 9 realms, other than this Netherworld Fire Phoenix, it was likely that there would not be a second exotic beast that possessed the bloodline of the Immortal Phoenix. Bastard, that damn Qi Ming! Young Master Chu's expression had already become incomparably gloomy. It was very obvious that he was once again inferior to Qi Ming. Miss Langere, this Netherworld Fire Phoenix, has already been completely tamed. You just need to make it acknowledge its master. Qi Ming said with a smile. However, Lang Rushuang's expression had always been cold. She glanced at the Netherworld Fire Phoenix and shook her head slightly. A phoenix is the empress of all beasts. It should be high and mighty, comparable to a true dragon. However, this phoenix has completely lost its dignity and pride. Such a phoenix can no longer be called a phoenix. Calling it an ordinary bird is more like it. I appreciate young Master Qi Ming and young Master Chu's good intentions. However, you should bring the Heavenly Phoenix, Yin Shuashang, and the Netherworld Fire Phoenix back yourself. After saying that, Lang Rushuang directly flew to the side of the void. Chapter 2862. Who are you, Miss Lang? Qi Ming and young Master Chu's expressions changed. The two of them did not expect that the treasure they had carefully prepared would not catch the phoenix's attention. Surrounded by many female disciples, Lang Rushuang flew to the side. However, after just 2 steps, another figure appeared in front of her. He wore a golden robe and stood there quietly with a long sword on his back. His body was slightly trembling, and there was a gentle smile on his extremely cold and young face. His gaze was extremely gentle and filled with endless love as he looked at Lang Rushuang. Unlike the gentleness that young Master Chu and Qi Ming deliberately showed, The gentleness and love of this golden-robed young man were not the slightest bit fake. He looked at Lung Rushuang as if he was looking at the person he loved the most. And this person was Jian Wushuang. In the martial arts practice field, many experts looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. Who is this person? Is he also a pursuer of young Phoenix? Haha! Not only is young Phoenix's talent unparalleled, but her beauty is also shocking. It's normal for her to have a few pursuers. However, young Phoenix has very high standards. She doesn't even care about young Master Qi Ming and young Master Chu. She doesn't even care about the gifts they prepared. It's not easy to impress her. Just wait and see. This guy is probably asking for trouble. Everyone was discussing. Qi Ming and Master Chu's faces also darkened. Where did he come from? Qi Ming's eyes were cold. As for Master Chu, he had already recognized Jian Wushuang. It's him. Master Chu's eyes narrowed. Previously, in Fire Cloud Castle, he had set his eyes on Jian Wushuang. He had also carefully investigated Jian Wushuang's information. Of course, he had also obtained some of Jian Wushuang's battle scenes. Those who remembered Jian Wushuang's appearance could now recognize him. Why is Sword One here? And his gaze. This kid is also interested in young Phoenix? Young Master Chu was secretly surprised. Jian Wushuang's gaze was too eye-catching. There was no hiding the tenderness and love in his gaze. Almost everyone present could see it. Naturally, they immediately thought that Jian Wushuang was also pursuing Lung Rushuang. But they did not know that Jian Wushuang was completely different from those so-called suitors. In the void, Jian Wushuang was still gazing at Lung Rushuang from a certain distance. Finally, after a long time, he opened his mouth slightly. Shuang Er. The two words, which were soft and gentle, also sounded on the martial arts practice field, but everyone present was stunned. Shuang Er? Was this how the golden-robed young man addressed the young Phoenix of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Was the young Phoenix not called Lung Er? Shuang Er. Lung Rushuang's face, which had always been as cold as ice, slightly changed. This name is very familiar. Who are you? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Who are you? Lung Rushuang was asking him who he was. How could it be? How could it be? Shuang Er, how can you not recognize me? Jian Wushuang's heart was roaring crazily, and his body was also trembling crazily. Countless thoughts had already formed in his mind. He and Lung Rushuang were both sent into the reincarnation passage by his master Xianyi. Under normal circumstances, keeping one's soul in the reincarnation passage was equivalent to reincarnation. Although everything had started over again, it still retained the memories of his previous life, so Lung Rushuang must have remembered him. But now, who are you? These three simple words made Jian Wushuang's mood fall to the bottom. Don't you recognize me? Jian Wushuang asked. Your appearance gives me a sense of déjà vu. I also feel very familiar with the name Shuang Er, but I really don't know who you are. Lung Rushuang shook her head slightly and paused. Then she asked again, Can you tell me your name? My name. Jian Wushuang felt bitter in his heart. Obviously, Lung Rushuang did not remember him. She did not even know his name. She just felt that he was somewhat familiar. Did something happen when I entered the reincarnation passage, or did Shuang Er's soul sleep all the time in my previous life, causing her memory to become blurry? Jian Wushuang pondered. In the outside world, the experts on the martial arts practice field all had strange expressions. As a matter of fact, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's young Phoenix expression had never changed since she appeared on the martial arts practice field. She had always been as cold as ice. Even though young Master Chu and Qi Ming had offered generous gifts to her, her expression did not change at all. But now, the sudden appearance of the golden-robed man and the way he addressed Shuang Er caused the expression of the young Phoenix to change. What's more, young Phoenix had taken the initiative to ask for his name. I spent more than 10 years preparing the Heavenly Phoenix silver snow gown just to make her smile, but she didn't even bother to look at me. But now she has taken the initiative to ask for Sword One's name? After that, young Master Chu's long and narrow eyes became unusually cold and stern. Qi Ming, who was beside him, also had an extremely ugly expression. In the void, Jian Wushuang's heart was struggling. He really wanted to rush forward and hold Lung Rushuang in his arms, but he was afraid of scaring her. Moreover, the situation in front of him did not seem to be the same as what he was doing. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang raised his head again, but he had already made a decision in his heart. Without any warning, Jian Wushuang's figure directly floated toward Lung Rushuang's position. Qi Ming and young Master Chu were both shocked by this scene. "How dare you!" Qi Ming shouted angrily, and his body instantly rushed forward. Damn it, he got there first. Young Master Chu also rushed forward, but he was obviously behind Qi Ming. After all, his strength was far inferior to Qi Ming's. Jian Wushuang approached Lung Rushuang, but Qi Ming had already blocked him before he could reach her. Where did this idiot come from? Miss Lung Er is also someone like you who can get close to her. Give me! Qi Ming was about to say the word, get lost, when Jian Wushuang looked at him directly. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a terrifying sword essence rushed toward Qi Ming. Qi Ming's last word was stuck in his throat, but he could not utter it again. He was still standing in front of Jian Wushuang, but his eyes were wide open. He stared at Jian Wushuang, and his body was trembling. In a split second, the moment Jian Wushuang's sword essence burst out, a thought appeared in Qi Ming's heart. If he dared to utter the last word, his throat would be cut by his opponent in the next moment. There was no room for struggle. Although it was just an illusion, Qi Ming was still terrified by it. Chapter 2863. Past life and present life in the void. Qi Ming had completely stopped. Jian Wushuang floated past him and continued toward Lung Rushuang. Finally, he arrived in front of Lung Rushuang. When he was less than 10 meters away, he finally stopped. Then he slowly reached out and took out a jade slip. He looked at Lung Rushuang with deep affection and threw the jade slip to her. Lung Rushuang hesitated for a moment, then took the jade slip and began to read it with her consciousness. There was only one paragraph in the jade slip. In my previous life, I chased you for 100,000 years. My heart was broken, and I missed you. I entered the reincarnation with you. In this life, I promise you 100 million years, and we will be together until death. When we meet today, you will be my companion. Jian Wushuang. Lung Rushuang moved for a moment and then looked up at Jian Wushuang, but she found that Jian Wushuang had already turned around and left. Lung Rushuang could only look at Jian Wushuang's back and mutter to herself, Jian Wushuang, is this his name? Why does this name feel so familiar to me? In my previous life, in this life, who is he? Lung Rushuang was also puzzled. She shook her head after a long while. Let's go, Lung Rushuang said. Then she returned to her residence with many female disciples, until Lung Rushuang completely disappeared from everyone's sight. The people on the martial arts practice field were in an uproar. In the center of the training grounds, the few undying saints had been quietly watching this scene. They did not express any opinions, but now they were all laughing and chatting. Haha! As expected of the young phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, there really are quite a few suitors. Yeah, the young master of the Heavenly Melody Realm Lord and the young pavilion master of the Star Pavilion aren't ordinary people. There's also that little fellow who appeared at the end. He seems to be quite extraordinary as well. He is indeed extraordinary. Everyone should have noticed that in that instant, right? The several immortal saints exchanged glances and nodded. Sword intent. an extremely sharp sword intent that contains boundless killing intent. This sword intent isn't too strong. Logically speaking, Qi Ming should be the young pavilion master of the Star Pavilion, and his strength should be infinitely close to that of an invincible divine master. This sword intent shouldn't be able to do anything to him. But in the end, he was so frightened by that sword intent that he couldn't even speak. Haha, the sword essence is only secondary. The key is the overwhelming killing intent contained in the sword essence. If I didn't guess, the little guy should be a real killing god. Although he looks young, he has killed many cultivators in his life. Only the terrifying killing intent condensed under the overwhelming killing, and the sword essence released at the same time can shock Qi Ming. This little guy is not simple. The immortal saints were all talking about Jian Wushuang. By the way, do you know that little guy? Long Xingzi, the pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, asked with a smile. No, there are many experts in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, but not many can have such powerful sword essence and killing intent like this little guy. He's only a peak divine master. I've thought about it, but he's not one of them. It seems that he is a reclusive expert or someone who has just risen. We haven't heard of him yet. None of the immortal saints present recognized Jian Wushuang. On the martial arts practice field, a few people recognized Jian Wushuang, but they did not hear about it. Since you don't know him, then forget it. Long Xingzi waved his hand. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence today, but the viewing ceremony has already ended. If you have nothing else to do, you can drink a few times more in my Dragon Phoenix Pavilion before leaving. If you have something to do, you can leave first. As Lung Rushuang left, the viewing ceremony had already ended. Many experts in the martial arts practice field also began to leave. In a corner of the martial arts practice field, Senior Brother Chu Shi, that sword one seems to have left. Should we immediately chase after him? Demoness Gu asked. There's no need. Chu Shi shook his head. Junior Sister Gu, your strength is still too weak. Perhaps you still don't understand, but I saw it very clearly. Although Sword One didn't make a move in that instant, he was at an absolute advantage in the confrontation with Qi Ming. Qi Ming was even completely intimidated by him. Qi Ming is the young master of the Star Point Pavilion. Even he is no match for Sword One, so I'm no match for him. It seems that I was a bit rash to challenge him. Sword One is so powerful. Demoness Gu was rather surprised, but more shocked. The last time they met, Jian Wushuang's cultivation was only at the peak Earth Divine Master level, and his battle strength was only at the Divine Master level. However, it had only been a short while, and Jian Wushuang's strength was already so strong that he could not even deal with Chu Shi, who was at the peak of the Great Divine Master level. In another corner, Chu Hong, are you disappointed that Miss Lung Air did not take your Phoenix Silver Snow Garment? Qi Ming appeared in front of young Master Chu and mocked. Humph, didn't Miss Lung Air also not take your Netherworld Fire Phoenix? What are you so proud of? Young Master Chu said coldly. That's right. Miss Lung Air didn't accept the gifts that the two of us had meticulously prepared. She didn't even take a look at them. On the contrary, that person who appeared out of nowhere actually caused Miss Lung Air's expression to change. Miss Lung Air even took the initiative to ask for the other party's name. Hee, young Master Chu, it seems that both of us have no hope. Qi Ming said, self-mockingly, there's no hope. Young Master Chu's expression changed. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Qi Ming waved his hand and left. Young Master Chu still stood there, but his expression had already become extremely gloomy. Black Blood Emperor, I told you to keep an eye on Sword One. How is it now? Young Master Chu asked. Young Master, I've already sent someone to follow. Black Blood Emperor said. That's good. Young Master Chu's gaze was extremely cold. Sword One, previously in Fire Cloud Castle, After me, only Sword 1 came to pay a visit to Lord Mo. The sword Tao treasure that Lord Mo used the holy heavenly furnace to refine is very likely to have been refined for Sword 1. And now, Sword 1 has actually come to Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to compete with me for the fledgling Phoenix. Humph, he's just a peak divine master. How dare he try to get his hands on a young phoenix? If I don't remove all his claws, I won't be called Master Chu. Black Blood Emperor, let's go and find Sword 1. Master Chu shouted. Yes. Black Blood Emperor nodded. Immediately, Master Chu led his invincible divine master, Black Blood Emperor, and several peak divine masters to chase after Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2864. Arrived after leaving the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Jian Wushuang flew in the void alone. Shuang Er actually lost her memory, but she still feels familiar with me, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. He came to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion purely to join in the fun, but on the other hand, he was also a little curious about the favored son of heaven, Xiaofeng. However, he did not expect that the young phoenix would be his wife, Lung Rushuang. The moment he saw Lung Rushuang, he was ecstatic. However, Lung Rushuang lost her memory and could not recognize him. It was like giving him a bucket of cold water, which made Jian Wushuang pleasantly surprised. In any case, I have seen Shuang Er again. As for her memory, as long as she is familiar with me, it should not be difficult for her to recover it, Jian Wushuang thought. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. He had already reached some movement in the void behind him. Jian Wushuang remained calm and continued to move forward. He did not stop until he was a certain distance away from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and reached a desolate and vast plain. Then he turned around. Don't hide anymore. Come out. Jian Wushuang's bright voice spread. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, several figures rushed over from the distant sky and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Instantly, 6 people came, and the leader was young Master Chu. Jian Wushuang also recognized the cold middle-aged man standing next to young Master Chu. He was the Black Blood Emperor. In addition to the 2 of them, there were 4 other people. Their auras were also very impressive. They were all peak great divine masters. An invincible divine master. For peak stage great divine masters, and Master Chu himself was also an advanced great divine master. Such a lineup was indeed not weak. So, it's you, Master Chu. I wonder why you have followed me all the way here. Jian Wushuang's expression was calm. He did not change because of the powerful lineup of Master Chu and the others. Sword 1. Master Chu stared at Jian Wushuang. You know me, Master Chu? Jian Wushuang was surprised. I know you. When you visited Lord Mo, I happened to be in Fire Cloud Castle and heard about your visit. At that time, I heard that you were only an advanced great divine master. But now, in less than 10 years, you have already reached the peak great divine master. Your breakthrough speed is quite fast, isn't it? Master Chu said. I was just lucky, Jian Wushuang said casually. Well, cut the crap. I came to you today for 2 things. The first thing is to hand over the sword principal treasure that Lord Mo refined for you. Young Master Chu shouted. The sword principal treasure that Lord Mo refined. Jian Wushuang looked puzzled. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know? In that case, I don't have to say the second thing. I'll kill you, and then I'll go to your interspatial ring to find it. Kill him. Young Master Chu shouted in a low voice. The Black Blood Emperor did not move, but the 4 peak great divine masters behind him immediately moved. Boom, 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 boom. For powerful auras burst out in an instant. Peak Great Divine Masters was definitely the top expert in the sacred world. In the Pale Sun sacred world, there were only a few peak Great Divine Masters, and each of them could be considered the strongest battle strength. But now, the 4 peak great divine masters attacked simultaneously. The four peak great divine masters were mighty, because they sensed that Jian Wushuang's aura was also at the level of a peak great divine master. They did not underestimate Jian Wushuang. Instead, they attacked with all their strength. One of the four peak great divine masters suddenly grew to 30 meters, like a mountain. Behind him, a huge phantom of a strange beast appeared. His aura was monstrous, and his feet stepped on the void as he crazily charged toward Jian Wushuang. The second person was a green-clothed woman. She held a dark green whip in her hand, and with a fierce swing of the whip, Jian Wushuang could vaguely hear the sound of flowing water. Large waves spread wildly toward him. The third person was a short, thin man. Although he was short, his violent aura was the strongest among the four people present. He held a golden-red sledgehammer, shining with golden light. He looked like a god who had descended from heaven. He swung the sledgehammer and smashed it into the void. Immediately, large waves spread out in the space. The last person was an older man with messy hair. The older man stood where he was and did not rush out. However, there was a layer of flame in his eyes. A strange power silently attacked Jian Wushuang. This power was a soul attack. The four great divine masters attacked with all their strength, vowing to kill Jian Wushuang on the spot. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang just smiled faintly, and then he flew out. He did not use any secret skills. He did not use 7-star secret skill, penal law divine realm, or 9 luminary star armor. He just relied on his current divine power and the blood mountain sword in his hand. Boom! A powerful soul attack came at him at once. However, after passing through his Bodhist defense and hitting the exquisite pagoda, it only shook the pagoda slightly and easily blocked it. Then, the towering mountain formed by the 30-foot tall, burly man came straight at him. Jian Wushuang casually struck out with his sword. That's right. He struck with the body of the sword, not with the blade. Although it was just a casual strike with Jian Wushuang's own strength and the power of the Blood Mountain Sword, the strike's power was still at the peak of the great divine master level. Bang! The towering mountain that came crashing toward him was instantly sent flying. Then, Jian Wushuang gently slashed with his long sword. It was as casual as before, but it blocked the long whip of the cyan-robed woman and the giant hammer of the skinny man. Jian Wushuang easily neutralized the 4 peak divine masters' full-strength attacks. This kid seems to be quite strong. Be careful, the elder who used soul attack said. The other 3 looked very serious. Then the 4 attacked Jian Wushuang again. Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry. Since the Blood Mountain Sword had been infused with his blood essence, its power had soared. He had not used the Blood Mountain Sword to fight with anyone since then. Now was a rare opportunity, so he was not in a hurry to finish off his opponent. He still wanted to get used to the power of the lower Blood Mountain Sword. Chapter 2865 had underestimated him. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 peak divine masters attacked Jian Wushuang with all their strength. However, Jian Wushuang only casually attacked the 4 peak divine masters. Although he looked calm, he was able to withstand their attacks. My divine power has increased dramatically since I became an initial great divine master. The power of the Blood Mountain Sword is dozens of times stronger than before. Now, my divine power is at least 100 times stronger than when I fought Marquis of 3 Even though I haven't used any secret skills, the power of my divine power and the Blood Mountain Sword is still much stronger than that of a peak great divine master. Even if I don't use any sword skills, I can still fight against the 4 great divine masters with my brute strength. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He could fight with the 4 peak divine masters with just a casual move of his sword. If he used his sword skills seriously, I've already felt the power of Blood Mountain Sword. There's no need to waste time with them. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and moved forward like a ghost. he appeared in front of the burly man who was as tall as a mountain. The burly man looked extremely sturdy, as if he was covered by a layer of rock. He immediately rushed toward Jian Wushuang when he saw him. However, this time, Jian Wushuang did not use his sword. Instead, he swung his sword. Whoosh! A beautiful sword light swept out. The sword light was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. This sword was the 7th move of the space-time swordsmanship created by Jian Wushuang, the intoxicated one. The sword light flashed out, but it contained an extremely terrifying strangling power. This strangling power was formed by the hundreds of space-time blades that Jian Wushuang had comprehended the space-time rules. Of course, the most important thing was that it was the Blood Mountain sword that performed this move. The sword light collided with the burly man's mountain-like body without any hindrance. The burly man thought that his secret skill was strong enough to fight against Jian Wushuang's sword light. However, when the two collided, the burly man's hair stood on end. The towering mountain formed by the burly man was cut in half by the beautiful sword light. The sword light passed through the center of the mountain and cut it in half. Naturally, it divided the burly man's divine body in half. Even so, the beautiful sword light did not disappear. Instead, it rushed out at an amazing speed and swept toward the messy-haired old man who had been attacking Jian Wushuang with soul attacks. What? The messy-haired old man was shocked. He did not expect the sword light to continue slashing at him. The distance was too close, and the speed of the sword light was so fast that the messy-haired elder did not have time to block it. He could not even put up some defense on his body. He could only watch as the sword light struck his divine body. It passed through his divine body. Chi! Chi! The beautiful sword light finally disappeared completely. However, 2 of the 4 peak divine masters who had surrounded Jian Wushuang were killed in an instant. How is this possible? The remaining 2 people, the green-clothed woman wielding the dark green whip, and the short and thin man wielding the sledgehammer, were all shocked. They were both peak divine masters, but Jian Wushuang had killed 2 of them with 1 strike. Did this mean that they could not withstand 1 strike? Run! Without hesitation, they turned around and tried to run away. Jian Wushuang glanced at them and slowly raised his palm. Buzz! A tremendous force of space-time rules swept away in an instant. The heaven-designated skill. With Jian Wushuang's great improvement in the space-time rule and the power of his divine power, he could use this skill again. Even an invincible divine master could not be underestimated. He had almost no ability to resist. Without any warning, the void where the cyan-robed woman and the short and skinny man were standing completely froze. The cyan-robed woman and the short and skinny man were also completely frozen, not moving at all. Jian Wushuang's figure flashed and appeared beside the 2 of them. Then he casually waved his Blood Mountain sword, and 2 heads were immediately thrown away. In the blink of an eye, all the supreme divine masters who had surrounded Jian Wushuang were dead. Too fast, too fast. The 4 supreme divine masters had been able to fight Jian Wushuang with equal strength, but in the blink of an eye, they were killed by Jian Wushuang in less than half a breath. In the void beside the battlefield, young Master Chu stood side by side with the Black Blood Emperor. When the Black Blood Emperor saw Jian Wushuang kill the 2 peak great divine masters with a sword, he realized that something was wrong and wanted to help. However, he was too slow. He had just moved when the 4 peak great divine masters were all dead. Damn it! The Black Blood Emperor's expression changed. How could it be? Young Master Chu was stunned. They had long noticed that the divine power emitted by Jian Wushuang was only at the level of a peak great divine master. Logically speaking, Jian Wushuang would have been completely defeated in a 4-on-1 fight. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to it at the beginning and only let the 4 peak great divine masters fight while the Black Blood Emperor watched from the side. However, because of this slight underestimation, he lost 4 peak great divine masters for nothing. This was a peak great divine master. Even though the heaven curve world was larger than the pale sun's sacred world, it did not have many peak great divine masters. It was a great loss to lose four at once. I underestimated him. Master Chu stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold face. He's only a peak divine master, but his battle strength is almost comparable to an ordinary invincible divine master. No wonder Qi Ming couldn't stop him in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He seemed to be intimidated. I thought he used some special method, but now it seems that his strength is indeed above Qi Ming's. Qi Ming must have realized this and chose to retreat. The Black Blood Emperor's voice was cold. In the void ahead, Jian Wushuang, who had easily killed the four great divine masters, looked at young Master Chu and young Master Chu with his cold eyes. Young Master Chu, didn't you want to kill me? It seems that these four people are not enough. Chapter 2866. Black Blood Emperor. Master Chu, didn't you want to kill me? It seems that these four people are not enough. Jian Wushuang's voice slowly echoed between heaven and earth. Hearing it, Master Chu's face immediately turned cold. Boy, don't be too proud. It's just killing four great divine masters at the peak. So what's the big deal? Master Chu's voice was shallow, but he looked at the Black Blood Emperor. I'll leave it to you. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to take him down, right? Yes. The Black Blood Emperor nodded slightly, but his eyes gradually turned cold. Black Blood Emperor? Jian Wushuang also glanced at the Black Blood Emperor. When he left the Pale Sun Sacred World, he also got some special information from Yin Suer. Among them was the Black Blood Emperor. The Black Blood Emperor had been an invincible divine master for a long time. There were different levels of invincible divine masters, and the Black Blood Emperor was one of the most powerful among them. Marquis of Three Yin, who had fought with Jian Wushuang, was also an invincible divine master, but he was not as famous or powerful as the Black Blood Emperor. It was said that the Black Blood Emperor's comprehension of the rules, in fact, he was even comparable to an ordinary immortal saint. Under normal circumstances, as long as one had accumulated divine power to the limit of a divine master and knew some secret skills to increase the power of his power, in addition to his comprehension of the rules and Tao, he would be an invincible divine master. To be able to create an ultimate skill, one could be considered an invincible divine master. When one's comprehension of the rules exceeded that of a divine master and reached the level of an immortal saint, one could be considered an invincible divine master in the second stage. The Black Blood Emperor was an invincible divine master who had entered the second stage. Therefore, Jian Wushuang did not underestimate the Black Blood Emperor. After my realm broke through and my strength soared, I was worried that I would not have a suitable opponent to fight with. However, although the Black Blood Emperor is not a true immortal saint, he is not weak either. So it's a good test of my current strength. Jian Wushuang smiled. Come on, let me see what level you can force me to. Jian Wushuang was full of expectation. The Black Blood Emperor's face was cold and his eyes were icy. He stared at Jian Wushuang, but there was already vast darkness spreading out from his body. This darkness was boundless and covered the vast world. An extremely oppressive aura instantly swept out, suffocating people. The Black Blood Emperor slowly raised his right hand and pointed in the direction of Jian Wushuang. Go. He spat out a word. The boundless darkness directly covered Jian Wushuang. The boundless dark airflow surged wildly in the void and condensed into a huge dark vortex instantly. The dark vortex was at least 300 meters wide. As soon as it appeared, it began to spin crazily. As it spun, a world-shaking, devouring power suddenly erupted, heaven-devouring Earth. The huge dark vortex mercilessly devoured everything in the void. The dark vortex continued to expand and slowly approached Jian Wushuang. As expected, Looking at the huge dark vortex in front of him, Jian Wushuang was secretly surprised. To be able to form such a huge dark vortex with just a raise of his hand, his comprehension of the dark rules must have reached an incredible level. At the very least, it's not something that a divine master can achieve. Jian Wushuang was secretly surprised. However, he was not afraid at all. When the huge dark vortex engulfed him, a shocking sword essence rose from Jian Wushuang's body. This sword essence wanted to tear the world apart. A thick divine power slowly surged out of Jian Wushuang's divine body. Then Jian Wushuang struck out. He just struck out casually, looking like an ordinary person wielding a wooden sword. However, when he swung his long sword, a sword light immediately lit up. This sword light was feeble, dim, and incomplete. It was a broken light, a remnant light. However, when this remnant light appeared, at least 100,000s of remnant lights were everywhere in the blink of an eye. Even Jian Wushuang's body turned into hundreds and thousands of people at this moment. Thousand-sided remnant light. The ultimate skill created by Jian Wushuang was also his most powerful sword move. Buzz! The seemingly dim remnant light actually contained a terrifying power. The remnant light charged into the majestic dark vortex, as if the dark vortex had mercilessly devoured it. However, in just a moment, the dazzling light in the majestic dark vortex became brighter and brighter. Finally, the endless sword light completely exploded, along with hundreds of space-time blades hidden under the sword light. These sword lights and space-time blades frantically swept out in all directions. The vast and majestic dark vortex was torn into pieces by these sword lights and space-time blades. The entire dark vortex completely collapsed, and the dark airflow that filled the sky also scattered wildly in all directions. However, the dark vortex had just been defeated. Whoosh! A figure silently appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly constricted, and he had already sensed the figure's arrival from the corner of his eye. Whoosh! The dark saber light did not stir up any momentum at all. Instead, it also silently slashed toward Jian Wushuang. Although the saber light did not carry much power, Jian Wushuang had already sensed the terrifying power contained in the dark saber light the moment it was swung. Jian Wushuang immediately raised his hand and waved his sword to block it. Clang! A low collision sound was heard. Jian Wushuang's body slightly sank. Before he could fight back, the owner of the dark saber light, the Black Blood Emperor, once again released his saber. This saber move was completely different from the first one. This saber move brought about the entire world and the endless darkness in the surroundings. The power it carried was shocking, and the saber light was extremely domineering. Rumble! The saber light descended. Jian Wushuang could even sense that the surrounding void was trembling crazily, as if it could not withstand the power of the saber light. Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly. Then, under the surge of divine power, he swung the Blood Mountain sword directly. Clang! The two collided, and the power completely exploded. However, it was obvious that Jian Wushuang was at an absolute disadvantage. What a strong power! Jian Wushuang's eyes focused. He had already felt a strong power coming from the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. His body slightly trembled, and he could not help but retreat. But at this time, the Black Blood Emperor raised his hand and swung it down. In a flash, the third slash came, and the power of the third slash was obviously more powerful and terrifying than the previous two. Chapter 2867. Fierce battle. This saber light. Jian Wushuang looked at the dark saber light that was slashing toward him in surprise. It was the same dark saber light, but this saber light was several times stronger than the first and second saber light. The ultimate skill, and it's a terrifying ultimate skill. In terms of power, it's much stronger than the ultimate skill, Blood Coagulation Claw, created by my 1,000 square-shaped light and the Marquis of 3 Jian Wushuang praised. He immediately placed the Blood Mountain sword in front of his chest. Bang! The terrifying power completely exploded from the saber light. The boundless dark air current crazily surged toward Jian Wushuang, drowning him in the blink of an eye. Is he dead? Standing in the void not far away, young Master Chu revealed a cold smile when he saw this scene. Black Blood Emperor's expression was also extremely cold. Nevertheless, he had absolute confidence in his own strength, especially his saber skills. Each of the 3 saber strikes was an ultimate skill, especially the third one. When the power of the third saber strike was strong enough to withstand the previous 2 saber strikes, he believed that even if Jian Wushuang was an invincible divine master, even if he did not die, he would at least be severely injured. Hum, 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 hum. The terrifying saber light and the darkness in the sky finally disappeared, and the void where Jian Wushuang finally appeared in front of Black Blood Emperor. However, looking at the scene in front of him, Black Blood Emperor immediately frowned. In the void not far away, young Master Chu's expression changed. He didn't die. What is he doing? Jian Wushuang was still standing in the void. There was a layer of purple barrier on his body, which was naturally formed by the Purple Emperor Bell. Jian Wushuang was covered by the Purple Emperor Bell. There was no injury on his body, nor was he in a sorry state. Even his aura was at its peak. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang was not injured at all. Black Blood Emperor, I've long heard that you're very strong. You're already at the 2nd stage among the invincible divine masters. Now it seems that it's true. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He had already recognized Black Blood Emperor's strength, and it was indeed, as the rumors said, it was even slightly stronger than the rumors said. It's true that you're strong, but it's a pity that the person you're meeting today is me. Jian Wushuang laughed strangely. At the same time, his aura soared at an astonishing speed. He was originally at the level of a junior great divine master. Under the cover of the black stone, he emitted the divine power aura of a peak great divine master. But now, as he used the 7-star secret skill, his realm instantly rose from a junior great divine master to a senior great divine master. His divine power aura also soared, and he had also reached the invincible divine master level. He was even stronger than Black Blood Emperor. With the help of the 7-star secret skill, my divine power has increased by several times. And then Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. He suddenly rushed forward and appeared in front of Black Blood Emperor in the blink of an eye. He waved the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. He swung the sword in an overbearing manner. It seemed that he was going to use his power to suppress his opponent. Black Blood Emperor was not afraid at all. He stepped forward, condensed his endless saber essence, and slashed out. In an instant, the sword shadow and the saber light collided head-on, and the power of the 2 completely exploded. What? Black Blood Emperor's face suddenly changed. How can it be? The power of Sword 1 has become stronger? And so much stronger? Black Blood Emperor was shocked. When he fought with Jian Wushuang just now, Jian Wushuang's strength and power were on par with his. But now, when they fought again, he felt the power from Jian Wushuang's sword. It was much stronger than his. It was at least several times stronger. Haha, Black Blood Emperor, let's compete in strength. Jian Wushuang laughed. He did not care about fighting skills anymore. He just swung his Blood Mountain sword. He swung his sword at the Black Blood Emperor again multiple times, each of which contained a power that shocked even an invincible divine master like Black Blood Emperor. Damn it, how could he be so strong? Black Blood Emperor's expression changed drastically. His comprehension of the rules was much stronger than Jian Wushuang's, and the ultimate skill he created was obviously stronger. Even so, under Jian Wushuang's overwhelming strength, he could barely hold his own against Jian Wushuang. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang waved his left hand. Swish, 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 swish. Streams of black light shot out like black lightning. These black streams of light were extremely fast and powerful. In an instant, they appeared in front of Black Blood Emperor. Black Blood Emperor was shocked. Immediately, a majestic black airflow burst out from his body and turned into saber shadows. They collided with the black streams of light and sent them flying. After the black streamers were sent flying, they soon floated in the void in front of Jian Wushuang. It was then that they could clearly see that the black streamers were black magic, swords emitting a powerful aura and the power of reincarnation. The black magic swords were arranged in a row and floated in the air. There were a total of 18 of them, the 18 underworld blood magic swords, which had reached the level of a superior divine treasure, floated in the air. With a thought from Jian Wushuang, the 18 black magic swords condensed together at an amazing speed. Buzz! A faint hum, like the sound of a sword, slowly sounded in the world. A brand new, 5-meter-long black divine sword with a very thin body suddenly appeared in the world. The 18 black divine swords condensed into one. Black Blood Emperor, try the power of my sword formation. Jian Wushuang smiled and pointed in the direction of the Black Blood Emperor. Go. In an instant, the 5-meter-long black divine sword, which was emitting a shocking power, pierced through the void and shot out. The black divine sword left a perfect arc in the void, giving people the feeling that it was a beautiful black sword light. The sword light was absolutely beautiful and intoxicating. It was the 3rd level of the Samsara sword formation, Samsara intoxication, when Jian Wushuang was only at the peak divine master level in the Pale Sun sacred world. He had relied on the 3rd level of the sword formation to fight against the Marquis of 3 Yin. Now that he had broken through from the peak divine master level to the initial great divine master level, the power of the sword formation had been greatly enhanced. Chapter 2868 Killing on the Spot. The moment the 3rd reincarnation sword formation was completely formed, the Black Blood Emperor had already sensed the terrifying power contained within the sword formation. When the sword formation truly attacked, the Black Blood Emperor's expression had already become extremely grave. His body was suffused with a large number of black air currents, and boundless darkness once again swept out. Amidst the darkness that filled the sky, a dark giant that was 1,000 feet tall appeared out of thin air. This dark giant's aura was majestic. He held a black battle saber tightly in his hand. As the battle saber in the hands of the Black Blood Emperor waved, the dark giant raised the battle saber in his hand at the same time and suddenly slashed out. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The dark giant was shaken by the terrifying power of the sword formation and staggered back a few steps. However, the reincarnation sword formation only lasted for a moment before the 5-meter-long black divine sword once again shot out explosively. Bang! 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 The dark giant tried his best to resist the onslaught again. However, after only 5 onslaughts, the dark giant could not withstand the powerful impact and directly collapsed. The 5-meter-long black divine sword continued to charge toward the Black Blood Emperor with shocking power. This sword formation is so powerful. Although the Black Blood Emperor was shocked, he did not panic. He quickly retreated and slashed out with his saber, repelling the sword formation again. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang, who had been controlling the reincarnation sword formation in the void in front of him, also moved. He appeared in front of the Black Blood Emperor and unleashed his space-time swordsmanship. He fully displayed his swordsmanship while the reincarnation sword formation charged at the Black Blood Emperor again and again. The perfect combination of the two, the Black Blood Emperor instantly felt the pressure multiply. I'm in big trouble. This kid's strength is extremely powerful, and his swordsmanship is extremely high. He won't be at a disadvantage when fighting me in close combat. His sword formation is also extremely powerful. When the two combine, I'm no match for him. The Black Blood Emperor's expression had become quite unsightly. If Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship could be separated from the reincarnation sword formation, he would not be afraid of either. But now, with the perfect combination of the two, he could withstand Jian Wushuang's close-range swordsmanship. But it was difficult for him to defend against the attack of the Samsara sword formation. The Black Blood Emperor was completely suppressed by Jian Wushuang. He had tried his best to exert his strength to the maximum, but he was still suppressed by Jian Wushuang. Moreover, Jian Wushuang's advantage was still expanding under the suppression. Oh no, I can't hold on any longer. The Black Blood Emperor's face changed drastically. He could barely withstand the impact of the reincarnation sword formation. But at this time, Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword came straight at him. But he did not have time to swing his saber to block it. He had no choice but to rely on his powerful body protection to find a way to take this sword head-on. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from his body. The black robe on the Black Blood Emperor's body instantly turned into black armor. The black armor covered the Black Blood Emperor's entire body. There were even some black halos around his body. The aura of a top-tier heavenly treasure was emitted from the armor. The Black Blood Emperor relaxed slightly when he saw the powerful power of the black armor. He had obtained the black armor by chance. Although it was only at the superior divine treasure level, it was definitely the best of the best among the superior divine treasures. Its value was almost comparable to a special treasure at the superior divine treasure level. The black armor was his most powerful protective means, and he was quite confident in its protective ability. He believed that no matter how powerful Jian Wushuang's next attack was, after being weakened by the black armor, it would at most be able to injure him, but not seriously. As for killing him, it was impossible. But soon his expression completely froze. As soon as the blade of Jian Wushuang's scarlet long sword touched the protective armor on his body, his extremely confident protective armor was immediately torn apart like a piece of paper. The protective armor was torn apart, so it did not pose much of an obstacle to the scarlet long sword. The scarlet long sword mercilessly cut through the divine body of the Black Blood Emperor and flew out from the other end. In an instant, the divine body of the Black Blood Emperor was cut into two pieces. His vitality had begun to dissipate. The Black Blood Emperor's eyes were still wide open, but his face was filled with horror and disbelief. Yes, it was unbelievable. He could not imagine that Jian Wushuang's sword could kill him directly. He also did not expect that his protective armor, which was considered the best among the top-tier heavenly treasures, would be so vulnerable to Jian Wushuang's sword light. It's a sword! It's his sword! Before he died, the Black Blood Emperor looked at the scarlet long sword in Jian Wushuang's hand. The scarlet long sword looked ordinary, but did not emit much aura or power. Even during the battle, the Black Blood Emperor could feel that the scarlet long sword's power was extraordinary, but he did not think too much about it. But now, before he died, the Black Blood Emperor understood. Holy treasure! This sword is a holy treasure, and it's extremely sharp and extremely powerful. The Black Blood Emperor growled in his heart, but his eyes dimmed completely. Jian Wushuang stood in the void and looked down at the Black Blood Emperor's corpse, which had been broken into two pieces. His face was extremely cold. Marquis of 3 who fought with me in the Pale Sun Sacred World, was not weak in the first stage of the invincible Divine Master, but I could still fight with him. Now that I've broken through to the level of an elementary, great Divine Master, the Blood Mountain sword has undergone a transformation. Its power has increased tenfold, and its overall combat strength is dozens of times stronger than before. Especially the Blood Mountain sword, it has more than the power of a holy treasure. The most important thing is that its blade is too sharp. A protective armor at the level of a superior divine treasure is like a piece of paper in front of my Blood Mountain sword. There's no way to defend against it. After killing the Black Blood Emperor, Jian Wushuang was not too excited. After all, he knew that his current combat strength had long surpassed that of an ordinary invincible divine master. Even if the Black Blood Emperor had reached the second stage among invincible divine masters, he was still no match for Jian Wushuang. Moreover, he had not used his full strength just now. He had not used many of his trump cards. He had only relied on his swordsmanship and the reincarnation sword formation to kill the Black Blood Emperor. His real combat strength could be even stronger. Chapter 2869. Young Master, choose trump card. The Black Blood Emperor is dead. Next it's him. Jian Wushuang looked at young Master Chu coldly. He knew very well that the 4 divine masters and Black Blood Emperor were just following orders. Young Master Chu was the one who wanted to kill him. Jian Wushuang had thought that young Master Chu would be terrified after seeing him kill the Black Blood Emperor. However, what surprised him was the look on his face. He was indeed very surprised that Jian Wushuang could kill the Black Blood Emperor. However, he was not too frightened. What kind of trump card does young Master Chu have? Jian Wushuang could not help thinking. At this moment, young Master Chu's eyes were fixed on the Blood Mountain sword in Jian Wushuang's hand. It's this sword, it's so sharp and terrifying. I know how strong the Black Blood Emperor's body protection is. The body protection armor on his body is an absolute top-grade heavenly treasure. But in front of this sword, it was torn apart like a piece of paper. This sword, young Master Chu's eyes lit up. He had already thought of a possibility. It seems that the sword principal weapon you asked Lord Mo to refine should be this sword in your hand. Young Master Chu said excitedly, Master Chu, I'm very curious. What else can you rely on to face me so calmly without running away? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Jian Wushuang also looked at Master Chu. Kill me? Do you dare? Master Chu smiled coldly. Jian Yi, don't forget that my father is World Lord Tian Chu. He's an extremely powerful immortal saint, and his methods are very good. Although he'll be furious that you killed the Black Blood Emperor, he might not kill you personally. But if he dares to attack me again, I dare to say that my father will kill you at all costs. Do you think you can escape then? This is what you rely on. Do you want to use your father to intimidate me? Jian Wushuang's face was very cold. Of course not. Young Master Chu shook his head slightly and then took out a token. The token looked ordinary, and when it appeared in young Master Chu's hand, Jian Wushuang immediately sensed an extremely terrifying aura from it. This aura made his heart palpitate. There was no doubt that this aura came from the immortal saint. Jian Yi, you should be able to see what this token is. Young Master Chu smiled. That's right. This token is a life-saving token that my father personally refined for me. During this period, it contains the power of one blow for my father. It's enough to kill any divine master, including the invincible divine master. If you have the guts, you can give it a try. Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. He finally understood why young Master Chu was so confident. It turned out that he had such a trump card. The token that contained the power of one strike from Realm Lord Tian Chu was the power of one strike from the immortal saint. Realm Lord Tian Chu was well known in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow and was an extremely powerful immortal saint. His power was below that of the immortal saint. Not many people could survive. After all, the gap between the immortal saint and the divine master was too big. Jian Wushuang had already possessed the combat strength of an invincible divine master when he was in the Pill Sun's sacred world. Now that his realm had broken through and his Blood Mountain sword had undergone a transformation, his overall strength had increased by nearly 100 times. But even so, he did not think that he was qualified to fight with an immortal saint. However, that did not mean that Jian Wushuang was afraid of Realm Master Tian Chu. Master Chu, it seems that Realm Master Tian Chu really dotes on you. He just came to Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to attend the ceremony. Not only did he arrange for you to be protected by an invincible Divine Master and 4 peak Divine Masters, but he also refined a life-saving talisman for you. However, you are destined to be disappointed. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. A majestic killing intent slowly rose from his body. Sensing this majestic killing intent, young Master Chu's expression could not help but change. Jian Yi, do you really want to die? Although young Master Chu had absolute confidence in his life-saving command talisman, to be exact, he had absolute confidence in his father. However, even with his father's ability, it was not easy for him to personally refine such a life-saving command talisman. Therefore, he hoped that Jian Wushuang would give up so that he could not use this trump card. But now, courting death? Haha, young Master Chu, you think too highly of yourself. Jian Wushuang sneered. The majestic killing intent had completely covered young Master Chu. At the same time, a large amount of golden divine power surged out from the surface of Jian Wushuang's body. In an instant, it formed a huge golden emperor phantom behind Jian Wushuang, which was at least 30,000 feet tall. Jian Wushuang finally used his secret skill, Divine Punishment. As soon as Divine Punishment was used, Jian Wushuang's strength soared again, but his body had already rushed out. Seeing this, young Master Chu finally did not hesitate anymore. Go to hell! With a powerful shout, young Master Chu directly crushed the life-saving token in his hand. In an instant, a world-shaking and terrifying power suddenly erupted. This power was much more powerful than the full power of an ordinary Divine Master or even an invincible Divine Master. It was definitely at the level of an immortal saint, and among them it was definitely not weak. Rumble! The sky and earth changed color, and the entire void was shaking crazily. Under the guidance of young Master Chu, this sudden burst of terrifying power suddenly turned into a towering hand. The towering hand opened its fingers and directly grabbed at Jian Wushuang. Wherever it passed, a crisp explosion sounded in the void. Jian Wushuang, who was moving, felt that a terrifying power had completely covered and sealed him, making him lose any chance to escape. The towering hand finally covered Jian Wushuang and suddenly clenched. An explosive power was activated, as if it could crush an entire world. Jian Wushuang was completely submerged by the overwhelming, terrifying power. In the void next to him, Master Chu stood there and looked at the giant hand in front of him, which was destroying everything. A cold smile appeared on his face. Father, this is Father's strength. Jian Yi really deserves to die. He thought that he was amazing enough to kill the Black Blood Emperor, but he didn't know that he was no different from an ant in front of Father. If Father wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. Chapter 2870. Killing young Master Chu. Looking at the earth-shattering power in front of him, young Master Chu's eyes were filled with extreme fanaticism. This fanaticism was his admiration for his father. The undying sage, the true overlord of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, was much stronger than the reverent god. All below the sage were ants. This sentence was definitely not casually said. Wang Wang, the power that filled the sky, finally dissipated completely. That piece of void slowly revealed its original appearance. Is he dead? Young Master Chu stood on the spot, staring at the void in front of him. But at this moment, a powerful sword intent swept out mercilessly, annihilating the many powers in the surroundings. Following that, a human figure slowly stepped out and appeared in front of the young Master Chu once again. The power of the Immortal Saint's strike is indeed impressive, Jian Wushuang praised, but there was a faint smile on his face and a mocking look on his face. Young Master Chu, who had been confident and had absolute confidence in the life-saving command talisman refined by his father, suddenly turned pale. How is this possible? Young Master Chu stared at Jian Wushuang with wide eyes, as if he could not believe what was happening. He also could not believe that his father had made this life-saving command talisman himself. Moreover, his father had told him not to use the life-saving command talisman unless it was a life-or-death situation. Once he used the power of the command talisman, no one below the immortal saint could survive. Even the invincible divine masters could not survive. He believed his father's words. But now, Jian Yi had survived the power of the command token. Not only did he survive, but he also looked like he did not have any wounds. Yes, he was not injured at all, and his aura had been magnificent. Obviously, Jian Wushuang did not suffer from the power of the command token. This made Master Chu feel incredulous. However, no matter how shocked he was, the truth had already happened. He had used his last trump card, the life-saving token, but Jian Wushuang did not die. So what happened next? Master Chu, it seems that you will die in the end, Jian Wushuang said with a cold smile. No. Master Chu immediately became terrified, and his eyes were full of fear. Jian Yi, my father, is World Lord Tian Chu, and he has always doted on me. If you dare to kill me, my father will never let you go. You have just said that. Jian Wushuang sneered. He did not want to pay any attention to him at all, and his body had already floated forward. Jian Yi, please let me go. Whatever conditions you have, just say it. No matter what conditions you have, I will agree to them. Even if I can't do it, I will ask my father to do it himself, as long as you are willing to let me go. Master Chu's face was crazy, and he kept crying and shouting. He no longer looked like the elegant young master he used to be. His heart was trembling. Seeing this, the mockery in Jian Wushuang's eyes became even stronger. I'm not interested in your conditions. Just die. Jian Wushuang had already appeared in front of Master Chu, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand had already been brandished. No. Jian Yi, my father, will avenge me. He will. Young Master Chu's roar was hysterical. As soon as his voice fell, his head was thrown away. Looking at young Master Chu's body, Jian Wushuang smiled. He is about to die, but he still used World Master Tian Chu to suppress me. He thinks I don't dare to kill him. What a joke. Jian Wushuang admitted that World Master Tian Chu was indeed very strong. This could be seen from the power of the life-saving command talisman just now. The huge hand just now had indeed completely crushed Jian Wushuang, and Jian Wushuang had no room to fight back. He knew that he could not face World Master Tian Chu directly, but so what? He could not face him head-on. But World Master Tian Chu did not have the ability to kill him. So what did he have to worry about? The young master of World Master Tian Chu has such a big background, so he must have a lot of treasures. Black Blood Emperor, who was just killed by me, and the 4 great divine masters must be very rich. I'll look for them carefully later. I'd better leave now. Jian Wushuang put away the interspatial rings of young Master Chu and the others. Then he flew into the void and soon disappeared. Not long after Jian Wushuang left, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the void. One was old and the other was young. They were Qi Ming, the young master of the Point Star Pavilion, and the immortal saint who was following him. They looked around the void. The bodies of young Master Chu and the others had been destroyed by Jian Wushuang, but Qi Ming and the immortal saint still looked very strange. When I met Jian Yi in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, I sensed that he was very strong and could even kill me easily. That's why I stopped fighting with him. Now it seems that I was right. Qi Ming took a deep breath. He sighed quietly. He killed 4 divine masters at the peak of the divine realm and Black Blood Emperor by himself. This young man is indeed very strong. The black-robed elder nodded slightly. After leaving the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, young Master Chu immediately brought people to chase after Jian Wushuang. In fact, Qi Ming and the black-robed elder followed him, but they did not show up. However, they saw everything that had just happened, including Jian Wushuang, killing the 4 peak divine masters, killing Black Blood Emperor, surviving young Master Chu's strongest trump card, and finally killing young Master Chu. They saw everything clearly. First of all, Jian Wushuang killing the 4 peak divine masters did not surprise them. After all, an ordinary invincible divine master could easily kill a peak divine master, which meant that Jian Wushuang had the combat strength of an invincible divine master. However, it was surprising that Jian Wushuang had killed the Black Blood Emperor. It was rare to see an invincible divine master in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Every single one of them was very strong and had many skills. Under normal circumstances, unless the Immortal Saint personally killed them, it would be too difficult to kill an invincible divine master. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to kill an invincible divine master in a one-on-one situation. As for the Black Blood Emperor, he was not weak among invincible divine masters and had already entered the 2nd stage. His comprehension of the rules had reached the level of the Immortal Saint, so it was naturally more difficult to kill him. However, he was easily killed by Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2871. Fury Black Blood Emperor is already an invincible divine master in the 2nd stage. Even those who have reached the Immortal Saint level in their comprehension of the rules and have created an absolute art in the Saint level cannot kill him. As for Jian, his comprehension of the rules and the absolute art he created are not very strong. The black-robed elder was a real Immortal Saint. He had seen the battle clearly, so he could see Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the rules. The absolute arts he had created were only at the level of an ordinary invincible divine master. Compared with the Black Blood Emperor, not even close. Although his laws and techniques are not as powerful as the Black Blood Emperor's, the power of Jian Yi is much stronger than the Black Blood Emperor's. Furthermore, he has the reincarnation sword formation. However, the most important thing is the divine weapon in his hand. That sword is very powerful. It's definitely not just an ordinary divine weapon. The black-robed elder narrowed his eyes. I just heard Chu Hong talking about the Fire Cloud Castle and Immortal. Could it be that the sword Dao divine weapon that Immortal refined with the Holy Heavenly Furnace not long ago is the sword in his hand? You mean the sword Dao treasure that Lord Emo refined previously and shook the entire Golden Crow 9 realms? Qi Ming was immediately shocked. I heard from Master that Lord Emo rarely refined treasures with the Holy Heavenly Furnace over the years. The last time, he refined it to help Lord Bone Emperor refine a special treasure. This time, although no one knows what the Sword Dao treasure is, it must be of an extremely high level. Its value might not be lower than Lord Bone Emperor's special treasure. How could such a treasure be in the hands of a mere deity? I don't know, the black-robed elder said in a low voice. However, even if the divine weapon in Jian Yi's hand isn't the treasure Immortal refined, it is definitely a very powerful sacred treasure. If such a sacred treasure were to be in the hands of an undying sage who specializes in the Tao of the sword, its power would definitely be even stronger. Qi Ming frowned. If that's the case, why didn't you kill Jian Yi just now and snatch the divine weapon? Qi Ming asked with a frown. They had been around just now. If the black-robed elder had attacked, Jian Yi definitely would not have been able to escape. However, when he heard Qi Ming's words, the black-robed elder shook his head slightly. Jian Yi isn't that simple. Just now, Chu Hong took out his life-saving jade talisman at the last moment. That life-saving jade talisman contained the power of a single strike from the Tian Chu Realm Lord. It was extremely powerful, yet it wasn't able to injure even a single hair on the sword. Although I don't know how he did it, since he was able to easily block a single strike from the Tianxiu Realm Lord. Even if this old man personally acted, I don't think I would be able to take him down. Elder Su, you can't even take him down with your own hands? Qi Ming could not help but be shocked. Elder Su, this was a genuine immortal saint. The gap between the immortal saint and the reverent god was simply insurmountable. Logically, no reverent god should be able to escape with an immortal saint taking action, personally. But now, this elder Su actually did not have the confidence to take down Jian-yi. Was Jian-yi really that powerful? I am indeed not confident that I can do anything to him. Moreover, I have a hunch that Jian-yi still has many trump cards hidden on him. These trump cards are all extraordinary, and even I have some misgivings about them. Therefore, it is better not to provoke him unless it is absolutely necessary, said the black-robed elder. In that case, are we just going to sit idly by and watch as Lord Mo personally forged this powerful sword Dao weapon? Qi Ming frowned. That's not the case. The black-robed elder smiled. If I didn't see wrongly, that young Master Chu wasn't just begging for mercy before he died. At the same time, he had already secretly sent a message to his father, World Overlord Tian Chu, informing him of his death. Not only is that World Overlord Tian Chu extremely powerful, he's one of the hardest to deal with amongst the Undying Saints. He's also famous for spoiling his son. If not, he wouldn't have paid such a huge price to help his son pursue the young phoenix. Now that Chu Hong is dead, that World Overlord Tian Chu will definitely be furious. He might even immediately move to the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City to find Jian-yi and avenge his son. At that time, we only need to watch from the side. Once we know the truth about Jian-yi and find an opportunity, it won't be too late for us to act. MMHM, that's all we can do. Qi Ming nodded. After all, the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City was a territory under the control of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, not the Star Point Sacred City where his Star Point Pavilion was located. Here, the experts of his Star Point Pavilion would more or less have some misgivings. This time it was also because of the opening of the Dragon Phoenix rankings that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion allowed the Undying Sage of the Star Point Pavilion to openly appear in the city. But if they wanted to look for help from the Star Point Pavilion now, if the Star Point Pavilion were to send a second Undying Sage, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would definitely not sit idly by. There was no other way. Since the black-robed old man was not confident of taking down Jian-yi with a single glance, they could only hope that World Overlord Tian Chu would be able to rush over and reap the benefits. Golden Crow 9 Realms, Tian Chu Realm. In terms of territory, the Tian Chu Realm was definitely one of the top 3 realms in the Golden Crow 9 Realms. It was slightly larger than the Heavenly Void Realm and had more experts. And compared to the Pale Sun Sacred World, it was naturally much stronger. The Heaven Curve World Overlord was one of the publicly acknowledged peak experts in the Golden Crow 9 Realms. His fame was so great that countless years ago he had already caused people to revere him. In addition, the Heaven Curve World Overlord had always been tyrannical and unruly. In the entire Golden Crow 9 Realms, other than the Supreme Lord Bone Emperor, there was not a single Undying Sage that could cause him to feel fear. Within a boundless starry space, a burly middle-aged man dressed in a violet gold robe with an incomparably violent aura akin to a brown bear, World Overlord Tian Chu, suddenly opened his eyes. Boundless rage instantly rose up as a shocking killing intent erupted out, filling the entire starry space. He's dead. Hong was actually killed. Sword One, it was Jian-yi who killed Hong. Realm Lord Tian Chu's eyes were cold, filled with boundless killing intent. And he was not unfamiliar with the name Jian-yi. Back at Fire Cloud Castle, that young Master Chu was there. He had personally witnessed Immortal using the holy heavenly furnace to refine treasures. At that time, young Master Chu had suspected this person called Jian-yi and even told him about it. But he did not take it to heart. After all, he was only an advanced, great divine master. How could he have the ability to ask the #1 refiner of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow to refine a divine weapon of that level? But now, Chapter 2872, beginning the refinement, easily killing the 4 peak great divine masters that I placed beside Hong killing the Black Blood Emperor, and even surviving my attack, killing Hong in the end. Good. It's very good in front of everyone. Realm Master Tian Chu clenched his hands tightly, but his body was trembling in anger. Just you wait. I'll avenge you soon. Realm Master Tian Chu growled. Soon, he moved directly toward the Dragon Phoenix, Sacred City. After killing young Master Chu and the others, Jian Wushuang left as fast as he could. In the void, Jian Wushuang was checking the treasures in the interspatial rings of young Master Chu and the others. It had to be said that Realm Lord Tian Chu really doted on Master Chu. Master Chu was only a senior great divine master, but his wealth was much higher than that of an ordinary invincible divine master. Just the ready-made saint elixirs alone, he had 300,000 of them, as well as various resources and various magic weapons and treasures. They were also extremely valuable. As for the Black Blood Emperor, although he was an invincible divine master, his wealth was much lower than Master Chu's. However, he still had more than 100,000 saint elixirs and a lot of resources and treasures. In addition to the wealth of the 4 great divine masters, Jian Wushuang had obtained 500,000 saint elixirs and countless resources and treasures. Unfortunately, these people, including Master Chu's interspatial ring, did not have any particularly valuable treasures. There was no treasure that was so precious that Jian Wushuang was moved or useful to him. Jian Wushuang could do nothing about it. Now, he has a lot of treasures, and the level is very high. Ordinary treasures for him really has no attraction. I got 2 million sacred elixirs from Brother Mo after absorbing all of them. Not only did I break through to the elementary divine master level, but I also accumulated more than half of my divine power. Now, I have 500,000 sacred elixirs. If I devour all of them, although I still can't break through to the advanced divine master level, my divine power will improve a lot and I'll be one step closer to the advanced divine master level. Jian Wushuang smiled. Although killing young Master Chu and the others would cause him some trouble, and he might even be hunted down by the Tian Chu Realm Lord, it was a good deal for him to get so many sacred elixirs at once. Jian Wushuang was in deep thought when suddenly, Jian Yi, my friend. A message was transmitted to him. Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and he immediately took out a token. This token was given to him by Immortal, the #1 blacksmith in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, who had already reached the 8th grade. Brother Mo, are you looking for me today to start refining that domain-type holy treasure? Jian Wushuang's voice carried a trace of joy. Haha, you guessed it right, my friend. Over the past 10 years, I have completely recovered my mind, and I have also consolidated my breakthrough in the weapon refining realm. Now everything is ready, and I can start refining. If you are not busy, you can come to my Fire Cloud Castle. If you can't leave, it doesn't matter. After I have finished refining, you can come and take it. Mo Tao smiled. His attitude was extremely warm and amiable. Well, I'll come over now. Jian Wushuang smiled. He immediately left for Fire Cloud Castle. When he came back to Fire Cloud Castle, Baiyan had already received the news and was waiting outside. When Jian Wushuang arrived, Baiyan quietly brought Jian Wushuang into Fire Cloud Castle and came to Mo Tao. Brother Mo. Jian Wushuang laughed heartily. My friend Jian Yi, it's been more than 10 years since we last met. Your strength has grown. I heard that not long ago in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, you made a name for yourself and even made that young phoenix look at you differently? Mo Tao looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. Brother Mo, you also know about this? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Although he had not made a move in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, his appearance had attracted a lot of attention. After all, he had asked the young phoenix to ask his name. Mr. Jian Yi, since the Dragon Phoenix list has been opened, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has invited our Fire Cloud Castle to attend the ceremony. Although the master was not free and did not go in person, he sent an in-name disciple to go. After he came back, the in-name disciple told me about the matter, and then I would pass it on to master, Baiyan said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. Well, My young friend Jian Yi, the main reason for inviting you here is to refine the domain type Holy Treasure. But what do you want from this domain type Holy Treasure? Immortal asked. If you want it, try to make it more powerful and easier to control. Because I know several domain type methods myself. I hope these domain type methods can work perfectly with the domain type Holy Treasure and complement each other, so as not to repel each other and affect its power, Jian Wushuang said. There were all kinds of strange domains in the domain, and even if they were used by the same person, it would be difficult for them not to be repelled. Jian Wushuang could only try to reduce the repelling. I understand. However, the activation of a domain-type treasure will consume a lot of divine power. The higher the level, the more powerful the domain-type treasure will be. If you need a more powerful one, I can do my best. But you also have to consider whether your divine power can keep up with it, Immortal said. He was also giving Jian Wushuang a suggestion. After all, Jian Wushuang was only a peak divine master. It was not easy for a normal peak divine master to control a domain-type Holy Treasure, and that was just the ordinary power. If Jian Wushuang wanted the power to be stronger, it would require more divine power. Don't worry about divine power. I have a special constitution, so I have enough divine power, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Immortal recalled Jian Wushuang's blood essence. He knew that Jian Wushuang was not an ordinary person, so he nodded secretly. If these are the only requirements, then I can start refining now. However, I don't plan to use the Holy Heavenly Furnace this time. After all, once I use the Holy Heavenly Furnace, it will cause too much trouble. Last time, when I added the blood essence to the divine sword, it caused a lot of trouble. Many experts came to me, so I spent a lot of effort to get rid of them, Immortal said with a smile. Moreover, I am now a genuine 8th grade blacksmith. Even if I don't use the Holy Heavenly Furnace, I can still refine a suitable domain type Holy Treasure for you. Chapter 2873. The peak of the 3rd grade and 8th grade weapon refiners' weapon-making skills were far superior to those of the previous top 7th grade weapon refiners. Immortal was also absolutely confident. It was indeed not difficult for him to refine a domain-type Holy Treasure now. However, it will take me some time to refine a domain-type Holy Treasure, even if I do it myself. The conservative estimate is that it will take about 3 years. If you have nothing else to do, you can stay in my Fire Cloud Castle for 3 years. I will ask Bai Yen to take good care of you. 3 years later, I guarantee that I will deliver a powerful domain-type Holy Treasure to you, Immortal said. In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Brother Mo, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. No worries. Immortal waved his hand and said, Disciple, please take good care of your friend. Yes. Bai Yen nodded respectfully and left with Jian Wushuang. Meanwhile, Immortal had already started refining. Mr. Jian Yi, Master has instructed you to let me know if you have any instructions during these 3 years. Bai Yen was very polite. Haha, I don't have any instructions. How about this, Mr. Bai Yen? Please arrange a secret room for me. I have something to do, and I want to go into closed-door cultivation. When Brother Mo refines the treasure 3 years later, just let me know, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Bai Yen nodded. Bai Yen immediately arranged a secret room for Jian Wushuang in Fire Cloud Castle. The secret room was completely sealed, and there were powerful restrictions around it. No one would disturb Jian Wushuang. The reason why Jian Wushuang chose the secret room was naturally to refine the 500,000 holy pills he got from young Master Chu and the others. After he reached the rank of Great Divine Master, his speed of devouring and refining skyrocketed again. 3 years should be enough for him to refine all 500,000 Saint Elixirs. By then, his divine power would be able to improve significantly. Time passed. 3 years passed in a flash. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang had already refined all 500,000 Saint Elixirs. Now he was relying on the 2 heaven sealing scrolls to continue to comprehend the rules and his sword principle. Whether it was his comprehension of sword principle or the rules, he had already reached the limit of divine master. One more step and he would be an immortal saint. However, it was very difficult to take this step. Even a peerless genius like Jian Wushuang, with the help of the Heaven Sealing Scroll, would not be able to take this step easily. However, as he comprehended, Jian Wushuang also found that his bottleneck in comprehending the sword principle and the space-time rules were somewhat loosened. What he lacked now was an opportunity. As long as he had a slight opportunity, his comprehension of the sword principle and the space-time rules might be able to directly break through to the immortal saint level. At that time, his battle strength would soar again. I can't rush it. I have to take it slow, Jian Wushuang muttered in his heart. But at this moment, Buzz, a powerful treasure aura, suddenly burst out from the depths of the fire cloud castle. This aura was very shocking. It was obviously a powerful holy treasure. There was an immediate commotion in the fire cloud castle. They also knew that it must be the lord of the fire cloud castle. Since Lord Mo had refined a very powerful holy treasure, Jian Wushuang was naturally alarmed. Is it done? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up and he immediately walked out of the secret room. As soon as he walked out of the secret room, Jian Wushuang saw Bai Yin hurriedly running toward him. Mr. Jian Yi, my master sent a message, asking me to take you there immediately, Bai Yin said. Well, let's go. Jian Wushuang immediately followed Bai Yin to the place where Mo Tao refined the holy treasure. Once there, Jian Wushuang saw a special treasure floating in the void. It was a scarlet compass that seemed to be completely condensed from blood. The compass was engraved with complicated secret patterns and exotic beasts, which looked extremely mysterious. The powerful aura of the treasure was emitted from the scarlet compass. Jian Yi, this is the treasure I refined for you. Refine it first, then test its power. Mo Tao's voice sounded. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and appeared in front of the scarlet compass. He immediately recognized it as his master. The compass was obviously a holy treasure with extraordinary power. Jian Wushuang was only a great divine master. Normally, it would take a long time to refine such a treasure, but this was only for ordinary great divine masters. However, Jian Wushuang was different. The process of refining the scarlet compass was very easy. In just a moment, he had completely controlled the compass. Let's give it a try. There was a hint of expectation in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Immediately, a large amount of divine power was poured into the compass, and the scarlet compass immediately burst out with bursts of blood light. Buzz! Buzz! The bursts of blood light completely turned into a blood-red river and swept out in all directions. In an instant, the entire world was covered by the blood-red river. The blood-red river was vast and powerful. It moved people's minds and occupied everything in the world. The entire world became completely blood-red. It's not easy to activate a domain-type holy treasure. It consumes a lot of divine power, but it's nothing to me. The power of this holy treasure, Jian Wushuang's expression changed. The blood-red river that occupied everything in the world, it immediately burst out with terrifying power and began to press down in one direction. The terrifying pressure was applied to the void. It seemed that the void could not withstand the pressure and was about to explode completely. This power, although it doesn't really affect the body of the cultivator and cannot be fully manifested, I can feel that the pressure of the blood-red river's domain is definitely dozens of times, or even nearly 100 times stronger than the golden light domain used by the golden feather illusionary light mirror. Jian Wushuang was secretly shocked. Jian Yi, try to drive the blood river domain toward me, Mo Tao said. Brother Mo, you have to be careful. Jian Wushuang smiled and immediately urged the blood river to crazily press toward Mo Tao. Under the crazy pressure of the blood river, even a genuine immortal saint like Mo Tao was slightly shocked, but a smile appeared on his face. That's enough, Mo Tao said. Jian Wushuang immediately put away the blood river domain. Brother Mo, how do you feel? Jian Wushuang asked. It's really powerful. I once refined domain-type holy treasures and refined 3 of them, but they were only at the 3rd grade, ordinary level. But now, after I became an 8th grade weapon refiner, the compass I refined should have reached the peak of the 3rd grade. Immortal said. Chapter 2874 9 Universe Blood Light River. A superior 3rd grade holy treasure. Jian Wushuang was delighted. It is indeed a superior 3rd grade domain-type holy treasure. Even I was suppressed by the blood red river, and my overall strength was reduced by more than 10%. This is because you are only a divine master. If an immortal saint used it, the suppression would be even more terrifying, Mo Tao said. Even Brother Mo's strength has been suppressed by more than 10%. Jian Wushuang's body trembled. Mo Tao was not only an 8th grade weapon refiner, but also a very powerful immortal saint. Among the immortal saints of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, he was also one of the strongest ones. Even he was suppressed by more than 10% of his strength. Jian Wushuang knew a lot of domain-type techniques. If he fully activated the Red River domain, coupled with the suppression of the Star Armor domain, the Prison of Punishment, and his Sword Principal World, then an ordinary immortal saint would be suppressed by more than 20% of his strength. Under the pressure of the 4 domains, his strength would be suppressed by at least 20%. If his realm improved in the future and his divine power improved again, the power of the domain would be even more terrifying. Good treasure. Thank you, Brother Mo, Jian Wushuang said gratefully. You're welcome. Mo Tao just smiled faintly. By the way, this compass has just been refined. I haven't given it a name yet. Now that you're its owner, you can give it a name. A name? Jian Wushuang pondered and said, once this compass is activated, it immediately forms a real blood light and then turns into a blood red river. I think it can be called the Blood Light River. Blood Light River? It's not bad, but the 3 words are too monotonous. How about this? I'll add the 2 words 9 universe before. The name of the 9 universe Blood Light River should be more domineering, Mo Tao said with a smile. 9 universe Blood Light River. Good name. Jian Wushuang immediately smiled and touched the scarlet compass. From today on, you will be called the 9 universe Blood Light River. The 9 universe Blood Light River, a superior 3rd grade domain type holy treasure, was born. The power of the 9 universe Blood Light River was very strong, and it greatly improved Jian Wushuang's overall strength. Unfortunately, domain-type treasures were not like natal armors and natal magic weapons, so they could not continuously increase their power according to their owner's strength. After a while, Jian Wushuang merged the 9 universe Blood Light River into his divine body. Brother Mo, since the domain-type holy treasure has been refined, I won't stay any longer. I'll visit you again when I have time, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Okay, Bai Yen. Send my friend Jian off for me, Mo Tao said gently. Bai Yen immediately led Jian Wushuang out of the fire cloud castle. When they came, Jian Wushuang came directly from the front door. When they left, they still went to the underground palace so they could avoid some people with evil intentions. Mr. Jian Yi, I'll send you here. Bai Yen sent Jian Wushuang to the end of the underground palace. Thank you, Mr. Bai Yen. Goodbye. Jian Wushuang smiled and immediately left. Jian Wushuang was flying slowly in the vast void alone. Suddenly his expression changed. There are cultivators in such a remote place, and they are not weak either. It's a great divine master? Jian Wushuang was surprised. He had already sensed the existence of a great divine master in the void, not far away from him. However, he only paid a little attention to a senior great divine master and did not take it to heart. They did not meet, and Jian Wushuang left immediately. What? Jian Wushuang did not know was that he did not pay attention to the great divine master, but the latter kept staring at him. It's him, it's Jian Yi. The eyes of the gloomy and cold elder in a gray robe flashed with a trace of fierceness. I've long heard that Fire Cloud Castle is located in the depths of a volcano. There are many underground passages that lead to the vicinity of the Fire Cloud Castle. It seems that this is indeed the case. Fortunately, sir, you were careful. Otherwise, this kid would have really escaped. The elder gave a strange laugh and then took out his token to send a message. In the void, Jian Wushuang did not travel far after leaving the Fire Cloud Castle. Suddenly, boom! An extremely vast aura that even Jian Wushuang felt a little shocked appeared within his perception range. This aura is the aura of the Immortal Saint. Who is it? Jian Wushuang focused his eyes and immediately looked toward the source of the aura. He also found that the aura was approaching him at an alarming speed. Obviously, the other party was coming toward him. Soon, a figure appeared in Jian Wushuang's line of sight. It was a burly middle-aged man wearing a purple-gold robe. He had an extremely violent aura and looked like a brown bear. The middle-aged man was extremely fast. As the distance between him and Jian Wushuang continued to close, the killing intent emitted from his body became more and more intense. Such a strong killing intent is to seek revenge. I have just left the Pill Sun's sacred world and haven't provoked many people. There is only one person who is so angry and crazy enough to chase after me. Realm Lord Tian Chu. Jian Wushuang instantly figured out the identity of the person. He knew the identity of the person and how much the person wanted to kill him. However, Jian Wushuang did not choose to run away immediately. Instead, he stood there quietly and waited for the arrival of Realm Lord Tian Chu. Soon, Realm Lord Tian Chu appeared in front of him. As soon as he appeared, the sky-shaking killing intent enveloped his body. Even Jian Wushuang, who had experienced endless waves and slaughter, felt the sky-shaking killing intent, and his face became solemn. Jian Yi. World Master Tian Chu stared at Jian Wushuang with cold eyes. World Master Tian Chu, right? How did you know that I would be here? Jian Wushuang asked. He had killed young Master Chu and guessed that World Master Tian Chu would come to kill him personally. He was not surprised that World Master Tian Chu would hunt him down. However, what surprised him was that World Master Tian Chu had found him so quickly. After killing young Master Chu, he immediately arrived at the Fire Cloud Castle. On the way here, he was extremely careful and did not easily reveal his identity. Even if he left the Fire Cloud Castle, he still took the underground passageway. But in the end, not long after he left the Fire Cloud Castle, he bumped into the Realm Lord. Clearly, the Realm Lord knew that he was in the Fire Cloud Castle and had been waiting for him here. And the great divine master he met on the way might very well be one of the heavenly curve Realm Lord's men. He had already set up spies around the Fire Cloud Castle in order to prevent him from escaping. Chapter 2875. Realm Lord Tian Chu. Humph, can you imagine my methods? Realm Lord Tian Chu's voice was as cold as ice. Jian, although you don't know me, you killed my Hong. Today, I will skin you alive and tear your bones apart so that I can vent my hatred. Kill me? Then I'll give it a try. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly, but there was no fear in his heart. On the contrary, there was a faint excitement on his face. Yes, he was indeed excited. Since he had broken through to the great divine master level and the power of the Blood Mountain sword had soared, his strength had greatly improved. He did not think much of ordinary invincible divine masters. Even if they were extremely powerful invincible divine masters, he did not have much desire to fight. Like the Black Blood Emperor from before, he was also an unrivaled divine master at the second stage. However, he had only casually attacked. He had not used his full strength yet and still easily killed the Black Blood Emperor. Right now, his overall combat strength was already at the peak of unrivaled Divine Master. Even those legendary unrivaled Divine Master at the third stage, who were extremely rare, probably could not compare to him. His strength had reached this level. He could also try to challenge the Immortal Saint. Although he was certainly not as strong as the Immortal Saint, he really wanted to fight with the Immortal Saint. At least he had a clear understanding of the Immortal Saint's strength. Now, the World Master Tian Chu had come to him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Boundless divine power crazily swept up from Jian Wushuang's body. The divine power gathered rapidly behind him, and in the blink of an eye, a golden emperor phantom rose to the sky. The star power in his body had also been activated. At the same time, a layer of dark golden armor emerged on his body. 7-star secret skill, divine punishment, and 9 luminary star armor were all activated. When Jian Wushuang killed the Black Blood Emperor, he had only activated 7-star secret skills. Now that he had used all 3 secret skills, his battle strength had reached a whole new level, especially the 9 luminary star armor, which had reached the treasured armor chapter. It was enough to increase his attack power 6 times. World Master Tian Chu, let me see how strong you are as an immortal saint. Jian Wushuang was full of fighting spirit, and his voice was unusually cold. You're courting death. World Master Tian Chu also shouted in a low voice. A majestic divine power gathered in his hand, and he slapped it. Boom! The world suddenly shook. In a flash, a towering giant palm fell from the sky. This giant palm was destructive and wanted to smash Jian Wushuang into dust. Looking at this giant palm and feeling the extremely terrifying destructive power of the rules contained in it, Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered with a strange look. The next moment, he drew his sword. He drew his sword casually as if he was an ordinary person wielding a wooden sword. However, when he drew his long sword, a sword light immediately lit up. This sword light was extremely weak, extremely dim, and incomplete. It was an incomplete light, a remnant light. The 8th move of space-time swordsmanship, 1,000 directions, remnant light. This was the ultimate technique created by the sword light. Under his full power, this sword light was so powerful that it seemed as if it could tear everything apart. When the huge palm that descended from the sky came into direct contact with this sword light, the tearing and killing power contained within the sword light, especially the Blood Mountain sword, was too sharp. Even a top-tier, heavenly treasure-level protective armor could be sliced apart like a piece of paper, let alone this huge palm in front of him. Hua la la, a huge crack appeared in the center of the huge palm. This crack continued to expand, and eventually, the entire palm was sliced apart by the sword light. The power of divine power filled the sky, as well as the endless destructive law energy, all of them frantically spread out towards the surrounding void. A divine master actually defeated my palm head-on. World Lord Tian Chu looked at this scene in shock. The difference between a divine master and an immortal saint was simply too huge. Such a difference was not something that could be easily made up for. Even the most supreme existences amongst deities, such as the legendary immortal saint who had comprehended the laws and even broke through to the 3rd stage of the saint's absolute art, unrivaled divine master. Amongst divine masters, they could already be considered the strongest. But even so, a 3rd stage unrivaled divine master against a true immortal saint could only be easily crushed. The difference in divine power alone was too great. It was definitely tens or even hundreds of times greater. But now, the palm that he, Realm Lord Tian Chu, used with all his strength was actually defeated by his opponent? This kid's divine power is so strong. Realm Lord Tian Chu was shocked. He knew very well that the power that Jian Wushuang unleashed in order to defeat his palm was extraordinary. And that was indeed the case. Jian Wushuang was now a junior great divine master. because of the special constitution created by the perfect chaotic creature. His divine power was far stronger than that of his peers. In addition, the primordial void celestial body had increased his divine power greatly, which made his basic divine power burst forth. He had reached the level of peak great divine master. But the secret skill that he used was too powerful. First was the 7-star secret skill. This secret skill allowed him to advance by a realm. It allowed him to temporarily reach the advanced Great Divine Master Realm from the initial Great Divine Master Realm. Naturally, his divine power soared. At that time, he had already surpassed an ordinary invincible Divine Master. The Punishment Divine Master, who was 30,000 meters tall, also allowed his divine power to soar. In addition, there was the 9 luminary star armor, which allowed his divine power to explode 6 times stronger. Finally, there was the Blood Mountain Sword. The power of the Blood Mountain Sword was almost comparable to that of a second-grade holy treasure, and it could increase the power of Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship by 10 times. All of these added together, even if his power was not as strong as the Immortal Saint's, the gap was very small. Just now, Realm Lord Tian Chu had casually struck with his palm, but Jian Wushuang had used the ultimate skill he had created. Moreover, his Blood Mountain Sword was extremely sharp. When the sword light came into contact with the giant palm, it was normal for the giant palm to be defeated. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if Jian Wushuang could not withstand a blow from Realm Lord Tianchu. It seems that I have underestimated you. No wonder Hong died in your hands, even though she had taken out her life-saving talisman. Realm Lord Tian Chu stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold gaze. Thank you for your praise. Although I am only a divine master, it will not be easy for you to kill me. Realm Lord Tian Chu. Jian Wushuang sneered. Is that so? Realm Master Tian Chu's voice sank, and his surging divine power and the power of the destruction rules surged again. Chapter 2876. The power of the realm, although Jian Wushuang said it beautifully. He did not dare to underestimate him. After all, World Master Tian Chu did not use his full strength just now, but now. The divine power and the power of the destruction rules that spread out from his body made him feel a little scared. Is he going to use his secret skill? Jian Wushuang thought. Boom! A loud boom suddenly burst out between heaven and the earth. With lightning-like eyes, Realm Lord Tian Chu's right hand turned pitch black. In a flash, he struck out with his palm again. He also struck out with his palm, which also fell from the sky. However, the power and movement of this palm were not as great as the previous one. Moreover, the area covered by this palm was not as vast as before, and its size was much smaller. However, Jian Wushuang's eyes focused when he saw this palm strike. He could see that this palm had completely fused divine power and the power of destruction rules. The palm was filled with the power of thunder alone, and the power contained in it was definitely several times stronger than the previous palm strike. Realm Lord Tian Chu had already used his ultimate skill in this palm strike. Moreover, it was an ultimate skill at the saint level. Come on! Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with fervor. Although he could feel that the power of this palm was extremely powerful and was not something he could withstand, he was still fearless. Divine power surged out of his body, crazily. The 30,000-meter tall golden emperor phantom was also staring at him. It held a golden, long sword tightly in its hand. As Jian Wushuang waved the sword, the golden emperor phantom slashed out the golden sword in its hand. It was still the 8th move of the space-time swordsmanship, thousand square-shaped light. Jian Wushuang also unleashed his strongest strength. The seemingly weak and dim sword light once again struck the palm of the giant palm. Whoosh! With the sharpness of the Blood Mountain Sword, a crack still appeared in the palm of the giant palm. However, this time, the crack did not expand rapidly. Only a part of it was cracked open, and the Blood Mountain's sword seemed to be stuck in the middle of the crack. Then, the giant palm continued to crush him with its destructive power. In an instant, it completely covered his entire body. Boom! The giant palm fell from the sky, crushed Jian Wushuang, and then smacked toward the ground below. Under this palm, a huge and boundless handprint immediately appeared on the ground below. This handprint was not only huge, but also bottomless. Jian Wushuang had been completely slammed into the bottom of the handprint, and there was no movement for a moment. Is he dead? Realm Lord Tian Chu's aura was still extremely violent. His eyes were cold as he looked down at the deep and invisible handprint. But at this moment, bang, 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 a large amount of gravel flew out from the bottom of the handprint, and then a figure slowly rose up. It was Jian Wushuang who rose up again. At this moment, his figure was clearly in a sorry state, and the purple bell shield formed by the purple emperor bell had completely collapsed. However, although he was in a sorry state, Jian Wushuang's aura remained at its peak and did not weaken at all. There was still a faint smile on his face. No wonder you are World Master Tian Chu and an immortal saint. Your skills are indeed incomparable to us divine masters, Jian Wushuang said. He was speaking the truth. Immortal saints are much stronger than divine masters. Although he was already heaven-defying enough to defeat World Master Tian Chu's attack, it was only a casual attack by the World Master Tian Chu. Once Realm Lord Tian Chu used his absolute art or other techniques, he would be able to completely crush Jian Wushuang. Perhaps when my realm rises again and I reach the advanced divine master level, or my comprehension of the rules and sword principle rises to the immortal saint level, I will be able to fight with Realm Lord Tian Chu head-on, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. He still had room for maneuver in this fight with Realm Lord Tian Chu. He still had 2 other trump cards that he had yet to use. These 2 trump cards were the supreme sword essence in the Mountain River map and Blood Mountain sword, and he had yet to use his domain. However, even if he used all his trump cards, he might not be able to fight against Realm Lord Tian Chu. However, if his strength, his comprehension of the rules and sword principle improved again, it would be a different story. Realm Lord Tian Chu, I've learned a lot from today's battle. Farewell. Jian Wushuang laughed and then rushed to the back. You want to escape? Realm Lord Tian Chu burst out with a fierce aura. He instantly turned into a stream of light and chased after Jian Wushuang. As an immortal saint, Realm Lord Tian Chu was also very fast. At least, he was much faster than Jian Wushuang. You really want to kill me? Is that possible? Jian Wushuang chuckled and then moved his mind. A scarlet compass flew out of his divine body. As Jian Wushuang's divine power surged, the scarlet compass immediately burst out with bursts of blood light. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The blood light surged and turned into a huge blood-red river. The blood-red river was vast and mighty as it surged toward Realm Lord Tian Chu. This is a domain. The Realm Lord narrowed his eyes and sneered. A mere domain wants to stop me? How ridiculous! The Realm Lord did not care. After all, he was an immortal saint, and he was very strong among the immortal saints. Ordinary domain-type techniques did not affect him at all. Even a domain-type treasure at the level of a top-tier heavenly treasure could not affect him at all. Therefore, he was not worried that Jian Wushuang's domain could affect him. However, when the blood-red river came pressing down on him, the expression of Realm Master Tian Chu immediately changed. This domain is so strong. My strength has been suppressed by more than 10% in an instant, and my speed has been greatly reduced. How is this possible? Realm Lord Tian Chu was shocked. Impossible. Even a domain-type treasure at the level of a top-tier heavenly treasure can't affect me. The Blood River realm is so powerful. Could it be a domain-type holy treasure? Yes, it must be a holy treasure. Jian, he has a domain-type holy treasure on him. Realm Lord Tian Chu's eyes became even colder. Under the pressure of the 9-universe Bloodlight River, his speed was greatly reduced. However, he was still able to keep up with Jian Wushuang's speed and was unable to be pulled away by him. He still did not give up on chasing after Jian Wushuang. He's really persistent. In that case, Jian Wushuang's lips curled slightly and golden divine power swept across the sky in an instant. A layer of dark golden light covered his dark golden armor. A surge of supreme sword essence rose, and Jian Wushuang's sword world immediately suppressed it. Chapter 2877. Joining Hands Star Armor Realm, Punishment Prison, Sword World, and 9-universe Bloodlight River. Jian Wushuang had already exerted his realm techniques to the extreme. Under the pressure of 9-universe Bloodlight River, the strength and speed of World Lord Tian Chu had been greatly suppressed. Now, the pressure on him had increased sharply, and his strength had been suppressed by more than 20%. After all, he was an immortal saint. His speed had been greatly reduced again, and he could no longer keep up with Jian Wushuang's speed. Haha, Realm Lord Tian Chu will meet again. Jian Wushuang's clear voice echoed in the world, but his figure kept pulling away from Realm Lord Tian Chu. Realm Lord Tian Chu had no choice but to stop and watch Jian Wushuang leave. Soon, Jian Wushuang completely disappeared from Realm Lord Tian Chu's sight. How could he escape? Realm Lord Tian Chu clenched his hands, his eyes surging with anger. Although he was angry, Realm Lord Tian Chu still retained his rationality. He had to admit that Jian Wushuang's life-saving ability was very strong. He could not kill Jian Wushuang just because of his terrifying domain skill. No wonder this kid didn't run away when he saw me coming. It turns out that he is very confident in his own strength or his life-saving skills. He just wanted to fight me face to face. After the fight, as soon as he achieved his goal, he left. Realm Lord Tian Chu's face was extremely ugly, and right at this moment, haha, Realm Lord Tian Chu, you've lost a lot of faces today. An immortal saint was actually tricked by a deity and could only watch as the other party left. This isn't like you. Deep laughter suddenly rang out from the surrounding void. Realm Lord Tian Chu's expression sank. His ice-cold eyes immediately turned towards the surrounding void. However, he discovered two figures rushing over. One was old and the other was young. They were the black-robed old man from the Star Point Pavilion and the young master of the Star Point Pavilion, Qiming. As for the one who laughed out loud, it was none other than the black-robed old man. Old monster, Su from the Star Point Pavilion. Tian Chu glanced at the two of them as his voice sank. When did you arrive? I arrived very early. It's just that my Star Point Pavilion has a unique aura concealment technique, and you didn't discover it. The black-robed old man laughed. Qiming greets Realm Lord Tian Chu. Qiming bowed slightly. Although he was the young pavilion master of the Star Pavilion, when faced with a realm lord who was extremely powerful amongst the immortal saints, he naturally had to show some respect. Little fellow from the Star Pavilion, Realm Lord Tian Chu's expression was cold. What are you all doing here? To tell you the truth, we have been keeping an eye on Jian Wushuang for a long time, even earlier than you, Realm Lord Tian Chu. I asked someone to tell you the news about Jian Wushuang in the Fire Cloud Castle, Elder Su said with a smile. Did you give us the news? Realm Lord Tian Chu frowned. He had come to the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City in a rage when he found out that Jian Wushuang had killed Chu Hong. However, he did not know Jian Wushuang's exact location at first. Later, someone told him that Jian was staying in Fire Cloud Castle, so he left. He had been waiting near the Fire Cloud Castle for Jian Yi to appear, and he did get Jian Yi. Unfortunately, he let him escape. Now, he knew that it was someone from the Star Point Pavilion who told him the news. I have my eyes on Jian Yi, but he sent me a message asking me to take action. Is he trying to kill someone else? Realm Master Tian Chu said coldly. Realm Master Tian Chu, don't misunderstand. We don't intend to kill someone else. It's just that this is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's territory, so it's not convenient for our Point Star Pavilion to take action here. Moreover, although Jian Yi is only a divine master, his strength and skills are extraordinary. It won't be easy to kill him. I'm sure you've already experienced this just now, Elder Su said. Realm Lord Tian Chu narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that Jian Wushuang was indeed a difficult divine master to deal with. A divine master actually defeated my attack head-on. After that, I tried my best to use my saint-level secret skill to kill him. That palm indeed crushed him completely, but after that he was only in a sorry state and did not suffer any injuries. Such a method, there was no doubt that Jian Wushuang was not as strong as him. However, after the battle, even if he did not choose to flee, Realm Master Tian Chu still did not have the confidence to kill Jian Wushuang. Old Monster Su, what does the Star Point Pavilion mean? Realm Master Tian Chu looked at him. It's very simple. It would be very difficult for me, or Realm Master Tian Chu, to kill Jian Yi. In that case, why don't we join hands? Elder Su said, join forces. The expression of Realm Lord Tian Chu could not help but shift. Realm Lord Tian Chu, you want to kill Jian Yi because you want to avenge your son Chu Hong. And the reason why our Star Point Pavilion wants to kill him is because of an item in his hands. Our motives aren't contradictory. We can totally join forces. Old Su said, you're right, I only want him dead. As for the treasure on his body, I'm not too interested. Since that's the case, we can indeed join forces. However, Jian Yi's techniques aren't ordinary, especially his domain techniques. They can restrict me greatly. Just now, he relied on his domain techniques to easily escape from me. Although you and I are both undying saints, if we can't restrict his domain techniques, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to kill him. Realm Lord Tian Chu said, that's true, but it's not a big problem. Elder Su smiled. Don't forget that our Star Point Pavilion is the #1 chamber of commerce in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. We don't have many other things, but we have the most treasures among all the forces in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. For example, we have quite a few domain-type treasures in our Star Point Pavilion. Although I don't have any with me, I can find someone to send a domain-type sacred treasure over. At that time, with me personally controlling a domain-type sacred treasure, I can easily suppress Jian Yi's domain. After all, he is only a divine master. Even if he has a domain-type sacred treasure of the same level, with his strength, he won't be able to unleash too much power. As long as his domain is restricted, he will be like a turtle in a jar. When that time comes, killing him will be much easier. Sure. Tian Chu's eyes gleamed. Right, just in case I've asked for another helper. Elder Su suddenly spoke. Who? Tian Chu looked over. Don't worry, you'll know soon enough. Elder Su smiled. Chapter 2878. Pressure Realm Lord Tian Chu, Elder Su, and Qi Ming were waiting in the void. Not long after, a figure rushed over from the void. It was a cold, dark red man. He was tall and slim, and his aura was only at the divine master level. If Jian Wushuang were here, he would have recognized him immediately. This cold man was the invincible divine master from the Heaven Void world, Marquis of 3 Een. Marquis of 3 Een greets Master Su and Realm Lord Tian Chu. Marquis of 3 Een bowed respectfully to the 2 immortal saints. Marquis of 3 Een, I've heard of you. Are you a subordinate of Tian Chu? Realm Lord Tian Chu looked at him. Yes, my Lord Palace Master has often mentioned you before. Marquis of 3 Een appeared abnormally humble. Why, is the Heavenly Void Palace Master interested in Jian Yiwan as well? Realm Lord Tian Chu asked in a low voice. Of course, the Heavenly Void Palace Master also wants to kill Jian Yi. Elder Su laughed. Marquis of 3 explained. Jen E came from the Pale Sun Sacred World. The realm lord of the Pale Sun Sacred World, the Crimson Rock Saint, died a long time ago. The Pale Sun Sacred World has also been in an internal conflict, and its strength has been constantly weakened. It has long been reduced to the weakest realm among the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. And the Pale Sun Sacred World is connected to the Heavenly Void World. My palace master naturally wanted to completely occupy the Pale Sun Sacred World. However, because of the agreement between Lord Bone Emperor and the 4 pavilions and the other realms, he could not personally take action. He could only send his divine master army. In the end, he was defeated because of Jen E. It can be said that if Jen E doesn't die, my palace master can forget about completely occupying the Pale Sun Sacred World. Is that so? Realm Master Tian Chu immediately understood. Heavenly Void Palace Master is also very strong. With his help, together with the 2 of us, there is no chance for Jen E to survive, Elder Su said with a smile. In addition, the 3 of us have different motives, so we can take what we want. This time, I personally attacked the Star Point Pavilion and used a domain-type Holy Treasure. After killing Jen E, the Star Point Pavilion does not want much. We only want one thing, and that is the divine sword in his hand. The Star Point Pavilion is determined to get it. That magic sword. Realm Master Tian Chu's expression changed. He had just fought with Jian Wushuang, so he naturally felt the power of the Blood Mountain sword in Jian Wushuang's hand. That sword is indeed extraordinary. I heard that Immortal of the Fire Cloud Castle used the Holy Heavenly Furnace to refine an extraordinary sword principle magic weapon. During the refining process, Jian Yi happened to visit Immortal. This magic sword is most likely the one that Immortal refined. Realm Master Tian Chu narrowed his eyes slightly. However, although this divine sword is powerful, it isn't of much use to me. Since the Star Pavilion is determined to obtain this sword, they'll just take it. Elder Su frowned. He then turned his gaze toward the Marquis of 3 The Heavenly Void Palace is extremely powerful, but they aren't proficient in speed. In a battle, if they encounter someone with slightly stronger life-saving techniques, they won't be able to do anything. And that sword has a powerful domain-type sacred treasure in his hands. That sacred treasure is just right for the Heavenly Void Palace Lord to use. When the time comes, I'll give it to him. As for the rest, Jian Yi's interspatial ring and all the treasures on him will belong to you, Realm Lord Tian Chu. Upon hearing these words, the expression of Realm Lord Tian Chu changed as he spoke in a low voice. It was clearly 3 parties working together, but now, one of you wants the divine sword while the other wants the domain-type sacred treasure. Wouldn't this seat be at a disadvantage? Disadvantage? Not necessarily. Elder Su shook his head. Tian Chu, Realm Lord, after you exchanged blows with that sword, you should be able to tell that although he is only a divine master, his methods are extremely powerful. Not to mention that he was able to invite Mo Tao to use the Holy Heavenly Furnace to forge a divine weapon for him. His net worth must be extraordinary. There's an 80% chance that he has other treasures in his hands, and he might even be hiding some secrets. All of these should be left for you. In the end, what you obtain might be even more than my Star Point Pavilion. After pondering for a moment, Realm Lord Tian Chu nodded. Sure, I agree. Marquis of 3 what about the Heavenly Void Palace Lord? Elder Su looked at the Marquis of 3 I have already reported this suggestion to the Palace Lord, and he has agreed. He is already on his way to the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City. The Marquis of 3 said, That's good. Elder Su smiled. According to the news we received from the Star Point Pavilion, Jian Yi has just left the Pale Sun Sacred World and will not return for a short period of time. He will continue to stay in the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City. As long as he stays here, we can easily find him. Once the Heavenly Void Palace Lord arrives, we will act immediately. Okay. Realm Lord Tian Chu nodded heavily. The three powerful immortal saints had reached an agreement. Jian Wushuang was flying rapidly in the void far away from the Fire Cloud Castle. At this moment, he was lamenting in his heart. Immortal Saint, as expected of an immortal saint, it's not easy to cross over. At least I'm still not strong enough to fight against a real immortal saint, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The fight with Realm Lord Tian Chu was very short. He had only fought with Realm Lord Tian Chu twice. The first time, Realm Lord Tian Chu had casually used his palm, but he had defeated him with his full strength. However, the second time, Realm Lord Tian Chu had used his saint's secret skill, so he could not withstand it and was completely crushed. An immortal saint using a saint's secret skill and not using it are two completely different concepts. Once Realm Lord Tian Chu uses his saint's secret skill, even if I use my trump card and activate the supreme sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword, I won't be able to fight against him. To put it bluntly, my realm is too low, and my comprehension of the rules and sword principle is too low. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that, although he had escaped this time, Realm Lord Tian Chu would not let him off easy because he had killed his son. After this battle, Realm Lord Tian Chu would definitely think of other ways to kill him. He might even invite other experts to join forces. If they met again, it would not be easy for him to escape unscathed. Therefore, Jian Wushuang felt a lot of pressure. This pressure was purely caused by his lack of strength. Therefore, what Jian Wushuang wanted the most now was to improve his strength. Now, whether it's breaking through my realm again, rule comprehension, or sword principle comprehension, reaching the immortal saint level, they're enough to increase my battle strength. By then, I should be able to contend with Realm Lord Tian Chu. However, rule comprehension and sword principle comprehension have already reached a bottleneck, so I can't break through easily. Therefore, I can only think of ways to continue to improve my realm. Jian Wushuang could not help clenching his hands.